Okay, good.
Hello? Good morning and welcome to the plenary session on the PNMA on the meaningful connectivity. This session is entitled 8 Possible Ways to Conciliate Access with Meaningful. The concept of meaningful access has emerged in response to the growing body of evidence that even when people have connectivity, they might not have been fully benefiting from the internet. How one gets connected to the internet and to the content and services one access is equally important, challenging to the experience that a person will have once they are online, even more so to the community or country they live. So since 2022, the PNMA has been working on the 3 overarching thematic areas. One was connectivity, which is infrastructure and access and business model. The second one, digital inclusion through a citizen-centric approach. And the third one on capacity development. So in 2023, the network expanded its analysis and set experiences with implementation of a repository of good practices. Then in 2024, the network has contributed to assist and advocate for the implementation of policy solutions for the key issues previously raised while monitoring ongoing experiences. The plenary session this morning will focus on 2 aspects: the traditional highlights of meaningful access stories, this time with focus on the Arab region, and the role of meaningful access in the proper setup, use, and reporting. Now we have my co-host, that is Giacomo Mazon on my right here, and we also have online moderator Judith here, and we also have Roberto Zambrano, and a special guest that we actually have online, that is Vin Sav. Now, our speakers this morning, we're going to have Saida Safar Karim from Pakistan Telecom Authority. We also have Professor Muhammad Slim Aluni, and the distinguished professor of electrical and computer engineering, and Mr. Martin Shepherd, senior ICT analyst at the International Telecommunication Union, and Mr. Talan Sultanov, chair and co-founder of the Internet Society ISOC Kazakhstan chapter, and Mr. Bobby Beddy, Content Flow Studios LLC, and Ms. Lena Vitrakin, that's ambassador at large for economic and digital diplomacy from Lithuania. I'm going to continue. We're going to hand over to my co-host, which is Giacomo, to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I use this opportunity to invite the PNMA network members to come in front because we feel alone with you so far from us. So please, if you can move in front in the first line, it will be better for us. So just to explain how we were supposing to make it work this session. The idea was to have 2 rounds with the speakers here, but some of the speakers asked for more time, so let's say that we will have 3 speakers that will be longer in the first round, and they will be more silent in the second round. And between the 2 rounds of speakers, we will have questions from the audience, because we want to be more interactive as possible during the session. So, a special thanks to Vint, that is with us from very far and very early in the morning, or late in the night, I don't know. And Vint, if you are ready, I will give the floor to you, because you have been in the past the one that have mentioned the importance to conjugate properly the access with the meaningful. So you are here since the very beginning, and I see that also the other speaker remote, Ms. Sied, is with us. Welcome. Thank you. So, Vint, what has changed since the last 2 years in this field?
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to join you this morning. It is indeed early. It's about 1:10 in the morning for me, so I'm starting my day earlier than usual. First, let me bring you greetings from the leadership panel and thanks for all of your work. The Meaningful Access Policy Network is one of the most important of the activities of the IGF, in my opinion anyway. After all, access that isn't useful can't possibly be meaningful. And the definition of meaningful access changes over time. It depends a lot on the functionality of the network and the capacity and capabilities of the system that people have access to. And so early days of internet dial-up access was considered useful. These days, that would be less so. We wouldn't be able to do the things that we're literally doing right at this moment. So the definition of meaningful access is going to change over time. And that's why your group needs to persist in its analysis and evaluation. There are many words that I associate with meaningful access. I think of safety, I think of security, I think of utility, I think of affordability, I think of reliability, and there are many other words that I'm sure you have all used from time to time. The real question is, can we measure this in some way? And yesterday I had the opportunity to spend time with the UNESCO team. As some of you will know, they have developed something called that they call Internet Universality Indicators, IUIs. They started with a rather elaborate collection of metrics. They have telescoped this down to a smaller number to make it a little easier for people to actually do measurement. It's important for us to find ways of actually measuring how well we are doing, how well are we achieving meaningful access. And that's one of the reasons that the PNMA is such an important activity. It's something that goes on during the course of the year. And as I said earlier, over the course of time, the metrics for meaningful access will change depending on the capabilities of the system. I'd like to overemphasize the point about accessibility in the sense of accommodating people who have various disabilities that might make it difficult for them to make use of the internet. I'd like to observe that at this very moment, I am making use of an automatic captioning system using the Chrome browser from Google so that I can see what people are saying. And of course, we have online sign language interpretation, as you can see on the screen. I want to thank our hosts in Saudi Arabia for arranging for all of these accessibility improving techniques. So I want to overemphasize the importance of accessibility so that all people are accommodated. The last point I'd like to make is that from the leadership panel is that we are relaying a message to the United Nations, to the Secretary General, and to the Undersecretary of DESA, that we believe that the Internet Governance Forum should persist beyond the World Summit on the Information Society Plus 20. This operation has been going on for 19 years. By the time the June meeting in Norway comes in 2025, we will have been around for 20 years. Our work is not done. Our work continues to be extremely important, and I believe that we should persist beyond the WSIS Plus 20 time marker. More important, I think your work must persist. And among the things that the Internet Governance Forum can do is to continually evaluate Internet's utility around the world. I'd like to see an increasing amount of interaction between the annual IGF meeting, the policy networks, and the dynamic coalitions, and the national and regional Internet governance forums that have popped up almost, I would say, automatically, like mushrooms after a spring rain, without benefit of specific UN support, but evidence of a great deal of interest around the world in the internet and its utility. So I will stop there and thank you for this opportunity to intervene and congratulate you on this session in the 2024 IGF. I have to leave in about 15 minutes, but I will stay here as long as I can before I get to the next meeting. So back to you, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Vin. Yes, you are quite right. Our work is not done, and we'll continuously to ensure that we close this gap. We're going to move over to Professor Mohammed Slim Alwini, who is a distinguished professor of electrical and computer engineering, to tell us, and also the chair of the education on Connected at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. So that you can take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you, Giacomo, for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to share with the audience some of the work we are doing at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology in this general area of Connect and Connected. So as mentioned, I am professor of electrical and computer engineering at KAUST. It's a university that is on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, 1 hour drive north of the city of Jeddah. And my area of expertise is wireless communication. And of course, when we talk about wireless, we talk about these days about beyond 5G and 6G, and a lot of the research community is focusing on how to send information at faster speeds, lower latencies, how to densify the network, in the sense increase the number of connected IoT devices. But there is another important aspect that 6G is recognizing. 6G is expected to be deployed in the early 2030s, is this digital divide that we need to kind of mitigate. And those of you who were here yesterday, there was this interesting opening remark by Ms. Dorina, the Secretary General of ITU, where she reminded us that we still live in a world where 1/3 of the population is unconnected or underconnected. Of course, this is affecting mostly least developed countries, but it does affect also rural areas, low-income neighborhood in more developed countries. So in KAUST, we established a UNESCO chair on focusing on Connect and Connected. The idea is to develop technologies that can be let's say, easier to deploy from an accessibility, from an affordability perspective, to bring more people online. One of the technologies we are pursuing is non-terrestrial network, how we can bring connectivity from the sky. And a few weeks ago, we had a big event here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, in collaboration with ITU and CST being the Commission of Space and telecommunication technology here in Saudi Arabia, looking at different approach to connect people via satellite or high-altitude platform stations. But what I would like to focus on today, on one of our example of research activities, is how to capitalize on unlicensed spectrum or spectrum sharing techniques. One of the main issue behind the cost of connectivity is spectrum licensing, which of course is needed, and that's what makes the whole, let's say, system sustainable from a business perspective. It works very well in a highly dense populated environment and in kind of area with a relatively good income, but it may sometimes make connectivity not affordable in low-income neighborhood or in rural areas. So one of the projects that we worked on is a project where we brought connectivity to a relatively low-income neighborhood in terms of a worker camp. It was a project co-funded by our university and Meta, and was done in collaboration with the Saudi Commission of Communication Space Technologies, and we have a video showing this project, and I think that will give you an idea on how unlicensed spectrum, Wi-Fi, millimeter wave, free space optic can be used to connect some of the unconnected. So maybe we can play the video.
Can we have the video, please?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم فهد القرشي، طالب دكتوراه في جامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية. تقدم جامعة الملك عبد الله حرماً فريداً من نوعه، حيث أنه مدينة ليس لها حدود للتجارب وثقافة تدفع للابتكار. إنه حرم جامعي ذكي يتميز بالتعليم والتعلم والمعيشة المبتكرة. ويوجد خارج هذه الجامعة قرية ثول، بمجتمعها الفريد والمتنوع من السكان، وتقاسم الجامعة شاطئ البحر الأحمر من جانب والكثبان الرملية من الجانب الآخر. تلعب جامعة الملك عبد الله دورا رئيسيا في تطوير ثول من البنية التحتية إلى العمليات البحرية والمدارس والمساجد. يوجد هناك شركة ماك، هي شركة إنشاءات وصيانة سعودية 100%. تملك شركة ماك مجمعا في ثول يضم أكثر من 3000 شخص من الذكور والإناث الذين يعملون بجد لدعم العمليات اليومية وأنشطة الصيانة في جامعة الملك عبد الله. من خلال هذا المشروع النموذجي بجامعة كاوس بقيادة مختبر نظرية الاتصالات Communication Theory Lab، وجدنا أن مجمع ماك هو أرض خصبة ومثالية لتوسيع الاختبارات بجامعة الملك عبد الله وتوصيل الانترنت إلى القرية المجاورة لها، مما يتيح أيضا عمل الأبحاث واختبار الأجهزة المتقدمة في مجال الاتصالات. وبالشراكة مع كاوس سمارت وكاوس IT Network and Communication وماك، شرع الفريق في هذا المشروع التجريبي الذي يتضمن ربط مبنى الاتصالات جامعة الملك عبد الله ومجمع ماك باتصالات هجينة من الليزر والمليمتر ويف، وباستخدام تقنية الانتجريتد اكسس باك هول، ونشر نقاط وصول واي فاي عالية السرعة مخفضة التكلفة داخل معسكر ماك، وبالتعاون مع ميتا باستخدام التيراغراف انتجريتد اكسس باك هول، ومع الهيئة السعودية للاتصالات والفضاء والتكنولوجيا CST. يمثل هذا المشروع التجريبي نموذجا لكيفية استخدام طيف الترددات العالية غير المرخصة بشكل فعال للاتصال بشكل موثوق وبأسلوب سهل في المواقع النائية. إنها خطوة إلى الأمام في سد الفجوة الرقمية Digital Divide وتوصيل الغير متصلين أو Connecting the Unconnected and Underconnected.
Yes, everywhere in camp we can connect, and the speed is very excellent everywhere there. You can connect everywhere in our camp.
Yeah, so far it's okay. It's working fine out when you are outside the country.
So yeah, just in conclusion, the same paradigm has been used actually to connect also one island in the Red Sea. As you know, there is quite a bit of development on the Red Sea, on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, with many construction sites. Some of the islands are 15, 19 kilometers away. It's very expensive to connect them, especially when they are still in a construction mode via fiber optic or undersea cables. And the same approach using free space optic analysis spectrum plus maybe Wi-Fi access point at the receiver end can bring connectivity to this construction site. And finally, I would like also to mention the very strong connection between this kind of work and another very important aspect was highlighted yesterday in the opening remarks is resilience. Those of us who live in a very well-connected environment, we tend to forget that this connectivity can be lost overnight due to any kind of natural disaster, and investing in this kind of technology would allow us to deploy these kind of network on demand when needed, when we are subject to these kind of disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zalwini. We see here that a very, I would say strange, but it's not the right word, but unusual cooperation between the university and the territory in which it operates that seems to me very interesting, that, and is a model that could be eventually replicated elsewhere. So very, very interesting example, and thank you for this.
Thank you.
Now we remain in the Asia region, but we move a little bit easter. And we go to Pakistan. We have with us Ms. Syeda Shafaq Karim, that is director of the Pakistan Telecom Authority in charge of wireless. And the experience that you will present us concerns gender, because of course there is a problem of gender. We have seen yesterday the statistics provided by the host country about the gender gap in internet, and you are trying to make something concrete in your country. Can you explain how we are doing it in maximum 7 minutes, if possible? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much to PNMA team and Giacomo. Yes, in Pakistan, as you have already explained, that you have moved towards more of the eastern side. So Pakistan is located in one of the most important socio-economic region of the South Asia. So here in Pakistan, we are having a huge population of 250 million. And we are currently reaching around 200 million because we are currently standing at 196 million mobile users in the country. So out of this population of 250 million, we, the women, are making 50% of the total population. But when it comes to the numbers of mobile usage, there we see that there is a huge gap, which is being explained through my slides. And if I'm allowed to share my screen, I'll be presenting you quickly through the digital gender inclusion strategy, which is one of the, you can say, the most implementing kind of strategy for reducing this gender gap, and for which the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority has taken lead to bring all the public and private stakeholders together and collaborate with each other to truly reduce the gap and create a difference in this regard. So I'll be sharing my screen and getting it over in 7 minutes, hopefully. So here we go. Yeah. So I'll be quickly taking you through the digital gender inclusion strategy which Pakistan Telecommunication Authority has developed to tackle with this very critical aspect of the telecommunication connectivity, which is equally important for men and women of the society to make a society digital as a whole. So for this holistic approach, we can see some of the legislative and policy environment which is already in place in Pakistan. But you can see starting from the Constitution of Pakistan and then moving towards the 2030 agenda, all of them are highlighting and creating an enabling environment for women. And with the recent Pakistan's 5 E's framework, here we can see that along with the exports and e-Pakistan, energy, environment, and climate change, we see that equity and empowerment is one of the government's focus area where we need to work together to make our women to play a role in digitalization of the country as a whole and for improvement of the socio-economic sector of the country. So when we talk in terms of the digital gender gap in Pakistan, here we see that we are improving on the numbers from 2022 to 2024. And starting with the mobile internet awareness, here we see that the gap was actually 30% in 2018, which has been reduced to 2% in 2024. That means that awareness is being created through some of the strategic steps which have been taken by all the stakeholders and duly initiated by the government sector itself. Then if we talk in terms of the mobile ownership, there we see that there is a huge gap, and that is actually because of the socio norms of the country, where we see that males are usually taking over the responsibility of all the females to have their mobile or their SIM ownerships also. So, and while talking about the mobile internet users, here we also see that there is a gap of 38%, which is a huge gap, and we all are looking forward to reduce this gap as early as possible to allow the women of the country to play their roles for the digitalization of the countries. Then if we talk in terms of similarly the social media usage and branchless banking, there are also huge numbers which we are working together to improve this number. So if we talk in terms of the coverage gap, we can see that there are certain studies from GSMA as well, where coverage gap is being replaced by usage gap now, that most of the areas are already having the mobile broadband coverage, but the people are not using it for their benefit, and there are no usage of the internet in a meaningful manner. So if we see that around 38% of the global population that live within the footprint of the mobile broadband network, but they are not using it. So here we see that the 38% of this global population is usually a part of the global population which is female based, which is women. So to tackle with this whole issue, PTA has taken lead for developing a digital gender inclusion initiative, and we started with identifying the basic challenges which we had and generate some innovative ideas to bridge the digital divide, and then formulate a concrete plan with some specific actionable items for gender mainstreaming. As a telecom regulator, we decided to liaison with partner organizations to implement joint projects aimed at bridging the digital gender divide. So we hashtagged our aim with the name of Her Digital Pakistan, as we are all moving towards digitalization of the country. And yesterday there was a Digital Nation Bill, which was already also passed in the country. So Her Digital Pakistan will focus more on the females' participation for the same. So as we collaborated with various stakeholders, initially there was a former Alliance for Affordable Internet, we had to react in a manner with the rights, education, access, content, and targets, which we had to meet for reducing this gender gap for usage of ICTs. Then we decided to collaborate and identify with some of the areas with the existing telecom operators, where Etisalat owned PTCL and Jazz, a WION-owned company, Zong, a China mobile company, Telenor, Norway-based company, and then SEO. We joined hands with them for different project areas like basic digital skills, entrepreneurship trainings, and awareness campaigns, e-sehat and e-education, and some disability inclusion as well for including them also for the usage of telecom, and then financial inclusion and gender inclusion policies at company level. Online safety and security campaigns were also one of our main agenda, and then some digital ICT lab for females and enhancing the female subscriber base for mobile broadband usage. So internationally, we collaborated with some international organizations. We became a partner with International Telecommunication Union by pledging with Partner to Connect for the digital gender inclusion strategy development, which we delivered to ITU in the last working year, and its first implementation has already been started. Then GSM Association has been part of us, and we have developed a mobile internet skills training toolkit in our national language, which is Urdu, and that is being used to disseminate the information and awareness of the females in rural areas of the country. Then we partnered with Alliance for Affordable Internet for creating this sensitization as a process for all, including everybody around, and different government and private sectors. And then UNESCO, which was definitely our strategy building partner, and it supported us technically as well and financially for development of this strategy. And I'm sure that here is a website short for you. This is a telecom regulator website, the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority. Here on the right end, you can see that on the main page, you'll find a link for gender inclusion and ICTs. And there are certain aspects. The strategy itself is available. Then there is a video clip which you can play and see about the digital initiatives and our international collaborations and how do we celebrate International Women's Day and the different press releases. This is just going to educate some of the regional countries who can also get some experience from our lessons, and they can also follow the same for their benefit. Then for International Women's Day, we usually follow the theme and create some different awareness campaigns and messages through social media and through print media, electronic media as well. We're coming about the digital gender inclusion strategy. The best part of this strategy is that we connect with all the public and private stakeholders, and we have brought some technical advisory bodies who are working internationally and globally. They are making an impact, a positive impact for helping such countries like us with which Pakistan is struggling for reducing the gender gap. The key pillars on which the strategy is based is affordability, improving digital skills, creating awareness, safety and security, access, and gender disaggregated data. And because all the themes and all the reports are based on the gender disaggregated data, which still remains a challenge from the supply side and demand side as well. Then understanding local context was very important for us while development of this strategy. We integrated gender perspective in policy initiatives and addressing key barriers. And the final approach, that was the collaboration with stakeholders, because we believe that without it, we cannot be able to manage a comprehensive or holistic approach. So to create this strategy, we adopted many themes like public perception surveys. We conducted the IVR surveys with the assistance of our telecom operators. We had then GSMA consumer survey as well. Multi-stakeholder workshops were conducted, expert interviews, and all these details are available on my website, from which you can have a look and get further details and insights. And there were certain online surveys as well. And after all the survey and development, we see that there were certain barriers and challenges. And one of the most important was the fear of the unknown, that is the safety and security concerns which the females had for using internet, and some of the male members of the society also had that women, it is not safe for the women to use internet and it could be some harmful for them. Then there was no positive awareness and positive perception about use of internet. And device and service affordability and gender disaggregated data, another challenge, digital literacy and local content, infrastructure and access, and patriarchal controls within the family, that women were not allowed to make use of internet and mobile services for their meaningful access, and lack of stakeholder collaboration. That was also one of the biggest challenge and barrier which was identified while after data collection. So in this strategy, we have developed the Pakistan Digital Gender Inclusion Forum, which gives a 3 years action plan. And we have distributed the work in 6 working groups. Working group on research and data collection, a working group on affordability, working group on access of ICTs for women, working group on safety and security, then a working group on women's digital literacy, and working group on inclusion. And they're led by the leading public organizations and duly supported by the private organizations, telecom sector, and international technical advisory bodies.
Thank you.
I am aware that we have very little of time, so there were certain key conclusions. You can quickly go through it. And I will come to the areas of collaboration, but for which we can see that for affordable connectivity, we need to look at the collaboration areas on which we can work together with the private sector and other bodies to make a positive and meaningful impact for the women to play their role. And thank you very much. You can find the strategy on PTA's website.
Thank you very much.
Stop sharing. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Sure. That's wonderful. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I tried to wrap it up a bit quickly, but it was a huge work. And so I took maybe
we will propose you for the marathon at the Olympics, marathon in slide readings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saida, for that wonderful work that you guys are doing in closing the digital gap, particularly on the areas of gender. Now, we're going to move to Mr. Martin Sepa, Senior ICT Analyst, and also ICT Data and Analytical Division. That's from the ITU. And we also want to thank you also for the work ITU is doing across the globe to ensure that they close in this gap. And you are welcome, Mr. Sepa.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure. I have slides that should be coming on, maybe.
Yes, can we get the slides for Mr. Martin?
So last year at this session at the IGF, I spoke about a product that we had started a few months before on promoting and measuring universally meaningful connectivity. It really came into full swing this year, so I'm actually going to give you an update of that project. So, I have a bit of a problem because I cannot see my own slide. If you can see the next slide, please. They're not on the... Can they project it on the Zoom as well? And can I have the next slide, please? Okay. Yes. That one. Thank you. So we define universal and meaningful connectivity, the possibility for everyone to enjoy a safe, satisfying, enriching, productive online experience at an affordable cost. So meaningful for us is not what you do with it, but that you can use it whenever you want to for a reasonable price. So we already heard the importance of data, and that's basically also the core of the product, bringing the data to the policymakers and the other way around. Evidence is really crucial in all of this, and at the ITU we've been measuring basically ever since the existence of ITU, which is more than 150 years ago. So we have a long tradition of data and a lot of data. So I'm going to show you a few data from our publication, Facts and Figures, that came out less than a month ago. And now I lose them on the Zoom again. So It was mentioned by Doreen yesterday in the opening session. 5.5 million people are online, but 2.6 billion people are not using the internet yet, about 1/3 of the population. If we look at this region in the Arab states, it's a little bit around the global average. 70% of people are using, 30% are not, but the real gap, as you can see here, is in Africa, where only 38% of the population is online. And in most other regions, except for Asia, we're approaching already universal usage, especially Europe and Americas. Now, we also, this morning already, it came up a little bit, the difference between the coverage cap and the usage cap. So the usage cap is people not using, the coverage cap is people not being able to even connect to a mobile network. So here we see it, and again, they're gone on the Zoom, so I have to turn around. We can see that, especially in the high-income countries, we're already at 84% of 5G. And then if you move to low-income countries, there's almost no 5G, and even half of the population doesn't have 4G yet. And even 20% of the population doesn't even have any mobile broadband network at all. So there's a big infrastructure gap, especially in the low-income countries, as we heard before as well. Affordability is also a very important barrier for people to go online. So even if the infrastructure is there, you need to spend some part of your monthly income to get a signal. And we can see that mobile is affordable in most regions of the world, being less than 1%, sometimes less than 2% of someone's monthly income, except in Africa, where it's 4%. Fixed broadband, on the other hand, even if there is a signal, in some regions of the world, it's completely unaffordable. 13% of one's income to spend on a fixed broadband connection, which may not even be that good, is of course a lot of money. So that's we have a lot of data. We also have data on the gender gap, on the urban-rural gap, on the age gap, on traffic. So there's a lot of other data and more data in our publication. So I really encourage you to go there. So how do we bring this to the policymakers? Because data is crucial and policymakers need to be aware of the data, and policymakers also need to inform us, the statistician, which data we need. So to promote and measure universal and meaningful connectivity, we got funding from the EU, a 3 million euro global project for 3 years to promote and measure universal and meaningful connectivity. Officially, it started on the 1st of May, but by the time we got everything in motion and we hired people to put it in place, we were a few months later. But in 2024, this year, we really have undertaken a lot of work. So there's basically 4 work streams leading to 4 outputs and eventually, hopefully, impacts. We have an advocacy work stream leading to an increased awareness of the whole concept. Data collection and dissemination, which is really what we do at the ITU. This is our bread and butter. Capacity building to enhance statistical capacity and also the awareness to measure UMC, and research, but eventually should lead to better policies for achieving UMC. So on the advocacy part, I mean, that's something I'm doing here at the moment. So to spread the word, go to all kind of events inside the UN, outside of the UN. We have our own World Telecom Indicator Symposium. There's a G20 and lots of other events. UMC is already mentioned in the UN Digital Global Compact. It's taken up by the G20, where there's now guidelines on measuring UMC. And then we are also active on social media, etc. Data collection and dissemination, as I said, this is really the heart of the work that we are doing, and that's also our strength. We developed a set of targets that are part of the UN Secretary General roadmap for digital cooperation. We have our own website, but we also now have a dashboard where we have data on those targets for all countries in the world, where you can compare where your country is or how countries doing compared with each other, or how indicators doing compared with other indicators, etc. We have an online course on the collection and use of UMC indicators. Of course, this is also a capacity building part, a manual and price data. And we're starting to use secondary data sources, big data, etc., to support UMC measurement. The capacity building part, which is also an important part of the project, we're basically going to all the regions in the world, region by region, and there we bring together the users and the producers of the statistics from each of the countries of the region, so that at the end of the workshop there's a solid understanding of the concept of UMC, a greater awareness of the critical role of data in policy making, and the ability to advocate for investment in data infrastructure capabilities, eventually leading to an improved capacity to produce reliable data on UMC, which are then being used in the policy process of the countries. So we had workshops already in the Caribbean, here in the Arab States, and in the CIS region. As we speak, there's a workshop in Bangkok going on. Next year, we're going to Africa, both Francophone, Anglophone, the Pacific, and Latin America. And finally, research. In 2022, we had the Global Connectivity Report. And in the framework of the project, we're going to do another report every year for the next 3 years. So the next report, we're planning to bring it out probably somewhere in the second or the third quarter of 2025. And then also some smaller regional and thematic analysis. So really, this was in a nutshell the product and the data. That there's a wealth more. There's 2 links there on the slide. If you just Google ITU data, then you get on a website and you can find everything. So with that, I hand back to the moderator and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martin. I remember for everybody that this project is already in our repository on the website and will be updated, so you will find all this precious information. As Vint was mentioning at the beginning, measuring is essential if we want to be sure that you are doing the right thing. So we have another set of tools that can help in this. The next experience will be about Latin America, so we shift from continent to another. We have a video of Mr. Oscar Leon, that is the Secretary General of CITEL, the telecommunication organization. Can I ask the regie, the control room, to send the video, please? Can we have the video, Mr. Leon, from CITEL? And then, okay. No? Yeah. And then we will change a little bit the program because we are quite late, so we will try to make our best.
Hello, it is Oscar Leon, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Telecommunication Commission, CITEL. We are proud to present this transformative initiative as a global best practice in using ICTs to improve lives and empower rural and underserved areas. Through initiative, policy reforms, and forward-thinking telecommunications regulations, CITEL has bridged the digital divide in Latin America and the Caribbean. Guided by 21 impactful OES General Assembly guidelines, the initiative includes tailored country diagnostics, strategic roadmaps, and an observatory to ensure effective implementation. By optimizing universal service funds, fostering public-private partnerships, eliminating regulatory barriers, and adopting innovative technologies, CITEL enhanced access to the internet, education, and essential services, driving social, economic, and cultural progress in vulnerable communities. These efforts showcase a powerful example of impactful and inclusive change deserving recognition. Give me a moment, I want to share my screen just to show you some details. Well, the digital inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean, exacerbated by outdated and inefficient regulatory policies limits the economic, social, and educational development of the region, perpetuating inequities in key areas such as education, employment, and health. This is compounded by collateral issues such as high internet costs, lack of political interest, digital skills, and deficient infrastructure, which hinder the implementation of new technologies, the entry of new players, and aid in disconnected areas, limiting digital transformation. These 21 guidelines serve as blueprint for progress, encompassing in-depth diagnostics of country-specific needs, the development of strategic roadmaps with short, medium, and long-term objectives, and the establishment of a dedicated observatory to monitor and validate implementation. Key measures includes optimizing the use of universal service funds to enhance connectivity, fostering public-private partnerships to drive information, innovation, and investment, removing regulatory barriers that hinder access, and promoting the adoption of cutting-edge technologies. These actions directly improve the quality of life for rural populations, fostering their social, economic, and cultural well-being, and fundamentally transforming communities. Moreover, CITEL's Management Observatory plays a pivotal role in supervising and adapting the execution of projects, policies, and regulations. This ensures that efforts remain aligned to create equitable opportunities for access to the internet, education, and essential services in the most vulnerable regions, effectively narrowing the digital gap and fostering inclusive development. The technical support provided by the CITEL Secretariat in Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, Panama, Colombia, Paraguay, and now in Bolivia, has generated significant progress, including the reform of laws and regulations to measure the impact of solutions and facilitate rural digital transformation projects, as well as the promotion of inclusive public policies that prioritize gender equity and essential services in rural or underserved areas. Additionally, the sharing of technological infrastructure has been encouraged to expand coverage and improve affordability, and community telecommunication networks have been promoted to reduce the digital divide. Furthermore, legal and regulatory frameworks have been updated to maximize social well-being, improve the quality of telecommunication services, and stimulate investment in remote areas. The actions taken have achieved greater social inclusion in rural or hard-to-reach areas, connecting communities through self-sustaining systems, which reduces the digital divide in the Americas. It has decreased forced migration by enabling local job creation, facilitated access to funds for new community networks, and promoted technological adoption with access to basic services. Additionally, public-private investment in telecommunication has been encouraged, improving quality of life, economic, social, and cultural development, as well as access to essential services such as health and education. Reducing the digital divide and connecting disconnected rural areas has required neutral technical support, focused on the implementation of effective public policies and regulatory reforms in the short, medium, and long term. It has been essential to foster multi-sectoral collaboration among governments, private companies, NGOs, and local communities, developing sustainable business models and integrating flexible public policies that attract investment in telecommunications. Additionally, it has required a governmental commitment to modernize legal framework and make significant investment in infrastructure to drive inclusive and sustainable digital transformations.
Okay, thank you very much for this contribution. As you have seen, When we move to the regional scale, the problems are different, but also the solutions are different and can be possible. We have a concrete example there. We make a change of a schedule because we are running late. So I will give immediately the floor to our two remote moderators, Roberto and Judith. Could you tell us if there are questions from remote before to go to the room? And in the meantime, I ask people that in the room want to intervene to go to the podium over there in order to give them the floor, if any. Thank you. Judith, Roberto?
Hello? Yes. We don't necessarily have questions in the room, but there was one question we had here is that people were asking about corruption and that is there any, let me just get the question, hold on a minute. They wanted to know about, let me just get it. Hold on. There's, yeah, what's the impact of, because as we have the digitalization, we have a reduction in corruption issues, and wanted to ask some questions about that because they wanted to see how that is factored into the discussions that we're having.
Okay, thank you. I don't see people in the room moving to the podium, so we can start. We cannot see very well because we have the light just in front of us. But okay, so I think we can start.
No, we still have time. If there's anyone that would like to contribute with a question, we have, as Giacomo said, the two podiums to my left and
okay,
right.
but in the meantime, we can start to ask to answer to this question. I think that this is a question for Ms. Sieda, because is, in your experience as a regulator, the fact to move digital has improved to reduce the corruption has been useful? Transparency in procedures and digitalization? Thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. Regarding the corruption aspect, we at Pakistan, we have obviously seen definite change in terms of digitalization in relation to the corruption, because as soon as the processes go online, there is very less room for making any manipulations or any kind of things which could be more unclear and untransparent. And if I talk about one of the digital systems that Pakistan has recently introduced is the public procurement system, through which we buy everything online, whether it is the procurement of services, whether it is the procurement of goods. So all the services which are bought online, they have to pass through certain procedures through an automated system, which is called as electronic procurement and disposal system. And through this system, all the things are streamlined and automated. Nobody can make any changes in between. So we believe that making things automated or creating an online setup for the same, it not only expedites the process, but also adds transparency to the system. So this can definitely lead to a reduction in the corruption processes, which are no doubt there in every country. So this is how we feel as a regulator. And apart from that, we have already developed some online systems for procurement of selling of licenses and issuance of licenses, and then some tower clearance procedures. They are also being automated in the country. So this makes the processes more efficient. They are concluded in a timely manner, and they have become more transparent. People are more aware about their application statuses. And apart from that, in a very near future, Pakistan is working on the right-of-way automation system also. and that will be creating a one-stop shop for the people who want to have right-of-way for the telecom infrastructure, and that can also reduce the hassles for procuring the right-of-way issues and such things. So the automation and digitalization is definitely a catalyst for reducing corruption in itself. This is how we think about it as a regulator.
Thank you so much. We do have one other question, and this is from Omar Farouk. He says, considering the increasing use of biometric data for online verification, how can we ensure the security and privacy of young people's sensitive information, especially in countries with limited data protection laws? And what role does international policy frameworks play in setting global standards?
Okay, and we have a question from the floor, please.
Hear me?
Yes, you can go.
Thank you. This is Samo Grasic from ICTP Italy. I have a question about if you're actually collecting any metrics about the let's say, Starlink constellation. And the provider that are providing now with the satellite. So, because my concern is that, what I'm seeing is that more and more people, especially like living in remote areas, are actually depending on this constellation. And what concerns me is that there will be so many population actually relying on one commercial company. It's going to be basically providing the internet. And as well, if they decide to raise the price and this will not become affordable, what will the effects? Especially in relation as governments might lose the interest to build a local infrastructure due to the very good and fast internet services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that this question addressed to everybody, but specifically to government representative. Do you think that your Lithuanian experience, so I bring in the spot Ms. Lina from Lithuania, the representative of the government. You are dealing with these two issues.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. They are really very good ones. From the government perspective, of course, government have to take a really active role in providing, well, both connectivity, but also meaningful access in terms of skills, in terms of programs, in terms of standards. From the Lithuanian government perspective, I have to say that in terms of physical infrastructure or connectivity, we really laid down a very strong foundation for digital inclusion. We have developed a fiber broadband internet which reaches 90% of households and 95% of population has access already to 5G. For the remote area, we used mobile internet solution which really helps to connect people where fiber broadband could be difficult. However, coming back to standards and coming back to real challenges for meaningful access, I have to say that real challenge is equipping all citizens and particularly vulnerable groups with skills and confidence to navigate the digital world. And here we apply a number of measures. I don't know if I have another chance to talk about elderly people.
When we finish the question answer, I think that still we have another question. Mary, please.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Mary Uduma. I'm from Nigeria, and I belong to a group that is passionate about meaningful and community networks. We realize that in most countries and climes, the Universal Access Fund is being collected, and millions of dollars had been collected. I don't know whether there's an example, a use case example or experience on how to deploy this or activate these funds that are accumulated to be able to provide connectivity to the rural and the underserved. That's one bit. The second bit is which strategy works. Is it the commercial strategy of connecting the unconnected or the social strategy of connecting the unconnected? I would like any of you to share with us what has happened in your own environment, because our community needs digital justice. And if we are to provide digital justice for our people, we should look at, would the commercial strategy work? The CITA used, I think CITA, or the last person that the video, they were talking about public-private partnership. Is it working better, or do we look at the social strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Can I ask Alaji, not as co-moderator, but as in his role of a member of the African Union Parliament? I think that this kind of problem that has been mentioned by the last two persons that intervened from the floor are your daily bread at the African Parliament. How you deal with that?
Yes, thank you very much. You are quite right, Madam Uduma. In fact, there are countries in Africa that are actually collecting the Universal Service Access Fund, but yet still they are unable to provide to the low income and also to the underprivileged. However, there are also countries that actually are using it, for example, for community networks. For example, when you go to Tanzania, they have very good examples on community networks. Now, the other question deals with the first person that asked the question about competition, for example. You realize that in most African countries now, governments actually are moving away from privately owning telecom companies. Now they are open up to the private sector, which means, for example, if you go to the Gambia, which is one of the smallest countries in Africa, you have 4 or 5 different telephone companies. The government actually has, but the private sector actually are more. Now, if you look at even the broadband that we provide, you will see that the majority of it is actually controlled by the private sector. And I think this trend is seen in Nigeria, is seen in Ghana, in South Africa. So governments actually are controlling less the telecom sector, but the private sector are coming more and more and more to control. And I think that is quite good in the sense that it's going to create competition, and it's also going to ensure that the prices actually are not hogged by by only one company. So the more companies you have, the better the competition. And I think the trend going on now in Africa is that the private sector are getting more and more into the telecom sector and also in the provision of broadband across the continent.
Thank you. We have another question in the floor, please.
No.
And then we close because we have the other speakers to go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. Appreciate your efforts and wish you all the success. It's not a question, it's a suggestion. I'm Dr. Nermeen Salim, the Secretary General of Creators Union of Arab ICASID Consultative Status. And as expert in intellectual property, I suggest to include the intellectual property in the global measurements taken to include all in the digital environment. And we are, as an organization concerned with intellectual property, we have launched as a platform to protect intellectual property in the digital area. So I hope to include this idea in the global measurement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Yes, we count on your written contribution that will be included in the final report of the policy network. Thank you very much. So we have to be very short, unfortunately. So talent, can you bring one of the experience that could be interesting answering also to the question that we have listened till now? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Giacomo. Here I'm wearing my new hat of a policy advocacy advisor of GDIP, Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, and I'm really happy that the organization GDIP has participated actively in working for the Pakistan's gender digital transformation strategy. GDIP is currently working on an initiative called Women in Digital Economy Fund on closing the gender digital gap, and I'm very happy that yesterday at the plenary all of the speakers highlighted the importance of this issue. And one of the core areas for closing the gender digital divide and digital divide in general is access to relevant tools and products and content. And I'd like to bring one example of how we are providing access to weather tools, climate monitoring tools and data for rural communities using IoT LoRaWAN technologies in Central Asia. And just to give you a brief background, I come from Kyrgyzstan, which is a mountainous landlocked country in Central Asia, and it's part of what is called the third pole, largest water reserves outside of North and South poles. And if you look at the NASA statistics that they've been tracing since the 1950s, the biggest climate change has been happening in Central Asia. And what that means is the glaciers, which are storing all this fresh water, are melting rapidly. And this water feeds a quarter of the global population. At the same time, together with water shortage, there are increasing number of disasters happening. And to be able to monitor and to help populations, especially in rural areas, to be better prepared for disaster risks, we launched this project together with ISOC Foundation, Internet Society Kyrgyz chapter, and ICTP in Trieste to monitor climate using new technologies. And today in Kyrgyzstan, for example, there are only 80 weather stations for a population of 8 million. And that means that the accuracy of weather data, especially in rural communities, is not very strong. And thus the communities may not be aware of potential disasters accumulating in the area. And this project that uses IoT, Internet of Things, sensors, and LoRaWAN technology, communication technology that can send data to hundreds of kilometers, theoretically, if you have a clear line of sight, could help improve the situation. Using this technology, you can install these sensors high in the mountains to monitor glaciers or mountain lakes. You can install them in mud flow or flood potential areas. You can put them under the ground to monitor temperature of the soil and the moisture. You can put them in the water. So there are many uses, and we've been testing this technology in Central Asia, and we are really happy that this technology has proven to be viable. We tested them together with ordinary stations to see if the data correlates with the big weather stations. It actually does. Plus, you can have more uses for these sensors, not just for climate monitoring, but also for smart agriculture, wildlife monitoring. And here we have a colleague from Finland, Samo, who is also doing this kind of projects in Finland, monitoring deers. And this brings me to conclusion of my presentation is the next steps. So we'd like to be able to also monitor wildlife. And you know, it's in Central Asia we have snow leopards, so we'd like to use for that. And as for the reindeer, you know, the New Year holidays are coming up, and Santa Claus, if we believe in Santa, should be able to deliver all the goods to the children. And the scientists from, I think, Sweden decided that Santa should be located in Kyrgyzstan to be able to deliver the gifts to all the children in the world. And there is a mountain peak in Kyrgyzstan called Peak Dankova, from which it's the longest line of sight in the world, 550 kilometers into a mountain peak in China called Hindutak. And last year we've been discussing with Professor Slim and other colleagues at ICTP that we should be able to establish a link between these two peaks and see if science and these technologies are indeed possible to connect these kind of locations. And these are some of the next steps for our project. Other applications that we are planning to do is using all this data that these weather stations will collect and apply machine learning. There is a concept called tiny machine learning which could help us to monitor and potentially forecast disaster risks. So this is quickly, very briefly about this project, but I'll be happy to expand more later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sultan. Thank you very much, Talan Sultanov. We move to Lina Viltrakini, Ambassador at Large for Economic and Digital Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Lithuania. You can have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And in my first intervention, I referred already to the role of the government in bridging gaps, bridging digital gaps. And I would like to focus a little bit on the digital skills for the elderly, how to ensure digital inclusion of the elderly people. And here, the government has to allocate some. Well, from Lithuanian experience, I can share that the government has to allocate specific resources for this purpose. In our case, we recently just invested 2 million euros for specifically to improve the digital skills of socially vulnerable groups, and in particular elderly people and residents of remote residential areas. The government has to set clear tasks, clear targets. For example, in Lithuania, by 2030, we aim to equip 80% of adults with the skills to perform everyday digital tasks. And also by the same year, we provide 100 of key public services online in a public sector. So with these ambitious tasks, indeed, the governments alone cannot achieve them, so we need to involve all the society. We need to involve other public institutions, academic institutions, private sector, civil society, and I would like to share with you one example from Lithuania. We have such an initiative called No One Left Behind, which was launched more than a year ago by the Communications Regulatory Authority of Lithuania, and it particularly focuses on improving digital skills among seniors. And well, as I'm lacking time, so I will be very brief, just presenting that with this initiative, we managed to grow a very robust public and private partnership. That answers the question that was raised from the floor. In our case, it involves more than 140 collaborators, including state authorities, private sector, municipalities, media, and others. And we call this initiative now All Lithuania's Project. And the main results of this project are that during 1 year, seminars were held at 18 third-age universities, remote seminars reaching rural areas through digital platforms like Senior World or Zoom. We established partnerships with 33 municipalities who were supporting by providing facilities to the elderly people. The initiative trained 3,500 seniors and 1,500 school children, addressing different issues, including like cyber threats and fraud prevention. And that is very important because that also builds confidence of these people on digital world. And well, 40 municipalities involved, broadcasters, and so on and so on. And further on, next year, we plan to expand this project and also train other vulnerable groups, such as jobless and socially isolated people. And well, perhaps as a last remark is that I would like to mention that it's very, very important for all the projects, for all the stakeholders involved in bridging the gaps to be close to those with whom you are working. So be as close as possible, be it libraries in the case of Lithuania, be it postal offices, in the case of Kenya, where we have a project of our company working on providing trainings and skills to elderly people there, be it banks like in Estonia or any other places, community hubs, which are very close to those in need.
Thank you very much. It's interesting to see that what you say is very near to what Mary from Nigeria was saying. So we need to build through communities. And in order to reach the communities, our last speaker is Bobby Bedi. There is a question of identity, cultural identity. You can build the communities, keep the communities around their identities. And audiovisual media are an important way to build this identity fields, feelings. What is your experience? What are you doing in this?
Thank you very much. I think being the last person to speak gives you the chance of being a disruptor, and I was going to show you some beautiful pictures of the work that I'm doing in the region, but I think given the time, this is better just to say what I have to say. See, the main thing is, let's look at the two words we've been discussing, meaningful and access. I think the most meaningful is an adjective. Access is the main word, and the reason that we have access, frankly, is because the world is obsessed with engagement and entertainment. The reason we have internet, the reason for the existence of internet is of the intense desire of humanity to engage and entertain. I don't necessarily mean entertainment in terms of, dancing and singing. It's any intertwining of people, any mixing of people as entertainment. Now, I'm in the business of telling stories. I think the internet exists because people like to tell stories and listen to stories. That's why people subscribe, and we thrive on each other's stories. And whenever we have a moment, we use it to engage and entertain. So for me, the four words follow in that order: engage, entertain, inform, educate. It's very difficult to just jump to the last two. That's the process. That's why the guard outside my house, that's why the child working with my working help, my friends, everybody has internet. It's because of those reasons. Now that we have it, what can we do with it? And that's the first part of the word, which is meaningful. And there I can tell you that in India, where we have 1 billion, almost a billion people who have internet access. It's a percentage, it is still not the largest in the world or anything, but a billion people is a billion people. It's connections. Half of them are urban, half of them are rural. All of them access the internet. Most of them do it through a smartphone. And all of them use it to engage and entertain. But in this process, what has happened is, whether it is crop prices, whether it's market, whether it's weather conditions, whether it is health, whether it is COVID regulation, all of it is the benefit that you're getting. And just recently, Delhi has had a huge air pollution problem. Every single school shifted to doing classes on, and there was children doing their classes on the phone. And you know what? It was working. It was something new had happened, and they were actually sitting in their uniforms, in their little rooms, and actually attending class. So for me, it's very important to keep focusing on this aspect of engagement and people meeting and talking to each other, and then all of the agencies and the government and all of them take advantage and then are able to make it more meaningful in many ways. But there again, I think that even that is meaningful. Even the emotional support that it gives you, even the social support that it gives you, makes it meaningful. It's not just medical meaningfulness or weather or anything. All these things are meaningful. Now, I'll just come to the last bit, which is what I'm doing in this region. Now, this, especially the country that we're in, Saudi Arabia, entertainment is in reality 2 years old. I mean, it started 5-6 years ago with the opening up of entertainment. But then COVID came, etc. And then, so it's really 2 to 3 years old. It's already, in terms of cinemas, this is 60% of the Arab box office. That was the hunger you saw. Now here what we are doing is we are trying to bridge a very major time gap. We are bringing the old fables, the mystical stories. We are bringing in Shakespeare, relocating it in situations where it is relevant in Jeddah, like setting Macbeth in a Jeddah story, etc. We are bringing these stories to them so that they engage with each other. And if they engage, you use the form, you use the connection to educate, to inform, to improve their health, to improve their mental balance, and all of that. And I think it's a relationship that we need to nurture and keep between the entertainment and the meaningfulness of it. So I think really the last thing is that for the internet to be meaningful, it needs to all encompass and it needs to engage first, it needs to entertain first. It will inform and educate. And then lastly also, let's not forget the role of advertising, which none of us really like, but it funds the entire process. And it makes a lot of what we're trying to do possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. We have to go to a close, so Alajid.
Yeah, thank you very much for that wonderful conversation. We are really running out of time, and I will suggest my co-facilitator, we give them maybe 30 seconds each to see really what we need to do generally, because I think Mr. Sefa has given very, very good data, and data is very important in what we do nowadays. And again, we have seen the linkage with the university, public university, working with the private to be able to provide. So we want to give you each maybe 30 seconds just to give us in very clear and straightforward term, what do you think we need to do to help, close this gap, to shrink it, so that the underprivileged can actually be connected?
Yes, thank you. So I think from my perspective and hearing all what has been said during this panel, clearly there is an opportunity to establish strong collaboration between private for investment and managing this project, public to sector to facilitate regulation, but also academia, universities to bring innovation and research and try to make this technology more affordable and more accessible.
Thank you. Data is absolutely critical and crucial, especially on socioeconomic backgrounds to measure all the digital divides. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data, so it's very, very important that countries around the world invest in data capabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sieda is still with us online. If she wants to say 30 seconds, if not, we will go to a close because we are already late. So thank you very much for being with us. You have listened to 8 different models to make meaningful the access, from the entertainment to talking with the families, to teaching to the elder, to protect life through early warning system, through university cooperation with the territory, and through statistical measures in order to know what exactly to do. So I thank you everybody for being with us, so patient, and sorry for the next session that we are taking some time to them. But I think that was a passionate travel around the globe to understand how we can better behave for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, we want to also thank our consultant, Daphne, on this very important program, because she worked day and night to ensure she put the team together, and also she put all the documentations. So we want to thank her very much, and we also thank the audience, as well as our co-facilitators, Zambrana and Linda. Thank you all very, 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 very much for being with us today. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, Sabal Khair. I want to say a special welcome to everyone who has joined us for this session. We promise to have a very riveting discussion about a very important topic. I'm Marlene Cuellar, and I'm going to be your moderator for today. And of course, today's session is all about protecting children's rights in the digital world. Now, I know many of us, whether we want to admit it or not, our childhood was distinctly different. Communication meant landlines. You couldn't hide any communication you were having. Dial-up internet would announce to everybody that you were logging on online. And so protection mechanisms and safety were very different when we were growing up. But today's landscape is dramatically different. And the protection of children's rights now becomes even more complicated when we're talking about children living and growing up in a digital sphere. So our conversation today, I'll be joined by a very esteemed panel to be able to share some thoughts about what the current situation is, what the plans are in terms of developing safety mechanisms, and of course, hearing their own interpretation of what needs to be done and by whom. Some of the things that we hope to cover is understanding the current digital landscape for children and their rights in the digital world, identifying the main challenges and risks in protecting children's rights in the digital world, explore technological solutions that can safeguard children's digital rights and the role of education, examine regulatory frameworks and policies, and promote comprehensive and collaborative approach among all stakeholders. So let me introduce you to our esteemed panel for today. His Excellency, Mr. Sofiane Hemisi, Minister of Communication Technologies in Tunisia. Dr. Sarah Al-Faisal, Member of the Human Rights Commission, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Eugene Kaspersky, CEO Kaspersky. Mr. Syed Munir Kasru, Chairman of the Institute for Policy, Advocacy and Governance. Ms. Dipali Liberhan, Global Director of Safety Policy Meta. Professor Mohammed Quran Khan, King Saud University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency, Mr. Andrei Zarinin, Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media, Russia. Yes, welcome. We're all here. Let's get seated. So as everyone gets settled, I want to be able to say welcome once again to all of you who are joining us live in this session, and also to those of you who are tuned in online. Child protection is, of course, a very important topic to many of you who are parents, and of course, those who are simply concerned about the future for our children. So everyone is settled in? Let's get started. All right, so one of the first things to establish in this conversation is knowing from both your experience and from the work that you do what's the current digital landscape for children? What does it look like? And what are some of the most urgent threats that they face? Let's start off with Mr. Kaspersky.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And speaking about the threat landscape and what's wrong with the kids in the cyberspace, and what's the difference is with when we were kids and kids right now, they spend too much with mobile phones. They spend too much time with the internet, and the main difference is that they play too much games. And these games are different. But from my point, well, I have five kids. So when I see them, I recognize that they're playing the games. They train themselves with the different skills. So when we were kids, we were playing the different games. Now they play the online games. It's different, but I don't think it's really bad. Because it's just, it's different skills. So our parents, they were playing the different games like we did. Our grandparents, they were playing also different games. So right now, I don't see this as a major problem with the games. Just limit the time they spend there. The second thing is they consume too much information. Is it good or bad? Because they train, again, they train the different skills. They train themselves to consume different kind of information. The possible problem is, it doesn't get too deep in the mind. It stays on the top and disappear. And thinking about myself when I was a kid, and my parents, it was also different. My parents, when they were kids, they consumed a different kind of information. We were kids. It was all different. We survived. So it's a good question. Is it good or bad? Is it positive or negative? And definitely negative is that the content they consume is random. It could be dangerous. The people they contact online, they're random people, could be dangerous, especially for their very small kids. So this is the major problem. So then the kids, they're in a new they're in a cyber age. So when they're in this cyber environment, it's different with our experience when we were kids. But this is the new world, it's a new reality. So it's a positive and negative at the same time. So I recognize that the main threats, that's manipulating the kids with information, with online contacts, and with some modern toys, the physical toys. Some of them, they're connected to the internet. And, well, I'm from cybersecurity, so we know that. So some of these toys, physical toys, they're vulnerable. So it's possible to hack them and to manipulate kids online, not from the mobile phone, not from a computer, but from physical toys, which are smart toys. So, of course, the cyber age, it's different. So it's positive and negative at the same time. So we need to be very carefully understand. So don't stop our kids to use the positive, to train the positive skills. But at the same time, we need to control the content they consume and the people they contact and their safety of the toys they play. Thank you.
Thank you. And for you, Your Excellency Hamisi.
السلام عليكم، شكرا على الدعوة. حقيقة الموضوع مهم وحساس جدا. اليوم يشهد المشهد الرقمي الحالي للأطفال فرص ومخاطر غير مسبوقة تاريخيا. اليوم الأطفال أكثر اتصال من أي وقت مضى بالانترنت، بالهواتف الذكية، وأيضا أصبحت هذا العالم الافتراضي يشكل تعلمهم وطريقة طريقة حياتهم وحياتهم اليومية، وهذا فيها تحديات وأيضا فيها فرص كبيرة وكبيرة جدا. اليوم العالم الرقمي هو فرصة للأطفال للتعبير عن صوتهم، لإثبات وجودهم في هذا العالم الكبير. أيضا هي فرصة لتفادي الفجوة التعليمية بين الأطفال، لكن أيضا تشكل مخاطر كبيرة على صحتهم النفسية وحتى العقلية. أولا من أكبر المخاطر اللي نواجهها اليوم في هذا العالم بالنسبة للأطفال هو الاستغلال والإساءة عبر شبكات الاتصال وعبر الانترنت، بما في ذلك التنمر الإلكتروني والاستغلال الجنسي للأطفال والاستمالة إلى توجهات منحرفة وغيرها، وهي حقيقة مظاهر أصبحت مقلقة وتثير الكثير والكثير من القلق. أيضا هناك مخاطر متصلة بحماية خصوصية الأطفال. اليوم كل المنصات الألعاب والمنصات الإلكترونية المتداولة على شبكة الانترنت تجمع كم كبير جدا من المعلومات، ولا نعرف في أي مجال تستغل هذه المعلومات وفي هل هي في مصلحة الأطفال. بالتأكيد لا أعتقد ذلك. أيضا من بين المخاطر بالنسبة للأطفال هي الفجوة الرقمية بين مختلف أطفال من شرائح اجتماعية مختلفة. اليوم هناك أطفال لهم مختلف الفرص للنفاذ إلى الشبكات وإلى مصادر التعلم، ولكن أيضا هناك نسب كبيرة من الأطفال في مناطق أقل حظ ومحرومة، وهذا تحدي كبير لضمان فرص متساوية لكل الأطفال. إلى جانب كل هذه المخاطر اليوم أصبح من المقلق أيضا ما نلاحظه من تآكل خصوصيات الشعوب وكل ما يتعلق بهوية المجتمع وهوية الخصوصيات، خاصة نحن في عالمنا العربي والإسلامي اللي تربينا على أسس معينة وقواعد معينة في مجتمعنا، وأصبحت هذه الخصوصيات وهذه القواعد وثقافة الشعوب مهددة في الفضاء السيبراني، خاصة لدى الناشئة ولدى الأطفال. وأعتقد أن كل المنصات خاصة منصات الألعاب لا أعتقد أنها تم تصميمها بأخذ بالاعتبار الخصوصيات الثقافية وخصوصيات الشعوب. إذا هذا المجال أعتقد لنواجهه لازم العمل في أطر تعاون بين مختلف الدول، لأنها لا تعني دولة بمفردها، لكن يتطلب تشريعات وتنسيق بين التشريعات بين مختلف الدول، وخاصة تضافر كل جهود بين شركات خاصة وبين مجتمع مدني وحكومات، وأيضا العائلة وإطار التربوي التعليمي لوضع أطر متناسقة تضع مصلحة الطفل كمركز كل تفكير. شكرا.
Thank you. And there we see some similarities, acknowledging that there is much good for children, but of course major concerns as well. Let's move to His Excellency Zaranin. In your opinion, what are the most urgent threats that children face online?
Буду говорить на русском языке. Вчера был отличный перевод. Огромное спасибо нашим переводчикам. Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Данный форум для России очень важная площадка, поэтому мы готовили сильную заявку и рассчитывали, что мероприятие в 2025 году пройдет в России, в очень красивом городе Санкт-Петербург, но было принято другое решение. Как было уже сказано, цифровая среда оказывает все большее влияние на жизнь наших детей, открывая перед ними новые горизонты для обучения, творчества и общения. Но в то же время, несмотря на огромные возможности, она также сопряжена с рядом рисков. И на сегодняшний день мы наблюдаем глубокое изменение в цифровом ландшафте, которое затрагивает и психологические, и социальные аспекты поведения людей и подростков. Один из самых серьезных вызовов, как мы считаем, это так называемые виртуальные маски. Здесь, соответственно, мы видим большое количество злоумышленников, которые, скрываясь за вымышленными образами, создают достаточно ложное ощущение доверия у детей, манипулируя эмоциями и вообще восприятием. И это явление не только как бы нарушает безопасность, но и зачастую порождает психологические травмы. Вот эти виртуальные манипуляции, о которых я говорил, и злоупотребление детской доверчивостью, они ведут к развитию ложной идентичности в сети и становятся одним из основных угроз с нашей точки зрения. Ну и помимо этого дети у нас и подростки сталкиваются с множеством других рисков. Это и кибербуллинг, это и распространение вредоносного контента, это и мошенничество в онлайн-играх, как мы видим, это и вербовка, к сожалению, даже где-то и в экстремистские сообщества. Вот. И даже, наверное, где-то как бы мы сталкиваемся с тем, что это, и, простите меня, где-то сексуальное домогательство. И все эти угрозы могут иметь как бы абсолютно разрушительные последствия как для эмоционального, так и для физического здоровья наших детей. Например, вот согласно данным всероссийской акции «Цифровой диктант», которой мы в этом году в нашей стране прошли более 2 миллионов участников, лишь треть подростков в возрасте от 14 до 17 лет в принципе умеют распознавать признаки мошенничества в онлайн-играх. И это подчеркивает на самом деле важность формирования у детей навыков цифровой грамотности, осведомленности о тех рисках, с которыми они могут столкнуться. И проблема – это цифровой разрыв между поколениями, о чем тоже уже было сказано. Как бы, да? Родители зачастую даже не владеют инструментами, которые могли бы помочь им эффективно вести диалог с детьми о безопасном и цифровом пространстве, в котором наши дети находятся все больше времени. И вот исследования показывают, что многие родители не уверены в своих знаниях и возможностях мониторинга вот этой вот онлайн-активности своих детей, которая сейчас очень возрастает и большая достаточно онлайн-активность, что по сути приводит к снижению доверия, делая детей более уязвимыми. И с учетом этого крайне важно строить такое межведомственное, межгосударственное сотрудничество, в котором активную роль должны играть не только школы и государственные структуры, но и на самом деле семьи, поддерживающие детей в освоении вот этого безопасного цифрового пространства. И на самом деле проблема становится еще более актуальной на фоне глобальных тенденций, таких как развитие искусственного интеллекта, о котором мы вчера очень подробно и много говорили. Это расширение использования социальных сетей, а также стремление внедрения новых технологий. Мы постоянно развиваемся как цивилизация. И вот эти новые технологии оказывают влияние на психику, на поведение людей. И с моей точки зрения мы должны работать над созданием такой безопасной, поддерживающей среды, которая поможет детям адаптироваться к цифровому миру и минимизируя эти риски. Именно поэтому так важна совместная работа всех заинтересованных сторон. Это государство, семья, образовательные учреждения, это частный сектор, чтобы выработать целую стратегию по защите детей и подростков в цифровом пространстве. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And a very critical point that you brought up there about parents not being fully able to teach their children the protection mechanisms that are necessary. Let's hear your thoughts on this, Mr. Kasru.
First of
It's on, it's working.
It's on? It's on. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Saudi Arabia and also the Digital Governments Authority and UN for having kindly invited. I would like to push the boundary a little bit, although I can't see the audience very clearly. How many of you, after you get up from sleep, in the first 10 minutes, don't go near your mobile phone? Can you please raise your hand?
Everyone.
1, 2, hardly 3, 4. Acha, 0. Second question. Those of you who have children, how many of you feel very anxious that they are into some world where you think they're exposed to a lot of risks and you're not being able to keep a proper watch? How many? Can you raise your hand? Okay. The reason I was pushing the boundaries, basic human instinct is something we have to manage. We cannot fight against it. So I would tend to push this hypothesis. We have to train, educate, inspire the children. And in my opinion, they're very smart. Even in this year, people in the age group of 12 and below, 35 to 40 million will be using internet, which is 12 million more than people in the age group of 12 to 17. So what does it tell us? It tells us the primal human instinct that a child has is very strong even for our parents to manage. So I would like to propose we first understand what we are dealing with here. So I have been one of those who have said we need to manage, we need to find better ways to educate them, we need to find ways, because what also is true, just as people who are exposed to cyberbullying are twice as likely to commit suicide, just as it is true, we have seen in many cases, like in America a few years back, a teenager committed suicide on online games, even where he had the game headset on. So it's a tricky situation. And there have been, and 60% of the people, children, interact with human beings without clear identity. Whether risks are there? Yes. How do we handle it? That's what this session is about. We also have to look the benefit it brings. Because for a lot of marginalized communities, children on the fringes, disabilities, to many, internet is a lifeline. Many of the people do monetization with very little investment. I'll give you a very simple personal example. A few months back, we have a female cook in our house. So there was a dish she was supposed to prepare, and she said, I've never done it. So in the evening, when I saw that dish in the table, I asked her, how did you do it? You said, you have never done it. Her 6-year-old daughter picked up a phone, went to YouTube, downloaded it, and taught her mother how to do it. So this is the age we live in. So I'm sure there are many, many positive stories going around. And as His Excellency, the Tunisian minister has mentioned, which will come to later part, is a multi-stakeholder engagement. And children in our first thought is, oh, children, 5, 6, 10-year-old. No, they are the future netizens. They have more power in their hand, and this simple device can change everything. So my opening remarks would be, and I can give you many, many examples. South Korea tried to control the gaming time in 2011. It failed. European Union tried to put parental guidance. It failed. That means kids are very smart. They can outsmart their parents. So we have to find better ways to inspire, encourage them to be better net citizen. And digital literacy would be one of the key things, in absence of which it will be difficult for them to navigate these territories and maximize the benefit, minimize the risks. Yeah. So that will be my opening remarks. Looking forward to more engagement with my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Yes, of course. And digital literacy seems to be a resounding theme when we speak about protecting children online. Now, we understand that children interact in the digital space in many different ways, but let's go ahead and say one of the primary ways they interact is through social media. And so, Deepali, as the Global Director of Safety Policy at Meta, we recently saw the rollout of the Teen account, and we've seen a continuous development of some safety mechanisms for children online. What are the main challenges and risks in protecting children's rights online?
Thanks for the question, and it's a pleasure to be here. At the outset, I want to say that, we want young people to use our platforms to connect with their families and friends, to be able to explore their interests without having to worry about being unsafe or being subject to any kind of inappropriate behavior. And that's why at Meta, we worked with experts as well as consulted parents and teens to make sure that we're building these safe and age-appropriate experiences for them on our platforms. Some of the risks and challenges that we face, and the panelists also have talked about it, are essentially threefold, which is echoed by parents as well. The first is content. Parents are worried that their teens online are exposed to inappropriate content. The second is, what you call contact risks. Parents are concerned that their teens may be exposed to unwanted interactions that could put them in harm's way. And the third, as my esteemed panelist also mentioned, that parents are really concerned about the amount of time that their teens are spending online. So based on these concerns and other risks that we see online, Meta has worked for the last couple of years to build and develop over 50 features and tools to address some of these risks. We also have a multi-pronged approach to safety. So it's not just about one thing. It's about many things, like we want to have robust policies which say very clearly what is okay and not okay to share online. And we proactively enforce those policies, and today we can say that a majority of the content that we have, we're able to remove it even before somebody reports it to us. We've also built over 50 tools and features, including parental supervision, because we've heard loud and clear from parents that they want to be involved in their teens' lives. And we've also heard from parents that some of them don't have the skills to be able to have these conversations with young people, and therefore we've worked with safety partners to make these education resources available. And as you mentioned, comprehensively we brought all of this together where we launched teen accounts in September this year, and we're globally rolling it out. Teen accounts is essentially all teens on Instagram are placed in an inbuilt protective experience which address a lot of the concerns that I just talked about. What is the content that you're seeing, who is able to contact you, and being able to spend meaningful time online. I'll quickly go through some of the default protections that are there in place. So teens are defaulted to a private account. We also put on the strictest messaging settings so that they are not exposed to unwanted interactions from adults. We've also put on the strictest controlled content settings, so there's limited exposure to sensitive content which goes above what we already have in place, which are our community standards which deals with violating content. We also heard from parents that they were worried about the time that the teens were spending online. So when you're on Instagram, teens will actually get a reminder if they've spent more than an hour online and asking them to leave the app. And we've also enabled an automatic sleep mode. So between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, all your notifications get muted. So these are some of the things that we have done when we've launched teen accounts to address all of the risks that that we've talked about. We've already rolled out teen accounts in the US, UK, Canada, and Australia, and we're globally rolling it out in the rest of the world. I think one of the things that's most important to note is with the rollout of teen accounts, we've actually engaged and heard from parents, we've heard from teens themselves, and we've worked with experts in this field to make sure that we're building the appropriate safe experience for young people on our platforms.
All right, Professor Khan, let's get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thanks, Malini. And well, this is a great question. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the IGF for hosting this wonderful event. The topic of child online protection is very close to my heart because I have been working on this area for the last 10 years. And before we dive into the challenges to understand them, how they are evolving, so we need to understand how technology is transforming for children, and will keep transforming for the future, especially when children interact and engage with the technology. So the first important thing is that because children are using internet more than ever before, okay, so there are challenges every day emerging online. For example, we have digital realm, so our children are going and they are accessing the websites, and they are going to the metaverse, for example, the virtual environment. So these all things are blurring the lines between the physical and the digital realm. And the most important thing for me to foresight, as a foresight and to foresee the future of the challenges is how the technology will permeate into the people. now we are interacting with the technology. But in the future, we will be having technology permeating inside by having, brain-computer interface. And we will have the chips implanted in our minds, the brains, And I'm afraid that, what would be the situation look like in the future? Because if children are getting a lot of misinformation and disinformation from the platforms, but when the platforms will be, embedding such kind of information in their brain and where they want to control them, so that is a very, you can say challenging task, and we have to be very vigilant about that. So there are two kinds of risks I can categorize. The first is active risk, in which a child is basically a direct victim of any kind of abuse. And the second is passive kind of risk. So passive kind of risk is there. For example, children, they put their photographs online, and they do not know what is going to happen with them. So these photographs, for example, from the social media, can be picked up by data harvesting groups, and they can use those photographs to create deepfake of the children. And children don't know that what happened with them. Nobody knows, And this is becoming a very pervasive kind of challenge, because the generative AI can do anything, So anybody can create the deepfake videos and, images of any person. So we have to see from the both perspective that how can we address the active and the passive attacks, and how can we build the policies, like our distinguished panelists, already told that we have to have a multilateral and multi-pronged approach to address this challenge. And we have to have governance also for the platform, so that, nobody goes beyond, their limits. So that is very important, yeah. Thank you.
All right. And Dr. Al-Faisal?
Thank you. I'm very pleased and honored to be with you today. Okay, about the challenges, I think one of the main challenges in the cyber world is the privacy violation. And also what we see from all the attacks that happen to the children and cyberbullying and all these things. From human rights perspectives, we need to focus on the right of privacy, because the right of privacy, it's a big right, and it's included in the Universal Declaration, and also it's included in the Treaty of Children's Rights. So when we lose this huge right of privacy, this will make the children face all these maybe difficulties. And I think maybe if we focus on this right and try to promote a solution, our duty is trying to protect and promote human rights. So I think that we need to focus, number one, on this, on these rights.
All right, and His Excellency Himisi? Challenges and risks in protecting children online. Tell us about your perspective.
شكرا على السؤال. تمثل حماية الأطفال على الانترنت كما تفضل الزملاء بالتحديات كبرى، أهمها يمكن تجميعها في بعض النقاط. المستوى الأول هي النقص في التشريعات والسياسات على مستوى كل وطن وبلد وعلى كل مستوى الدولي. صحيح أن العديد من الدول هي قامت بوضع توجهات وسياسات معينة في خصوص حماية الناشئ والأطفال في الفضاء السيبراني، لكن تبقى كل هذه السياسات والأطر القانونية غير متناسقة بين بعضها. لا يوجد إطار موحد يمكن الاعتماد عليه. أيضا من التحديات الأخرى كما تم ذكره سابقا والاستغلال والإساءة عبر الانترنت. أيضا موضوع خصوصية البيانات وآليات الرقابة على استغلال هذه البيانات على مستوى كل بلد وعلى مستوى الدولي اليوم، خاصة مع تنامي الحلول المتصلة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. أصبح تحليل هذه البيانات مثل ما يمثل فرصة مجال للتطوير في الاتجاه الإيجابي. أيضا هي مخاطر كبرى خاصة للأطفال الغير راشدين. أيضا كذلك تعرض إلى المحتوى الغير مناسب للأعمار الدنيا والمراهقين خاصة، وهذا ما يعرض العديد منهم إلى إشكاليات كبرى تصل حد الانتحار كما سبق ذكره. أيضا أريد أن أعرج على نقطة وأؤكد على نقطة الفجوة الرقمية بين مختلف شرائح المجتمع، مثلما هناك شباب وأطفال تتوفر لهم كل الفرص، لكن أيضا هناك ملايين من البشر وملايين من الأطفال لا يمكنهم النفاذ إلى حتى على شبكة الانترنت، وأيضا خاصة في بعض الدول مثل في إفريقيا وبعض الدول الآسيوية وغيرها، اللي نسبة النفاذ إلى الانترنت وإلى هذه الفرص تبقى ضئيلة. ومن واجب المجتمع الدولي ومن واجب البشرية ككل هو ضمان المساواة في ذلك. وأيضا لا يفوتني أن أكد على أهمية على ما نشهده من تآكل القيم الثقافية والمجتمعية، وهو ما يعكسه محتوى الانترنت حاليا الموجود، لا يراعي في أغلب الحالات لا يراعي خصوصيات الثقافية لكل مجتمع. وبطبيعة الحال أختم بظاهرة الإدمان على استعمال التكنولوجيات الرقمية والشاشات، وهو ما يؤثر على سلامة الشباب وأيضا على الصحة العقلية والنفسية لهم. إذن لمواجهة كل هذه التحديات أعتقد أن اتباع نهج شامل يشمل كل المتدخلين من حكومات ومجتمع مدني ومنتجي محتوى هو أعتقد السبيل الوحيد لإيجاد إطار يحمي حقوق الطفل في هذا العالم ليشهد تغيرات غير مسبوقة. وأعتقد أن حماية حقوق الأطفال عبر الإنترنت هي تعني أيضا ضمان احترام تجربتهم في العالم الرقمي لخصوصياتهم، وأيضا رعاية رفاهيتهم وحماية هويتهم الثقافية. إنها مسؤولية مشتركة لخلق مستقبل رقمي عادل وآمن ودامج لكل فئات المجتمع. شكرا.
All right, thank you. Now, one of the things I think that we have all clearly identified is that there is a level of literacy that has to be established. There are many stakeholders in the protection for children. We talk about governments, we talk about regulatory bodies, we talk about parents, and we talk about the educational sector. Dr. Khan, from your perspective, what are some of the technological solutions that perhaps can help to safeguard children online? And in that, what role does education play?
Yeah, it's a great question, Malini. There is a very famous saying about technology. If you think technology will solve your problems, then you do not understand technology and you do not understand your problem. And this is very true when it comes to safeguarding children online. Because when we are giving access to a child to the internet, so it's mean that on the other hand, we are giving online world access to that child. So in this manner, so we need to have some kind of safeguards which should be implemented into the platforms. And for example, there should be some oversight of the algorithms, and there should be some kind of protocols which should be followed. So there is no single solution which can cater all the problems we have for the children. For example, we should have to have a multi-pronged and multilateral approach, which I earlier said in the previous question you asked me. What is that about? So first, we have to have a framework or an approach which should be at different levels. For example, strategic level, tactical level, and operational level. When I talk about the strategic level, so I'm talking about some kind of regulations, laws, governance, and compliance, this kind of stuff we have to build. And the second is tactical. Tactical means we should have more standards, specifications for the tech platforms to adopt, when they build the system. For example, when they build a system for, children, then there should be child appropriate verification, age verification, age assurance protocols, as well as, there should be some kind of operational, approaches, which means that the tools we are using for protection of children, for example, parental control tools, right? So, and in the other hand, we should have awareness and education, so that should be inculcated into the curriculum of the children. Not only for the children, for the, digital parenting, for educators, in the schools, in our environment. So these, all the things are, very important to build a, technological solution. So it's not just one thing, we can just build the technology. Technology, sometimes fails and technology obsoletes. So that is most important, that we need to have a multi-pronged and multilateral approach to build some kind of system which can protect our children while they go online. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Mr. Kaspersky, from a cybersecurity perspective, you have seen the multitude of threats that people are exposed to daily. And perhaps in that experience, it's challenging to imagine children being able to decipher what puts them at risk and what doesn't. When we talk about technological solution, on which end is it more important, from the user or from the implementer?
I think it's from both. Technically speaking, it's possible to build these parental control systems, which you just mentioned. But unfortunately, fortunately, the good news, the kids are growing and are getting more smart. So they're able to disable these tools. Unfortunately, the mobile phone operating systems, sorry, I'm getting to the technical details, they don't guarantee that all applications, they run forever. So it's possible to find the tricky ways how to disable some applications. And when the kids are 13, 14 years old, they are smart enough to find these tricks and disable any kind of protection. So when I speak about mobile phone, for 10 years old, 11 years old, it still works. When it's older, when they're 16 years old, parental control works in a different way. The kids control parents. So, speaking about the technical measures, it works for the some kind of the level of the age. But maybe it's also the good news. It makes them find the ways how to bypass the protection, to training the mind, how to behave if they're facing the challenges. The other story is how to protect them from the other side, from the content side, from the internet. How to find the information, wrong information, abuse information, forbidden information on the internet. That's the technologies. And actually, this is also, we need help of the regulators to make internet services, make them must do, control the traffic they provide. And also the law enforcement to find the bad guys which generate this content, which generate this wrong abuse content, which want to try to manipulate kids. And in this case, we need to have a more strong international cooperation. Unfortunately, now the geopolitical situation is that some countries, they don't talk to each other. And unfortunately, this just gives their more opportunities to the very bad guys, which use the fact that the internet doesn't have borders. And it's more easy for them to do any kind of crime, including the child abuse, and stay unrecognized, absolutely unrecognized. So that's my final point is that we need to have more strong international cooperation to find not any kind of cyber criminals, especially the child abuse criminals. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Afaisal, I'm coming to you next. Just one of the things I wanted to say in setting the backdrop, we're talking about children's rights. The establishment of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child took many things into consideration. Ultimately, the protection and ensuring children reaching their full potential. This was created before there was the digital realm, and obviously it gets more complicated now. But the structure of how different entities come together to protect the most vulnerable citizens in our communities remains the same. So when we transfer this idea into protection for a digital realm, how do you see that collaboration playing out?
Okay, if you allow me to switch to عربي. إجابة على سؤالك حول تعاون الحكومات مع منظمات المجتمع المدني سؤال مهم وجوهري في حماية حقوق الأطفال في العالم السبراني. أعتقد هناك الكثير من الوسائل، منها تبادل الخبرات ومنها تعزيز التوعية والتثقيف وتطوير سياسات شاملة من أجل الوصول إلى نتائج مهمة حول هذا الأمر. يمكن كلنا شفنا واطلعنا على إعلان الرياض بالأمس. إعلان الرياض يشتمل على الكثير من النقاط المهمة في هذا الموضوع. يركز على تعزيز الشمول الرقمي، على دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في التنمية المستدامة، وأيضاً على الاستفادة من الذكاء الاصطناعي في الابتكار وتعزيز حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي. ونقطة مهمة جداً تتعلق بحماية الأطفال في العالم السبراني حول إدارة المخاطر المحتملة للذكاء الاصطناعي من خلال خلق نظام آمن ومستدام. طبعاً هذا الأمر لا يمكن أن يتم بدون تعاون الجهات الثلاث، الحكومة ومنظمات المجتمع المدني والقطاع الخاص. تتعاون سوياً من أجل الوصول إلى حلول شاملة ومستدامة للوصول إلى الأمان الكامل عند استخدام الأطفال للعالم السبراني. Thank you.
All right. And Dr. Kasru?
I think this is, as most of us in one way or another have expressed the opinion, is a very multi-stakeholder engagement. And I would, in my opinion, it starts with the tech companies. Because today, Google, Meta, Microsoft, their cumulative worth is almost $12 trillion, which is more than 4 times the combined GDP of African continent. So I personally believe they have a more active role to play. With all due respect to my colleague on the left from Meta, yes, you have been doing content moderation. In my opinion, it's still far short of what is required. And what I have observed, it is more reactive than proactive. We can have different opinions. And what is happening in between this transition, a lot of children are getting affected. And one of the things we have to keep in mind, this has to be a more bottom-up approach, not top-down, because it is impossible for any government, any tech, anybody, to go to that nano level. So it starts with small family, then society, then community, then nation, then region. Even before this meeting, I was speaking to His Excellency that regionally, what some of the things can be done. And it's my impression, technology always leapfrogs policy. In any part of the world, whether it's authoritarian regime or democracy, it takes somewhere between 6 months to 2 years to pass a law. By the time you pass the law, technology has moved to next level. So you're always catching up. So I think we're heading towards a situation where the UN probably will have to step in, and all the members says, willingly or reluctantly, will have to give UN that mandate. There's some central force which adopts these laws and other countries follow. Because the risk zone that we are playing now, particularly when AI will kick in within the next 1 decade, that will be a very, very different situation. We now talk hypothetically, but when practically will kick in, starting from the way you grade your students to what is original, what is copy, it will be a very murky world. So for 198 countries to cluster around, it will be a big mess unless there is some central force. So UN probably will have to scale up the operations. So that will be my answer from bottom up, how do you scale it up? And I think tech companies have a very important role to play because to be honest with you, they're more powerful than governments. They're spread around the world. They have access to all our personal data, what we eat, where we live, what is our favorite color, what is our date of birth. So they have more information than FBI, more information than interagencies. So the onus is on them. They are doing, but I think they need to do more. Thank you.
His Excellency Zaranin. Let's talk about the collaboration.
Спасибо большое. Вот много было уже сказано про взаимодействие государства, общества. И хотел бы сказать, что вот у нас в России в школьной программе изучается произведение великого русского писателя Ивана Тургенева с названием «Отцы и дети». И это как раз про разрыв и противоречие восприятия окружающего мира между поколениями. Но я уверен, что когда Иван Тургенев писал это произведение, он, скорее всего, даже не мог себе представить, насколько этот разрыв между поколениями будет увеличиваться с внедрением технологий. И действительно, в современном цифровом мире нам уже объективно не обойтись без технологических решений. Они играют очень важную роль в обеспечении информационной безопасности детей, как мы уже проговорили с вами. У нас в России такие решения предоставляются ведущими операторами связи, также интернет-компаниями. Но очень важно, чтобы технологии были эффективны и они гибко адаптировались под современные угрозы. Вот Евгений уже говорил о том, что дети разного возраста уже по-разному обходят все барьеры. Это действительно так. Поэтому наше министерство информирует о существующих средствах родительского контроля посредством портала госуслуг, который у нас обеспечивает максимальный охват аудитории внутри страны. И у нас был реализован такой опыт в июне 2022 года, первый опыт. На портале госуслуг у нас создан специальный раздел, он у нас посвящен безопасности детей в интернете. В нем можно найти рекомендации как и для родителей, так и информацию об инструментах родительского контроля. Вот. И в настоящее время совместно с нашим партнером, Альянсом по защите детей в цифровой среде, мы актуализируем постоянно данные материалы и планируем в следующем году осуществить их рассылку через портал госуслуг. Однако ни один самый даже современный, совершенный фильтр не сможет заменить живого общения человеческого. И в рамках работы Альянса у нас была разработана хартия цифровой этики и детства, мы так ее назвали. У нас эта хартия опирается на несколько ключевых принципов. Это прежде всего уважение личности ребенка, его прав и интересов. И в рамках хартии мы подчеркиваем необходимость защиты конфиденциальности персональных данных. Это очень важно в современном мире, что особенно важно в условиях стремительного развития технологий. И у нас отдельно хотел бы отметить, такое значимое место в хартии занимает идея совместной ответственности. Государство, бизнес и образовательные организации и родители должны работать вместе, чтобы обеспечить защиту детей в цифровом мире. Задача взрослых, нас как родителей, это прежде всего показать ребенку, насколько интересен, увлекателен и многогранен мир. Гаджеты есть в сети интернет, это всего лишь такое, наверное, скажу, инструмент познания этого мира, не более того. Соответственно, у нас работа в министерстве ведется и реализуется всероссийская программа «Кибергигиена». Цель этой программы – это доступным языком детям на их, соответственно, условиях рассказать правила поведения в сети. За это время у нас более 10 миллионов человек, в том числе 4 миллиона детей и подростков, смогли поучаствовать в специальных проектах, посвященных кибербезопасности. Ну и в целом государством у нас, бизнесом, некоммерческими компаниями, ассоциациями ежегодно реализуется достаточно много разнообразных интересных мероприятий, которые у нас направлены на обеспечение информационной безопасности детей. У нас такие мероприятия, как урок безопасности в сети интернет, урок цифры, цифровой ликбез, это и цифровой диктант. Ну и в целом мы как министерство очень сильно поддерживаем такие инициативы и всегда очень открыто к продуктивному общению и продвижению всяких разных проектов, которые связаны с защитой детей в киберпространстве. Спасибо.
Right, and there we have what is taking place in Russia. Now, Ms. Lieberhan, let's talk about it from Meta's point of view. As private sector, how do you see this collaboration playing out with civil societies and government?
So, as I said at Meta, we have an approach to safety, which is a multi-layered and a multi-pronged approach, where we think about having the right policies, features, tools, and also working with experts, parents, and young people to build safe and age-appropriate experiences. But over the last few years, we've gone beyond that because we know a lot of bad actors don't restrain themselves to one platform, and they move across platform. And I think this is why it's really important to underscore collaboration between industry, between civil society, regulators, to be able to address some of these harms at scales. I want to give two examples of what we're currently doing now. One is Project Lantern. So Project Lantern is run by the Tech Coalition, where all participating companies have the opportunity to share signals about accounts and behavior of those who are violating the child safety policies. Now, this goes beyond just Meta. It's available to all participating companies, and what this helps in doing is it helps all these platforms do their own investigation, so we are able to address these harms in a scalable way because we know predators will move from platform to platform. The second thing that I want to mention is stopncii.org, as well as Take It Down, which is run by the Revenge Porn Hotline and NICMIC, which is again a way to address these harms in a scalable way, because all participating companies are part of this, and what anyone who's afraid about their intimate image being shared can actually share a hash with stopncii.org or Take It Down, and companies like us will receive those hashes. So when that content is actually uploaded, we're able to remove this kind of content. The reason why I'm giving these two examples is that we hear often that technology companies are not doing enough. But these are some of the ways that we are coming together to address these harms in a very scalable way, not just at a meta level, but at a cross-platform level. And it's also really useful to have discussions because, education about these features and tools and services is really important as well. So what is the role of educators? What is the role of parents? What is the role of regulators? And how can we as a community come together to address these harms and also identify what the gaps are and then work together to address those?
Now, picking up on some of the points that have been discussed so far, one of the things that still sticks out to me is when we talk about educating our children on how to stay safe online, we're laying the expectations, quite frankly, on a generation that is not up to date with the threats that exist. In my own work, when we talk about media and information literacy, we're constantly teaching adults on how to detect disinformation and misinformation and the understanding of deep fakes. And so when we talk about these persons then having to teach children about those risks, and now there are other manipulation tools that exist specifically for children, how do we pass on that responsibility when they're starting from a place of knowing less than the person they're educating? Dr. Khan, you want to start us off?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I mentioned, that technology is not a panacea, or it's not just a solution for everything. So regulations, governance are very, very important, and especially when we talk about the AI, which is just the narrow AI we are having now, by the way. So we are not talking about the AGI, artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. When we will have this kind of technologies, coming, in the future, and brain computing interfaces, so the challenges will be, at the unprecedented level. So what I would say is that because child online protection is a global problem, and it also needs a global solution. And what solution? The question is that. The solution is that because the Western world, the developed countries, so they already have skills, resources, and technologies. But what about the rest of the world, the least developed countries or developing countries? So we should have some kind of inclusiveness, in the safety and protection of children, not only from the developed world, from the rest of the world also. So what we need to do is that we need to have some kind of cooperation under maybe United Nations, ITU, G20, and G7, and many other multilateral organizations to build the curriculum, to build the tools and technologies, to build the policies, governance, and the foresight of the technologies, because like it was mentioned, that we are reactive to the technology. So that is not a solution. We have to be, predictive about the technologies, like I'm mentioning. We have, for example, quantum computing, and which is changing all the ways. So how would be the impact of these kind of technologies on the children? So it has to be, like studied. It has to be, you can say, communicated with all the stakeholders who are building the policies, who are building the technologies and solutions. Yeah.
I think Mr. Kaspersky said earlier, let's remember that there is good that comes along with the bad. Obviously, I know for a lot of parents who are probably watching, as they hear about the potential threats that they may be unaware of, the inclination is, let me protect my child by limiting any access whatsoever. What's the balancing act here?
That's a good question. That's a good question. We have to find a good balance. Actually, that's what I do with my kids. The limit is flexible, and it depends on the school results. So if they perform in the school better, they have more time on the internet. If they perform before the acceptable limit, I exchange their mobile phone, smartphone with the old-style Nokia. That's it. And speaking about education, about cyber threats and wrong information, well, I'm very sorry. I have a completely different opinion. I think that education of adult is more important than education for kids. Because the danger from non-educated adults is much, well, adults which are, they can do much more dangerous mistakes. Okay, we as a private company, we do a lot with cybersecurity, with a lot of education. We do for any kind of the audience. We do it for the professionals, for students, for kids, for very small kids. Welcome to the booth. You will see the book about the cybersecurity, the book with the pictures. It's for very small kids. And we do it a lot. But my experience is that kids, they're learning much faster than adults.
They outsmart them very often. This is an open question if there's anybody else who wants to share thoughts.
I think I'll just add to what he just said. One of the things probably we're oversighting, the role of parents. And one of the things which I fear in this generation, the proportionate loss of appreciation, understanding of the human component. So no matter what AI, what advanced technology we embrace in the coming decades, the human compassion, empathy, that human touch will always be the #1 factor. Even in medicine, you may have the best AI-driven medical facility. End of the day, a patient wants to hold the hand of a nurse, of a doctor. And one of the things I can see right and left, I'll give a very simple, basic example. When kids accompany their parents, even go to any social events, I see kids with mobile and pads, busy, and I've seen very few parents even to tell them that, you need to interact, engage with the people who have come to your home, very basic things. So what is happening, what I fear, we are unleashing a generation, extremely talented, very well informed, and imagine our forefathers, whatever cerebral capacity they had. So in the same garage, you're now parking 4 cars because overflooding people with information. So there's an information overload. So, but God has not changed the composition of your brain. In the same garage, you're trying to park 4 cars where you used to park 1 car, right? So people are very stressed. And one of the reasons you may have noticed, many of the social media-led movement has always not been successful. Why? Because they lacked a proper human face. If you look at last 15, 10 years, even the political scape, what's happening, why so many young people come to the street, put their life in the line of fire, and then fail? That's a question we have to answer. Where is the missing link? And there, I think parents have an important role to play. We have talked a lot about children, absolutely. But we must not oversight the overarching important role parents have to play. And so just buying a kid a smartphone and giving access is a very shortcut route. And the merit and value of bedtime stories is still as important as it was 20, 30 years back. My concern is in the drive, natural inclinations toward technology, we are sidestepping some basic human factors which continue to shape how we make the future citizens. Thank you.
And Dipali, before we move into our closing statements, I wanted to kind of broaden the conversation back to technology. Give us some insight, because I think earlier it was said that technology companies seem to be reactive versus proactive, but it seems that that's the situation that we find ourselves in. The technology comes out, there's a rapid uptake, and the manipulation that comes along with it. But are some of the technology that's emerging, are they going to be helpful tools in being able to guide or ease the protection mechanisms for children? Verification of age, for example, using AI to detect some of the deep fakes. Is this also an opportunity moment for us?
I think that's a really good question, and it is an opportunity. And let me give you an example. I've been with Meta for over a decade, and when I joined Meta, we had community standards, which were clear rules about what was okay and not okay to post online. But we were very dependent on user reporting to be able to tell us that that content is bad content and we need to take it down. Over the years, we've heavily invested in technology, in proactive technology, that now we are able to remove a majority of the content before it's reported to us by anyone. So if you look at the latest transparency report that we have, where we publish these numbers, we were able to remove, I think, for child sexual abuse material, more than 7 million pieces of content. For bullying and harassment, more than 7 million plus pieces of content. For suicide and self-injury content, about more than 5 million pieces of content. And I think a majority of this content we were able to remove before anybody reported it to us. And that's the work of AI. And we're continuing to work with proactive technology in the areas that you've mentioned, whether it's verifying age, what are the signals that we can look for to be able to identify when somebody is under the age of 18, or continuing to see how we can use this technology to be faster and more effective. And I do think technology has a very important role to play to be able to address some of these harms. And we've been using it a long time, and we're going to continue to build on it to address a lot of these issues that have been raised today.
All right, well, there's a lot more that we can discuss on this particular topic, but I do want to give our panelists the opportunity to give their closing statements.
شكرا لهذا النقاش الثري. عند استعراض كل تعقيدات هذا العالم الرقمي نخرج بحقيقة واحدة أن حماية الطفل وحماية حقوق الطفل في الفضاء الافتراضي هو ليس خيار، هو مسؤولية يجب أن نتحملها الجميع ونتقاسمها مع بعض. الطفل له الحق في فضاء رقمي أو فضاء آمن يحقق له النمو، يجد فيه فرص لتطوير مهاراته. أيضا هو فضاء يعبر فيه عن وجوده عن مواهبه. تحقيق هذا ليس مسؤولية الحكومات فقط أو مجتمع مدني أو شركات خاصة فقط، لكن هو مسؤولية الجميع. لا أستثني هنا أي أحد. مسؤولية الحكومات في إيجاد سياسات مؤطرة لهذه الظواهر. لا يمكن المنع أو الطرق التقليدية ليس مكانها الآن. أيضا مجتمع مدني له دور كبير في توعية المجتمع، توعية الأولياء، كذلك الشركات الخاصة لهم مسؤولية كبرى في تطوير وإيجاد محتوى ملائم للطفل، ملائم لهويته، ملائم لثقافته، وأيضا محتوى شامل و ملائم أيضا كما قلت لهذا التعدد. إذن التعاون بين الدول هنا وبين المنظمات الدولية هو ضروري ومؤكد. لا يمكن لأي دولة أن تشتغل على هذا الموضوع لوحدها، لا يمكن لقانون أن يحل المشكل، بل هو تعاون على كل المستويات، ونأمل أن يكون الفضاء آمن وشامل لكل شبابنا وخاصة الغير الراشدين. وشكرا.
Okay, thank you all for your valuable contribution today. As we conclude our session, I think that we have to remember the key points that we have discussed, and also the action that we need to take to move forward. I think that together we have the power to make great impact. It's all about commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there wrong and abuse content on the internet, that's bad. Manipulating the kids, that's really bad. We need to fight with that. But now we say that the kids, they spend too much time with mobile phones. But the previous generation was spending too much time playing computer games. The generation before, they were too much watching TV. Before, they were too much reading books. So I am optimistic. We will fix the problems, we will save our kids, and that will be a happy generation. And they will have kids too. And they will face the same problems.
I mean, I would like to conclude whatever IGF in a way stands for, what I was going to say. I for inspiring the children to learn, to navigate the web in a manner that adds value to their life. Then comes the G, the governance part, where we have to do a better job to try to make it as safe, secret as possible. Then comes the F, that free the human spirit. And if you go by UN Convention on Child Rights, IGF is all about child rights. And another thing, I think, since we are having a very free and frank exchange of ideas, I would like to draw attention, because I think it would be incomplete. Everybody in this room must recognize any child, anywhere in the world, life lost, injured, sick, should have equal value of life. That means a Rohingya child born in a camp in Bangladesh refugee, or a Palestinian child struggling for life, all have equal value. And I must say, it's my opinion, many of the social media companies are not being just, fair, and equal. And I do not believe they should be dragged into bigger geopolitics. They should be like the United Nations, where every country, every citizen has a voice. Because I have seen many people deserting social media in recent times, which should be a wake-up call. So people are smart, children are smart, youth are smart, teens are smart, and we must understand every life, every child matters. Thank you.
I want to close by saying that we're really grateful for the opportunity to be here, because a lot of these discussions really helps inform the work that we do on a trust and safety space. So I want to thank the panelists for their very clear and helpful comments. The other thing that I would close by saying is that at Meta, we've adopted the best interests of the child framework when we're thinking about building products and features for young people, which has been guided by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. I won't go into all the considerations, but two important ones are, one is engagement with the families and teens who use our apps, and which is why we're going to continue to work with parents and teens and experts as we think about building for them. And the second is the second consideration is building safe and age-appropriate experiences. And everything that we've done, including teen accounts, including working with other organizations, whether it's Project Lantern or StopNCII.org or Take It Down, is in furtherance of making sure that we can do all that we can to keep young people safe on the platforms. But it is a collaborative approach, and there is a role for educators, there is a role for civil society, there is a role for regulators as well. And I think it's really important to have more opportunities to come together and develop those roles. I also think that it's important to have legislative solutions, and we've also proposed a legislative solution where we think that age assurance at an app level or an OS level and parental consent at that level really will make things easier for parents to be able to navigate their online experience, and also minimize the data collection and address some of the age assurance concerns that our stakeholders have raised. And I think it really is a multi-stakeholder community approach, and we need to come together to address a lot of these issues as we have been doing.
Yeah, as we know that Saudi Arabia has two global initiatives. One is child online protection and protecting and empowering women in cybersecurity. So, in my opinion, the child online protection should be woven into the fabric of our society. So it should be, very important, and we should have some kind of specifications, protocols, formulations, and standards which we are actually lacking to guide the social media platforms and online platforms. When they build that technology, they should include into their systems, because not only Meta and big organizations, they have the resources, right? But what about small startups and small companies? So they do not know about these things. So if there are some specification standards, protocols, so they would include those things into their systems when they build. So it will assure that child remains safe and sound, and their well-being is protected while they go online. Yeah, thank you very much.
У меня очень ответственная миссия в заключительном слое, потому что я еще и заключительный участник, поэтому постараюсь закончить на позитиве. Я отдельно хотел бы подчеркнуть, что безопасная цифровая среда для детей – это не только технический вызов, но и социальный. И здесь, как мы уже с вами обсуждали, без тесного взаимодействия семьи, школы, общества, бизнеса невозможно создать эффективную систему, где наши дети будут чувствовать себя защищенными. И с моей точки зрения интернет, мы тоже об этом говорили, это лишь одно из такое окно в этот мир, И ключевым, с моей точки зрения, остается все-таки человеческое общение, это доверие между родителями и детьми. И никакие фильтры, на самом деле, технологии не заменят этого живого диалога, мы тоже об этом очень много говорили. И поэтому, с моей точки зрения, нужно делать акцент на комплексных решениях, которые объединяют и просвещение, и техническую защиту дают, и психологическую поддержку где-то в каких-то ситуациях. Мы, как Россия, готовы к международному сотрудничеству, мы готовы делиться и нашими инструментами, и обучающими проектами, и утверждать новые какие-то альянсы для защиты детей. И давайте вместе создавать безопасное и вдохновляющее цифровое пространство для наших детей. Закончу, наверное, такой фразой. Наши дети точно будут умнее, чем мы.
In some cases, they already are. So with that, I want to say thank you to all of you for joining us this morning, and for those of you who took the time to join us this morning as we had this conversation. What is the resounding theme here is that there is a recognition that there has to be a multi-stakeholder approach in ensuring the protection of children in the digital realm. Just up here, we have a wide representation: private sector, education, government, civil society organizations, and the technology organizations as well. So this is perhaps one of many steps to be taken to formalize what the plan of action would be. But I do think the point that you made, Mr. Kaspersky, is probably most important. We'll survive this too. But all our children are important, and we just want the best for them as they interact in the digital world. Thank you all for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Internet Governance Forum 2024 main session under the theme of the contribution to the Internet to peace and sustainability. My name is Henriette Esterhuizen. I'm from South Africa. I'm a senior advisor on Internet governance at the Association for Progressive Communications. And this session is, I think, one of the most significant and maybe one of the most topical sessions that we have at this year's IGF. It's trying to address the concern of how do we protect and ensure access to internet infrastructure and core internet resources in context of conflict, crisis, and disasters. We're going to explore this session from the perspective of what the impact is on ordinary people, on communities, when internet infrastructure is destroyed or becomes unavailable. And we're going to look at what are the norms. Are there norms? Are there normative frameworks for responding or preventing this from happening? And then we're also going to look at what are the alternatives, what measures can be taken, what actions can be taken to get this multi-stakeholder community to play the role that it is usually so fundamentally committed to, which is to ensure an open, free, interoperable internet for everyone. And then finally, we will look at future-oriented actions. Where are the gaps? Are there gaps at the normative level? Are there gaps at the implementation level? And what can the IGF do? So I'm balancing too many devices here. To introduce you to my panel, and then I'm also going to introduce you to my fellow moderator, which is Peter Mitchell from Access Now, who's joining us from New York. I can hear an echo. Can everyone hear the echo? Is there anything we can do about the echo? Should I hold the mic further away? That helps. That helps. Peter Mitchell will join us from New York, and he'll make some opening remarks. But I first wanted to introduce you to my panel. So starting immediately from my left, we have Mohammed Sharif, who's currently with the private sector in a company called Oxica that works with cybersecurity. He's based in the Maldives, but he's previously been a Minister of State for Digital and Communications in the Maldives. Next to him, we have Ambassador Ernst Neumann, the Cyber Ambassador of the Netherlands. And next to him, I'm very pleased and proud to have my compatriot, Ms. Cynthia Lesufi, who's Minister Counselor in the South African Mission in Geneva. And she's also the International Telecommunications Union Council Working Group Chair for the World Summit on the Information Society and the Sustainable Development Goals. Next to Cynthia, we have Lama Faki from Human Rights Watch, who leads their work. She's the director of Middle East and North Africa work at Human Rights Watch. And next to Lama, we have Kojo Boakye, who is the Meta Vice President for Policy for Africa and the Middle East. And then joining us online, we have from Palestine, Nadim Nassif, Executive Director of Hamle, the Arab Center for Social Media Advancement. And also joining us online is Professor Madeleine Carr. Is Madeleine with us already? Good, I can't see her on the screen. And Madeleine is Professor of Global Politics and Cybersecurity at University College London. To get us welcome, Peter and Nadim and Madeleine and everyone else who's with us online. Peter, do you want to start us off with some of the reflections and talking points that we feel we should try and address in this session?
And I share your excitement and agree it's a crucially important session. I'm excited to explore this intersection of connectivity, infrastructure, and instability, and how they relate to peace, development, and sustainability. It's core to the work of my organization, Access Now, and my teaching at Columbia University. Taking this beyond, to start, the context of internet governance, but to sustainable
حوكمة
development
الانترنت.
broadly, we have sobering new facts. The Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, published by UNDP in Oxford in October, found that
Peter,
1.1 billion people.
just pause a little bit. We have an audio issue. Can our tech support team please help? Peter, try speaking again. Let's test if it works.
Maybe if I turn off my...
Go ahead, speak. I don't think we can hear you right now. Can you hear me? Nod if you can hear me. Okay, try speaking. We can't hear you. My MAG colleagues here who helped organize this session, can you just check and help us fix this? Okay, I think while... Peter, let's try once more. Try speaking again.
So, as I was saying,
It's
the
working.
new multi-dimensional poverty index by UNDP in Oxford found that 1.1 billion people are living in acute poverty, and a staggering 455 million of them are in countries experiencing war or fragility. So that's nearly half of people in acute poverty are experiencing war, and these conflicts have intensified and multiplied, creating widespread disruptions to lives and livelihoods, according to UNDP. The poverty reduction tends to slow in these conflict-affected regions, where, incidentally, access to electricity is seeing higher deprivation. So you're lacking electricity, you're in extreme poverty, and you're suffering war and conflict. In this situation, the foundational infrastructure of electricity, again, is hard to come by, and that's going to affect what the infrastructure that we're talking about today of internet infrastructure and digital. So this is not a strong foundation to provide access. Unfortunately, we have to add climate change. Climate-related natural disasters intersect with poverty and conflict in ways that exacerbate disruption of infrastructure. Think of direct damage from violent storms to stress from extreme weather like heat and wildfires that take out telecom infrastructure, towers, overhead wires, and even cables. At these times, information is key to saving lives and directing humanitarian relief. Yet, heaped upon this deprivation, we have policy decisions. These don't always go in the right direction. In 2023, last year, the Keep It On coalition that my organization leads documented the highest number of internet shutdowns in 1 year. These internet shutdowns occurred in 39 countries. These internet shutdowns are intentional disruptions, and unfortunately, it looks like 2024 saw even higher numbers than 2023, despite states in the Global Digital Compact saying we must, quote, refrain from internet shutdowns and measures that target internet access. So, with all of these problems, what do? In response, we attempt to mitigate. We scramble to create fixes and workarounds through technological innovation. Public and private donors devote energy and resources to whip up networks in dire conditions, while humanitarian actors increasingly relying on digital, say cloud-based systems or biometric solutions, remote delivery platforms and communications channels. These humanitarian actors have really automated a lot of their systems and again, rely on digital to do their work. They are, just like we are, looking to these technical fixes, whether it's satellite internet or joining emergency telecommunications clusters to provide quick import of hardware and assets, and seeking unlikely partnerships across all industries in real time. This is tough work and it's a scramble. So there has to be a better way, right? All of our societal systems rely in some way on connectivity and electricity. We recognize the sheer and growing importance of connectivity in civilian life, and perhaps more so when everything around you is engulfed in violence and war. I want to put out there that we need to focus on connectivity and providing it and protecting that infrastructure, because it's a lot harder to bring back, and these Sisyphean efforts in the moment of crisis encounter a lot of trouble. So let's start by looking at first principles, and in addition to the reactive workarounds that we've all been putting together. Thank you.
I want to check French translation sorted out now. There were issues with the French interpretation. So I'm assuming that it is okay. I'm just checking on the Zoom to see if it is. And it looks now they cannot hear me. I'm not audible. Apparently, the Zoom participants say that they cannot hear me. No audio for Zoom. I can't see the tech team. Who's doing the Zoom? Can you hear me through the headsets? People in the room can hear me. No one can hear me on remote. You still can't hear me? No. Sorry, Peace, can you please try and find someone who's dealing with the Zoom and sort this problem out? Thank you. The Zoom participants have lost audio completely. Oh, it's back. It's back. Peace, it's fine. It's back. I think it's back now. Good. So let's look at what the impacts are. So Lama, I want you to start. When we talk about these disruptions and the destruction of infrastructure or the interference of infrastructure or damage, what does this actually mean for people on the ground, for ordinary citizens, for civilians, for communities?
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me well. During times of conflict, civilians, journalists, first responders...
Sorry, I am so sorry to interrupt you, but no, the Zoom audio problem has not been sorted out. So we'll continue, but please can we have our virtual participants able to hear the session? Can you see the transcript? Nadim and Peter, can you see the captioning? Just nod if you are able to. Oh, you can't hear me, so let's go ahead, Lama. I'll type.
Thank you. So as I was saying, during times of conflict, civilians, journalists, first responders, they rely on the internet to document and share evidence of abuse and to provide life-saving assistance. During times of political crisis, protesters leverage the internet to organize online and to stand up for their rights. And yet, time and again, we have seen states and armed groups take action to deliberately shut down access and to destroy telecommunication systems in ways that violate people's rights. In conflicts, as Peter was laying out, there may be multiple causes of these disruptions to communications networks, and they are sometimes deployed in tandem. Palestinians in Gaza have endured over a year of ongoing phone and internet disruption as a result of relentless airstrikes by the Israeli government and other actions that the government has taken. These actions have included damage to core communication infrastructure, cuts to electricity, fuel blockades, and apparently deliberate shutdowns through technical means. According to UN OCHA, on October 10, airstrikes conducted by the Israeli military targeted several telecommunications installations, destroyed 2 of 3 main lines for mobile communication, and this left residents in Gaza reliant on just 1 line for mobile and internet connectivity. It resulted in disruptions to services, and on October 27, at the start of Israel's ground incursion into Gaza, the connectivity came to a grinding halt during an approximately 34-hour communications blackout. Paltel, one of the few remaining service providers that is still operational in Gaza, confirmed to Human Rights Watch in November of 2023 that when service was restored without their intervention, it was clear that the disruptions were intentional. In times of conflict, authorities and armed groups should refrain from deliberately shutting down or destroying telecoms infrastructures because of the disproportionate harm that it has on civilians. When governments and armed groups target the infrastructure, they often justify these measures as necessary for public safety, curbing the spread of misinformation or for legitimate military reasons. But such sweeping measures are more like collective punishment. When the internet is off, people's ability to express themselves is limited. The economy suffers. Journalists are not able to upload evidence of abuses that they are documenting. Students are cut off from their lessons. Taxes can't be paid. And those needing health care often cannot access life-saving assistance. When India blocked access to the internet in Kashmir for months in late 2019, Indian officials justified the action by saying it was necessary to temporarily limit access to the internet during the period of crisis to avoid permanent loss of life. 4 UN special rapporteurs condemned the move, however, warning that the shutdown in Kashmir was inconsistent with the norms of necessity and proportionality. In other words, inconsistent with the law. Practically, at least one study by a researcher at the Stanford Global Digital Policy Incubator has found that shutdowns are actually counterproductive to deterring violent incidents. It tracked a quadrupling of violence when networks were disrupted as compared to cases when the internet stayed on. Shutdowns, they draw headlines, but subtler, equally devastating techniques to manipulate the internet deserve attention too. Authorities possess an arsenal ranging from blocking specific social media applications or messaging applications to throttling traffic to restricting live streaming. And these are all the types of weapons that we need to contend with in ensuring that people have connectivity during times of crisis and conflict. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lama. And I believe that our Zoom participants can hear now if they use not original audio, but if they go to one of the language tracks. So audio works in English, and you can also select captioning to those of you who are online by clicking on More at the bottom of your Zoom screen and selecting captions. Nadeem, can you tell us a little bit more about the very specific context? And I know Hamle has done research on this, on the impact of the destruction of telecommunications infrastructure in Gaza and what that is doing to people.
Hi, everybody. I'm not sure if you are hearing me or not because there are issues with the audio. You're hearing me? Okay, great. So thank you everybody for having us today and having the possibility to speak and to be part of this event. I am here also and was asked to speak also about the current situation specifically in Gaza and basically regarding the destruction of the infrastructure, the telecom infrastructure, as it was mentioned, before. But I think it's important also to go a little bit back in this, because the infrastructure in Gaza has been held captive and controlled by the Israeli occupation since 1967, right? So the occupation, the Israeli occupation controlled the telecom, the Palestinian telecom infrastructure since the occupation of 1967. And since then, basically, it's a kind of a hostage infrastructure that we're not allowed to perform, to progress. Historically, also, when Oslo agreements were signed by the Palestinian Authority and Israel, it was agreed basically that this arrangement will develop into a Palestinian telecommunication industry or sector that will be independent finally, as there will be independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now about early 90s, 93, 94, with the Oslo agreements, with Paris Accords. All of these agreements that happened at that time never were realized. And until today, as we know, I mean, obviously there was no Palestinian independent state, and the telecom infrastructure is yet to be controlled by the Israeli side, which means basically that all the components of the Palestinian telecom, whether it would be for cell towers or for other components, has to get like approval by the Israeli side, right? And for many years, and for economic reasons, and for assuming that also Palestinian users would prefer Israeli telecommunication companies rather Palestinian ones, they prevented the Palestinian telecommunication sector from developing. So that sector was held captive, but we also need to remember that also there is no independent in the sense of being connected with the world. All the infrastructure basically goes through the Israeli side, right? And the Israeli side is giving the Palestinian side the access to the worldwide internet. Simply as they have the access, they can also cut the access. And this is basically what happened in Gaza. So during the war, during the genocide that is happening in Gaza, it's not only about destruction of the infrastructure that Israel did, and deliberate attacks on the infrastructure, on the cell towers. It also performed at least 17 times of deliberate shutdown, total shutdown of the whole internet and telecommunication of the Palestinians in Gaza. Now, in our research, in our last research that we published in Hamle, we basically speak about an infrastructure that the assumption or the estimate is basically 75%. At that time, we're speaking about a research that was done in summer this year, that 75% of the infrastructure was damaged and 50% of the telecommunication infrastructure was totally destroyed. That does not exist. We assume that since then the level of destruction is even much worse. So this is where we at now. We at a situation where there's a whole destruction of the telecommunication, and we know the impact. I mean, the humanitarian impact. How connectivity is a lifeline in the crisis. How families cannot call their loved one to make sure that they are okay. They cannot call for hospitals for help. Even people who were under the rebels and need some time to call when they are in that situation for help, they cannot do this. So you can imagine how much this is a devastating situation, that people cannot call for any kind of help, cannot communicate with their families in times of crisis, in times where this communication is most needed. I think it's important really to think about what's happening on the broader context, because if this is being a president, and in wartime countries and governments like the Israeli government can do this, this probably will be repeated in other places, because I think many things and many borders and limits that we were used to be respected in the international law, in the international humanitarian law, are being broke by Israel and violated by the Israeli government. I think we also need to think what's the impact globally on other wars, on other conflict zones when such things happen in the future, and why collectively we need to think about mechanisms, how we can stop that, how we can prevent this their situation from happening in other places. I think for Gazans, there's a need for obviously for ceasefire, to stop the attack, to stop the genocide, to stop the war. But beyond that, there are immediate solutions that need to be given to Gazans in order to overcome the right now situation, specifically when we speak about emergency people, specifically when we speak about journalists and media people who need the connection. So eSIMs was and still one of the solutions, and there are other technical solutions that the telecom company, the Palestinian company is speaking about, like cells on wheels and other kind of technical solution. But obviously there's a need for long-term solution. And I think it's really important to emphasize when we speak about the future and hopefully the day after, when there will be ceasefire, that there will be a reconstruction of the Palestinian telecommunication sector, that this telecommunication sector will get the newest technologies in order to move on. One thing that I did not mention at the beginning, that we're speaking about the telecom infrastructure in Gaza that was destroyed, but this telecom infrastructure that was destroyed, we are talking about second generation, right? I think Gaza before the war was one of the last places on the globe having only second generation. So the need now is basically that the international community will put enough pressure that there will be a construction after the ceasefire also on the telecom, and that Israel will allow the newest technology to enter Gaza, to be rebuilt, and to make sure that the people there are reconnecting, and there's a long-term solution happening there. Again, I think many people spoke about Palestine, what was happening in Palestine as one big laboratory in terms of surveillance, in terms of infrastructure. But what's happening there is really something that is impacting globally. It's not only a Palestinian problem. Lots of the impact there, lots of the precedent that's happening in Gaza, unfortunately, we will see them in other places if we don't put the right mechanisms to stop that and to have enough pressure on Israel to stop the war and genocide. Thank you for having me.
Very much, Nadeem, for that. And Peter, I've been kind of kicked out of the Zoom, or my Zoom is frozen, so I'm relying on you to watch what happens online. I mean, we've talked about shutouts, we've talked about the destruction of infrastructure. I'm not sure, Lama, I was so busy with the tech issues, if you mentioned sanctions, because I think that's another form of excluding people, such as in the case of Sudan, which has been not just impacted by war and conflict, but also for a long time by sanctions, which has made people not able to access certain applications and services. But Sharif, I wanted you to talk about climate change and specifically the situation of small island developing states who are incredibly vulnerable to cyclones, to other forms of disruptions, tsunamis. How does that kind of, when you have one fiber optic cable link, how does that affect people if it's disrupted?
Thank you. Well, let me start by thanking IGF for giving us this opportunity. Small island states, island nations, our connectivity to the rest of the world is really primarily these days with submarine cables. So if you take the case of the Maldives, we have a few submarine cables landing in the Maldives. Two of them connect us to India and Sri Lanka, and we have 3 more cables that we are working on connecting us directly to the Southeast Asia and all the way up to Europe. But also hundreds of small island communities connected by domestic submarine cables, hundreds and hundreds of kilometers from north of south in the ocean. Now we depend on this as a nation today for everything, especially when things go wrong. In crisis, we depend on connectivity even more than usual. So we talk about natural hazards as opposed to natural disasters, because we as humans have a bigger part to play in the disaster or the crisis than nature itself. Nature gives us the hazards like earthquakes or tsunamis. But today with climate change, the frequency and the power of these events actually pose significant threat, which means these submarine cables that come onto our islands face threats from erosion of the beaches and the power of tidal waves, right? Plus, we don't have the capacity to go and repair this as developing nations. So we definitely need to invest in our own submarine cable laying and repair capabilities, including these extremely expensive vessels. So today, climate change is a new front that is opening up to us. And actually studies show that the long-term impact of sea level rise will have a much more and very significant effect as more and more of coastal areas get washed into the sea. We may have to redeploy all these landing points, maybe even 20, 30 kilometers inland, but we don't have 20, 30 kilometers in small islands to move this. So yeah, definitely it is extremely important for us that critical infrastructure protection becomes part of the COP series, and funding goes into developing alternatives. So in the Maldives, we are one of the first countries in South Asia to connect with Starlink. And there are other alternatives that maybe in the next round we'll talk about. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sharif. Let's talk a little bit now about what the normative framework is that exists. Unfortunately, Madeleine Carr cannot join us. She's having an issue with her registration. But we have Ambassador Norman and Lama, you as well. But starting with you, Ambassador, you are part of, the Dutch government is currently chairing the Freedom Online Coalition. I know this is an issue that you have looked at. And also the Netherlands introduced this idea of the norm to protect the public core of the internet. What do you feel we have within this multi-stakeholder community from a normative framework that gives guidelines? There's also what came out of the group of governmental experts as well about, well, the norm of the public core, I think is very clear. It says that no state or non-state actor should interfere with the public core of the internet. And it says then explicitly, it defines that public core as including transmission media, naming and numbering systems as critical internet resources. But from your perspective, what do we have from a normative, at the level of normative frameworks?
Thank you very much for also mentioning the public core, which was indeed a concept introduced by the Netherlands in 2015. But actually I also have to talk about the UN, because we talk a lot right now also in the so-called open-ended working group in the UN about the implementation of norms. It is actually already some years ago that the UN, or all the states, have established several non-binding norms on the responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And these 11 norms have been endorsed by the General Assembly and are part of a framework of the responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And this framework also refers to the core internet infrastructure. Let me explain how. Indeed, these 3 norms have to do with critical infrastructure. First, it states that states should not conduct or knowingly support ICT activity contrary to its obligations under international law that intentionally damages critical infrastructure. And second, provides that states should take appropriate measures to protect their critical infrastructure. And according to the third norm, states should respond to appropriate requests for assistance by another state whose critical infrastructure is subject to malicious ICT acts. Now, what's interesting is that while norms provide that it's up to states to designate their national critical infrastructure, which is kind of logic, you know, like the Netherlands, for us, the port of Rotterdam is critical, while for Switzerland, a port is of less importance. So yeah, it depends really on the country itself. But they do include, as examples of critical infrastructure, the technical infrastructure essential to the general availability or integrity of the internet. And while these norms are non-binding, they do articulate a clear expectation by the international community with regard to the behavior of states. And for the normative framework to be valuable, it needs to be implemented effectively. An effective implementation means complementary initiatives and enhance each organization and stakeholders to support the resilience of critical infrastructure, also in time of conflict. Now, as you also talk about the role of the technical community, part of the also part of the FOC, by the way, the Freedom Online Coalition, of course, these organizations in charge of the functioning of the internet have a role in ensuring a resilient infrastructure and general availability and the integrity of the internet. Now, who should better understand what is needed other than these organizations? And let me talk briefly also about the role of the ITU. I believe that there's an important role for the ITU in coordinating responses, which is probably a lesser known function of the ITU. They do important work in disaster relief, but also in crises such as in Ukraine and Gaza. And we need collective expertise in ITU to assist in repairing and ultimately rebuilding the damaged infrastructure. In that sense, we also have to plan ahead. And my neighbor already talked a lot about the submarine cables and the importance. And I was just recently appointed as a member of the new International Advisory Body for Submarine Cable Resilience. And this new 40-member body brings together a lot of expertise from different disciplines. And I hope that we can contribute as an advisory body and in further thinking on ensuring how submarine cables can be protected, how it can become more resilient, and how we can quicker repair also in case of malfunctioning or damaging the damaged cables. Because as was already explained, how crucial they have become part of our internet infrastructure. Now, most importantly also with technical organizations such as the ITU, but also ICANN and RIPE NCC and other regional organizations need to remain neutral for them to be able to function effectively. They also mean for all of us that we need to protect them, so they can do their important work as they have to do. It also means that we should show some restraint in asking these organizations to intervene via their operations in functioning of the public core of the internet or the global digital networks that carry out data. So you talk about sanctions, but on this level we say you should leave them do their neutral work to protect the core of the internet, to make sure that indeed human rights workers, activists, journalists, healthcare workers can keep working on and using the internet. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador Noam. And you actually make it sound so clear and simple, and yet we know in practice it's not. But Lama, are there human rights norms and international human rights law that applies in these contexts?
Thank you. And in parallel to the normative frameworks that the ambassador clearly laid out, we have also the legal frameworks of international human rights law and humanitarian law. And under international human rights law, governments have an obligation to ensure that internet-based restrictions and attacks on infrastructure are both necessary and proportionate to a very specific security concern. General shutdowns and attacks on infrastructure violate multiple rights, including the rights to freedom of expression and information, and hinder other rights, like the right to freedom of assembly. In their 2015 joint declaration on freedom of expression and responses to conflict situations, United Nations experts and rapporteurs declared that even in times of conflict, using communications kill switches can never be justified under human rights law. Multiple UN resolutions have condemned intentional disruption of internet access, and they call on states to refrain from carrying them out, including during conflict. And now when it comes to the laws of war, while computer network attacks or cyber warfare are not specifically addressed in the Geneva Conventions, the basic principles and rules on the methods and means of warfare remain applicable. That means that attacks must be targeted against military objectives. They can neither be indiscriminate nor disproportionate. So for example, an attack on an electrical grid that causes long-term harm for the civilian population is likely to be unlawfully disproportionate, whether carried out by airstrikes or cyber warfare. The principle of necessity under human rights law permits measures that accomplish a legitimate military objective that are not otherwise prohibited by international humanitarian law. But shutting down the internet may serve a legitimate military purpose, such as denying belligerent forces a means of communication. However, the principle of proportionality prohibits actions in which the expected civilian harm is excessive in relation to the military advantage. And we know that internet and phone shutdowns and attacks on critical infrastructure can cause considerable harm to the civilian population, including leading to death and injury by preventing civilians from communicating with each other around safety considerations, limiting them from being able to access medical facilities and sources of food and shelter. They also hinder the work of journalists and human rights monitors who can provide information on the situation on the ground, including reporting of possible laws of wars violations. And importantly, the restrictions hamper the ability of humanitarian agencies to assess and provide assistance to populations at risk. The lack of information regarding the conditions and circumstances facing the affected population may also increase the likelihood of injury and death. And I think this is very acute in the case of Gaza, which Nadim has also laid out for us. A complete shutdown of internet and phone communications to large areas can also amount to a form of collective punishment by imposing penalties on people without a clear legal basis. And with regard to the ITU, Article 34 of the ITU's Constitution on the stoppage of telecommunications gives license to ITU member countries to block telecommunications in, quote, which may appear dangerous to the security of the state or contrary to its laws, to public order, or to decency, end quote. While Article 35 on the suspension of services gives member states, quote, the right to suspend the international telecommunications service. These articles have been invoked by some states as granting legal authority to block communications, including to implement internet shutdowns. These provisions must, however, be applied together with and subject to the additional obligations that states have under international human rights law to respect the right to freedom of expression and other applicable rights. Both the Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Special Rapporteur on the rights of freedom of peaceful assembly and association have called on states to consider revising those provisions in order to align them explicitly with international human rights standards. The Special Rapporteur has also recommended that the ITU issue guidance clarifying that those provisions should never be understood as authorizing internet shutdowns. In a welcome move, the ITU did take the historic step of condemning the communications blackout in Gaza and called for life-saving access to networks to be restored there.
Thanks very much for that, Lama. And I mean, it's actually, I think, really notable that there is an elaborate body of international laws and norms that do apply in these contexts. Before I open it to the audience, I want to ask Peter, Nadim, and our panelists in the room, if you have anything to add before we move on to the next segment, which will be looking at alternatives and responses. But anything to add at this point, or any questions you have for one another? Anyone from the audience with a question? If you have a question, you have to move to the front, to the stage. And Peter, if you can solicit comments online, please.
Definitely. We do have comments online talking about the alarming trend of internet shutdowns, including during critical times like protests, elections, and civil unrest. If I could use my prerogative, I would just add that those ITU rules even do require some process, some procedural requirements that states notify the ITU, for example, of the disruptions and the reason for the temporary stoppage and blockage in telecoms. And often these procedural requirements are not followed. And you'll see that even in states that do allow for internet shutdowns under law, that they're often not followed according to procedure. And so there's no notice to the population of the reason, of the duration, the extent of the blocking. And yeah, as a lawyer personally, that has given courts the opportunity to step in and say, you may have this power, but you are not exercising it according to the methods and the protocols set out in law. So just one more aspect.
Ambassador Norman and then Kojo.
Thank you. One point I would like to add, because I didn't go into the Freedom Online Coalition actually, which we are chairing this year. Maybe not all knows about the Freedom Online Coalition, but it's a coalition that exists since 2011. And that is a coalition of countries, including also an advisory network of NGOs, academia, but also the private sector, in how to protect human rights online. And we are chairing this year the Human Rights Coalition, and now we have, we added 4 members this year, and now we are a 42-member coalition. And the objective is to strengthen ourselves also in the discussions at mainly UN level, like now also with the WSIS+20 process, with the angle of human rights, how to protect the internet, how to protect the open accessibility and operability of the internet. The freedom on the net is an extremely important topic, and also internet shutdowns has been discussed time and again. Also, how to bring it about also in the international discussions to to ensure more responsible behavior of states, as you know, Lama already indicated also in her contribution on the rules which already exist on keeping the communication lines open. We did a lot of effort also in the GDC to ensure a strong language, also on the internet shutdowns. We were looking for stronger language, stronger linkage to international law. In the end, that was not part of it, but it was indeed that internet shutdown should be avoided. But we are very much aware as a Freedom Online Coalition that we have to continue working on that. It's not an issue that's been settled. Actually, the Freedom on the Net report of Freedom House has showed that it has been on the increase, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador. Kojo.
Yeah, thanks for the interventions from my esteemed colleagues on the right and the overview from Peter. A couple of things I wanted to point out, in part because I feel like I've been part of this WSIS process since 2005. And along those years, I've learned quite a lot from listening to people. I think we've broadly used the term internet shutdowns, and there may be some people who are less learned that might think the whole place goes dark. I also want to point out there are partial internet shutdowns that are arguably just as challenging, or if not more so in some cases, especially when you see particular apps or particular parts of the internet which are used for freedom of expression and exercising human rights. I think the other piece that's really important as well, and sometimes we forget about it, and I have to remind people, not that many need reminding, that there are so many people still offline. So Peter's great overview, I think, spoke about 1.1 billion people in abject poverty and 50% of those people being subject to their infrastructure or whatever being out of place. It's important to remind ourselves that despite the huge effort and impact we've had in connecting people, so many people still remain offline. And actually many of the problems we've spoken about, especially with regard to sustainability and the challenges that come from that, actually amount to people being in abject poverty, not being connected, not being able to get jobs, and actually destroying parts of the ecosystem themselves as a result as they seek to eke out a life. So I just wanted to point that out, but I felt the opening comments were fantastic.
Thanks, Kojo. That's always important for us to acknowledge. We have two speakers from the audience. Introduce yourself and be brief.
Hello, my name is JJ. I come from New York City and I run an internet resilience research firm. This is one of the most robust conversations I've heard from this forum on the concept of shutdowns. And you guys mentioned some really good points. One gentleman, I believe the Dutch ambassador, mentioned eSIMs, and then there was also discussion about COP and energy. My question would be that I've lived through an internet shutdown. I'm from Tigray, and I've experienced what it looks like from a diasporatic perspective to be shut off from your community. So my question would be, if we accept that the internet infrastructure is tied to the power infrastructure, and we accept that eSIMs in Gaza have allowed for still a constant live streaming of the atrocities, then do you feel that as a coalition, the UN and various member states have a duty to their citizens who are from those regions that they have encouraged to emigrate to their countries for various economic benefits and support? Do they have a duty to focus on eSIMs and power infrastructure because their citizens deserve the ability to connect and communicate with their family members in these shutdown regions? And how do you see a coalition that actually focuses on these nation states' duty to their citizens to get involved in these conversations? Thank you.
Thanks, JJ. The next person.
Thank you. My name is Khalid Mansour. I serve on Meta Oversight Board. As Lama made clear, we have enough body of international human rights law to oblige countries not to cut the internet services, especially when there are dire consequences, humanitarian, and not only human rights, but humanitarian and lives of people which are lost. Now, the question is that there's no enforcement or enforceability of this big body of international human rights law, and also states, and rightly so maybe, still have the sovereign right to take decisions using other elements of the international law to justify that. And I guess my question to Lama and maybe to Nadim and others, what would be the way out in light of the lack of enforceable mechanisms, but secondly, in lack of a technical solution that probably will happen in a few years where internet access will not be subject to sovereign authority? Thank you.
Thanks for those questions. Lama, one was directed to you, Nadim, but anyone else want to respond to either of those? Let's start with you, Lama.
Thank you for the easy questions. No, I think issues around compliance with international human rights law are always a challenge. We do need to see enforcement from, other countries. And in the context of internet shutdowns, I mean, these are abuses that often take place in the context of other violations that are also being perpetrated. So the government of Iraq may be imposing an internet shutdown while they are also using excessive force against protesters. And the actions in response to that states can take are varied. And they can include things like targeted sanctions, in some cases stopping providing military assistance, condemnation, but also accountability does need to be a critical component of this, particularly when we're discussing, attacks on infrastructure in the broader context of war crimes that are being perpetrated. And we have seen with the crisis in Gaza that there has been a real crisis in enforcement and ensuring that there are accountability for crimes. But at the same time, there are judicial processes that are moving forward that I think we need to support and invest in, and collectively use our influence with other governments to use their leverage to ensure more rights-respecting practice.
Anyone want to add? Ambassador.
Thank you also for those easy questions. And I felt indeed, as one of the one who asked a question and refers also to coalition, I felt obliged also to react. You know, we're in the field, of course, of diplomacy, and diplomacy means negotiation, but also a lot of dialogue. And enforcement of voluntary norms or international law has always been a challenge. But it doesn't mean we are excluded from the responsibility to really have serious, in-depth consultations with other countries. We, for instance, have, from my side, also cyber consultation with many countries, and especially also in the position of a chair of the Freedom Online Coalition, I always felt it rather actually easy to bring up subjects like human rights online, internet shutdowns, and our concerns if that would happen in a certain country. And then, you know, asking questions what they think about it. And I think also what Lama said, I mean, if there's evidence that the violence goes up after an internet shutdown, that's even a strong argument for governments, and for me then to present those arguments, that is actually counterproductive, such a measure. But it's, in the end, also, you know, in this world, it's complicated. We have different interests, different views on topics. But it's our role as diplomats to try to convince others of well, what we think unjust measures against the civilian population.
Henriette, we have a hand online. Nadim, yeah, can you come on?
Yes, I think the main issue or the main word here is accountability, and it's clearly that there is a lack of accountability to governments and states who are violating, specifically when we speak also about the context of the war in Gaza and the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the Israeli government that is not being held accountable. I think for me as a Palestinian, it's very sad to see the double standard that's happening in this aspect, because the enforcement that happened when the Russians invaded and occupied Ukraine was very clear. It did not include negotiation. There was very clear opposition also from governments, but also from companies, by the way. Companies reacted to that crisis in a very decisive way, in a way that they blocked certain content, allowed certain content. Companies like Starlink and others suggested help and gave help, not in a conditional way. This was totally the opposite when it comes to the Palestinians and when it comes to the Israeli government and how being dealt. And I think this is just, we learn from this that there is double standard in the way that some of the Western companies and some of the Western governments are dealing with the situation. I'm not saying that this should not, it is great that it happened in Ukraine, and it's great that there was a decisive approach. The problem is that this approach does not happen in the global majority countries when there's a tragedy, a conflict, a genocide. I mean, I'm speaking about Palestine, but I can speak about Tigray, I can speak about Myanmar and other places, and how those people who are supposed to be protecting democracy and human rights values and enforcing did not have any clear say or any clear action in those cases.
Thanks, Nadim, for mentioning that. And I think that's one of the issues we want to address in this session. How do we have a more coherent, consistent response, both in terms of international and international humanitarian law, but also from the internet global multi-stakeholder community? Let's now move on did you want to add something there quickly?
Quickly, I feel we didn't respond to JJ's question, and I just wanted to say, I think in some respects, the answer to internet shutdowns has been, the response has been more from private sector engagement in terms of trying to find solutions for people on the ground. And I hear you in what you're saying in terms of what more can states do to ensure that their residents or their citizens are able to maintain connectivity with others and where they're suffering from internet shutdowns? But I do think it's a space where innovative solutions coming from the private sector can really also reinforce what governments are doing to try to keep people connected. And I think, you know, looking at how eSIMs have been used in Gaza, but also thinking about how people have tried to circumvent shutdowns in places like Iran, there needs to be a strong alliance there in terms of thinking through the solutions.
Thanks, Lama. Yes, what responses? Let's move on to this. And Kojo, to start with you, what are the alternatives? How do private sector companies, how can they respond? What are the concrete technical, operational, and policy measures? And I see Peter is just also adding a question here. Can international laws regarding to shutdowns be taken to international courts? I mean, I think, Lama, you implied, yes, we can. But, Kojo, yes, the private sector, how does it respond? And how can it respond in such contexts?
I like to think that our approach and effort to responding is comprehensive, despite some of the challenges that people have outlined, not only in their comments, but also in their questions. I think as you spoke, you asked about policy. So for us as a company, we have founded our work on human rights principles. We have a global human rights policy. We're part of the Global Network Initiative alongside other companies. We have the UN guiding principles on business and human rights as well, that all our work is founded in. And I think having that mainstreamed into the company, not just within policy teams and not those teams that just focus on human rights, but into everything we do in terms of product development as well, is a super important start. And then I think it's about analyzing some of those issues. The short-term shocks we have in terms of total internet shutdowns and partial internet shutdowns that I mentioned, where particular services or parts of the internet are shut down, is something we've been thinking about for a long time. I think Lama just spoke about what do we do when governments, and I think the example was Iran, but we could cite a number of other governments who have sought to shut down the internet, either by destroying infrastructure or in some cases phoning mobile operators and telling them to turn a service off. We can think about how we might continue to deliver services to ensure that people don't remain voiceless. One of the steps we've taken is with WhatsApp, for example, which I think everybody here, I assume, has used. Unfortunately, not being able to make calls here from KSA, hopefully soon, but has used in some way. With WhatsApp, we've built a proxy service to WhatsApp where volunteers and others around the world set up servers to enable people to continue using a version of WhatsApp that enables them in places like Iran to carry on connecting with people, to carry on delivering services and help and sharing information about what's going on. I think that's important. But I think I've also been struck by, over my 8 years with the company, the way we've approached infrastructure. So one of the challenges that a number of people on the panel have mentioned are the challenges we have around infrastructure, certainly submarine cables. This was a vivid example where submarine cables are cut. I am heartened by the fact that our most recent builds, like to Africa, the longest submarine cable in the world, the first to connect east to west, west to east of Africa, however you want to do it, more capacity than all the cables at the moment. I can give you all the talking points, but what I'm heartened by is the fact that we bury that cable more than 50% deeper than other submarine cables or submarine cables are normally buried, in part because we're trying to ensure that the cuts that we have seen and my own family have suffered from in Ghana, and when SAT3 is cut and suddenly the internet's cut off for 5 days as they seek to go through the difficulties of repairing, are avoided. And I think that's a super important part of our comprehensive approach to dealing with things. And then in the midst of crisis, I think there are ways, and I think we've spoken about a range of crises. One, conflict, which obviously we've seen affect infrastructure and services everywhere, but also natural disasters. And I think in those instances, and most recently, I can think of earthquakes in Morocco, Turkey, devastating earthquakes everywhere, but certainly more devastating than some we might see in Turkey and Syria. We've been quick to act through working with disaster agencies, sharing data for good with agencies like disaster relief to enable people to be helped in the way those disaster agencies do, and also sharing some of our network insights with some of our private sector partners in the mobile industry. Where is your network damaged most? How should you be routing particular traffic to ensure that people can stay connected? And I think those elements of thinking about how do we approach it from a human rights perspective, policy, and how do we mainstream that into the company? How do we work in the midst of crisis or internet shutdowns as they happen, i.e. the WhatsApp proxy, and then thinking about the future. How do we build networks that are more resilient to the kind of shocks? And then for companies like ours that have a range of data that could be used to support people in crisis, how do we share that in a privacy way, a privacy compliant way, but certainly how do we share that with organizations who are best placed to help? And I think we've done all of that. But there is, for us and many of our competitors, as well as our partners in government and civil society, much more work to do.
Thanks, Gordon. Just a follow-up question on that. Are you engaging in these responses as Meta? Is there a collaborative mechanism of some kind between different private sector corporations?
Yeah, Meta has always been about partnership. The Keep It On initiative that Peter described is not news to us. We've been a key part of that and continue to be. We continue to work with, as I mentioned, NGOs. And any other kind of partners. Our infrastructure bills, the cable I mentioned, is built with other industry partners, including MTN, China Mobile, etc. So we will continue to approach it in this way through partnership, and we think that's key.
And then in the context of these current conflicts, the conflict in Gaza, the conflict in the war in Russia and Ukraine, what measures have you taken in the Gaza context, for example?
To outline all of those would take more time than I think my other panelists would allow, but we work with a range of partners looking at that. We've sought to keep voice and expression open when possible. I know there are a number of allegations about what ourselves and many other companies have done, but we have a team dedicated, not only our global human rights team, but also within my team, a community engagement and action team that's dedicated to continue engaging with those on the ground. If I gave you more insights into the work we've done with journalists, and we know how many journalists have been killed in this conflict, and with other organizations on the ground, it would take far too much time. But we are proud of the work we've done, but clearly, as I've said earlier, have much more work to do in this conflict, as you've mentioned, the Ukrainian conflict, and the other conflict that I have to stress we should not forget, the conflict in Sudan at the moment as well, in which more than 12 million people have been displaced, and we continue to work hard on that as well.
And in fact, we have many Sudanese participants here at the IGF, so it's good to hear from them as well. Cynthia, I want to turn to you, because I think one of the most significant responses, at least from the intergovernmental sector, has been the ITU Council resolution on assistance to Palestine in restoring infrastructure. And I think it's been very significant that certainly from where I look at this issue, we've probably had a more public and a more deliberate response from the intergovernmental community than from the multi-stakeholder community, which I think is a challenge to the IGF. But tell us a bit about that resolution, how it came about, and how you see it having an impact.
Thank you. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers to give us this opportunity to come and speak here. Perhaps the first thing that one would want to highlight in terms of the role of the ITU in as far as the issue of Palestine is concerned is to firstly look at the preamble of the ITU Constitution, which is quite clear in terms of the increasing significance of the telecommunication in supporting the economic and social development of all nations. And the convention of the ITU goes further to state that its objective is to facilitate the development of telecommunication services and also to provide the widespread benefit of new telecommunication technologies for all people around the globe. And earlier on, we heard about the persisting digital divide that the world continues to experience. And maybe just to give specific numbers in terms of what the ITU has published to date, in terms of the people who are online, we have about 5.5 billion people who are online, which then would give us an estimate of about 68% of the global population online. However, this does not mean that our problems are over, and I'm talking from the point of view of ITU, is that the digital divide persists to really haunt us as the governments in the ITU. And having said that, you mentioned that the ITU has been, adopted a resolution, a council resolution, but perhaps there's a need to also mention that before the adoption of the council resolution this year in 2024, the ITU have actually adopted a number of resolutions to assist the rebuilding of the telecommunication infrastructure in countries which are in need. For instance, there's a plenipotentiary conference which the ITU adopted, which is Resolution 125, which, among others, is calling for a framework of activities by the three sectors of the ITU to continue and enhance in order to provide the assistance and the support to Palestine for building and developing its telecommunication infrastructure. And it is also, that resolution is also calling to enable Palestine to urgently extend and install and own and manage its own fiber and broadband telecommunication networks, and including fiber optics links between governments and major states. But in addition to that, there's another plenipotentiary resolution that the ITU has adopted, which is on assisting and supporting countries in special need for building their telecommunication sector. And that resolution in particular, it resolves that the special action undertaken by the General Secretary of the ITU and the Director of the Development Bureau, with special assistance from the Radio Communication Bureau of the ITU and the standardization sector, should continue to be activated in order to provide appropriate assistance and support to countries in special need. Referred to, there is an annexure to that resolution which lists all the countries that needs assistance in terms of rebuilding their telecommunication infrastructure. But again, there's as you've said, the ITU recently in its council of 2024 adopted the ITU Council resolution, which is a new resolution in addition to what I've mentioned. And the resolution, it is actually calling for continue assisting in the monitoring and providing regular reports on particular needs of Palestine in the field of telecommunication, and to prepare proposal for effective technical assistance. And among other things, that resolution resolves to direct or to instruct the directors of the three sectors of the ITU to particularly to monitor and provide regular reports on particular needs of the Palestine in the field of telecommunication, and to prepare proposals for effective technical assistance. And in addition to that, to carry out the assessment on the impact of the war in Palestine on ITU programs and activities in the region, and to provide the report to the Council. And thirdly, that resolution calls to ensure adequate financial and human resource mobilization, including under the budget of the ITU and the Information Communication Technology Development Fund, for the implementation of the actions that are proposed by the number of ITU resolutions. And with this, it is quite clear that the ITU is really, and its members, is trying to put together the resolutions that are guiding its membership to ensure that the problems that are currently experienced in Gaza and any other country as a result of the devastating wars and the conflict that are happening in the world. The ITU is actually putting in place measures and procedures to ensure that those countries, they rebuild their telecommunication infrastructure. And I think I'll stop at this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Cynthia. And you know, I think it's also worth us looking and sharing if there are people in the audience or online from the internet technical community that have engaged in similar initiatives to respond and assist, to share that as well. Because I would assume also, Cynthia, that implementing that resolution will require collaboration. Not, you know, ITU member states are not going to be able to do that on their own. They'd have to work with the private sector, they'd have to work with national ministries, civil society, and the technical community. But I want to hand over to Peter here. My battery is also running out. Any comments online that we should share, or any questions you have? Before we go into our final segment, which is looking at what can this community do to help get us to a more concrete place of securing access and infrastructure.
Thank you so much. I do want to follow up on that great presentation of the work at the International Telecommunication Union. It's really been remarkable and heartening to see that really swift action across the ITU in response to the conflict and the war in Gaza. And as you say, coming out with coordination programs that are applicable across many situations of conflict and crisis. So building on that, I wanted to ask what coordination should we expect from humanitarian and aid agencies to provide populations they serve with access to the internet or to secure and open communications tools. Now, I know, in Sudan, for example, some of those agencies have trouble fulfilling their missions of accessing people in need. And in those places, there are citizen-led mutual aid groups standing up to play a role in ensuring access. While in Gaza, as we've heard, there are restrictions on the transfer of telecoms hardware and assets to those in need. So what can we expect and what should we expect from these aid agencies?
Anyone wanting to respond to that? Cynthia, Lama? Kojo, did you not hear the question? The question is, what response from the international humanitarian agencies? Is that right, Peter? You can repeat the question.
Okay, sure. So I was noting that in places like Sudan, humanitarian aid agencies are having trouble accessing the populations in need, and their mutual aid groups have played a role in providing access to the internet. In Gaza, there are restrictions on transferring telecoms hardware to populations in need. In these situations, what should we expect of humanitarian and aid agencies and to fulfill their mission of protection of civilians and the provision of aid? Should we expect them to provide access to the internet and secure telecoms?
I would say, I think some of them try to do that. I think the International Red Cross and Red Crescent does try to do that. I think, can they do it alone? I think that is very, very difficult for them to do. I think they recognize that they need to do that, but it's extremely difficult for them to do that. And not all of them have the capacity to do that. But Cynthia, I see you wanted to add there.
Yes, and thank you. Earlier on, you said that, in terms of the implementation of some of the resolutions that the ITU have adopted, it's not easy to implement them. And you are quite correct. It's not easy at all. And you pointed out to the continuation of the multi-stakeholder approach in terms of implementing some of this. And now talking from the ITU perspective and trying to respond to the question is that I think from the ITU, as Ambassador has mentioned before, we are operating in it's a diplomatic environment, and the decisions that we take are based on consensus-based, and the continuous deliberation is quite important. So for the ITU, if I were to talk from that perspective, we believe in continuous facilitation of cross-stakeholder dialogue towards co-creating and aligning around common agenda for action and advocacy regarding the non-fragmentation of the internet infrastructure during conflict. And from where we are standing as ITU member states is that this will ensure combining and leveraging the complementary roles and diverse capabilities of larger stakeholders and promote their inclusive participation in protecting the internet infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Lama, you want to add?
Just briefly also, to respond, Peter, to your question, I think, governments have an obligation to facilitate deliveries of humanitarian assistance. And when they are encumbering internet access, they are encumbering those operations in unlawful ways. And I think there will be humanitarian agencies that do seek to provide connectivity for their staff and in the communities where they're operating so that they can deliver on their mission. It's not their obligation to do so. And I think what can help is the monitoring of the impact that the lack of connectivity also has on the delivery of assistance, because that also helps to underline where the government is also not adhering to its obligations under the law.
Yeah, everything that Lama said, and then I think it's not, I asked for a repeat of the question, but very mindful that it doesn't feel like my place to call on humanitarian agencies to do much more than we at Meta see them doing already. We've supplied ad credits to a number of humanitarian agencies working on all the conflicts that you've mentioned and more. WhatsApp has become a key tool for many humanitarian agencies, and we see the effort they go to. I think some of the comments that have been made about the breakdown of the response and of the international community to many of these crises probably highlight some of the challenges they face. And it would be great to have someone from that particular community, the disaster agency response community, on this panel to speak to it. But thanks for repeating the question.
In fact, we did have real interest from Philippe Stoll from the Red Cross to be here, but he was not able to participate. They actually do very significant work in this field. I see there's a question. I don't know if there are online hands, Peter, but I see two people. Please go ahead. Briefly introduce yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. My name is Michel Lambert. I'm working with a Canadian organization called Equality. We are dedicated to build alternative technology, particularly to respond to internet shutdowns, network disruption. And we also manage the SplinterCon process. I hope most of you know it. The SplinterCon process is gathering every meeting like hundreds of people with new technologies, particularly to respond to those situations. The last edition was last week in Berlin. My comment is, we have all kinds of technologies and they're working well, working not well, but globally speaking, we are not having access to the resource to implement them properly, as the political side or the big private sector is struggling to find ways, to respond to the issues. We're not having really, we could play a role there, but we still maintaining some sort of the margin, we just have some sort of resource to small project, it's looking nice, it's fun, but then at the end of the day, we're not responding to the crisis to the level that we could eventually do it. So I feel that's a bit of a lost opportunity that the world is having here, and that we could engage more, particularly in protracted crisis, where we know that tomorrow there'll be another situation and we still are not engaging enough to use the resource that we have. So it's a call. We are here, that community is here. It's an alternative to response, and we could eventually contribute more if there would be some means to engage with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Michel. And I think we're going to come back to how this community can respond soon. The next speaker, please.
Yes, hi everyone. My name's Mike Walton. I'm from the United Nations Refugee Agency. I just want to flag up the Connectivity for Refugees project that we work on, and that is truly a multi-stakeholder approach in working with ITU, GSMA, and many governments on this. So connectivity in crisis is critical. As soon as they're connected, then information is critical. We have 14 million refugees visiting our help websites. Without that access, they would not be able to have access to that information. But I also want to flag up that as soon as those connectivity and those communication channels are up, they can also be the subject of misuse. And across the multiple languages and the multiple platforms that exist, it's a question to the panel, how can we make sure that we can moderate and we can ensure content policies are properly policed or managed when there are so many different languages and so many different capacities in place? And what's the balance between the people role in this and what's the balance between the AI role in that, if there is one at all? Thank you.
Thanks for that. We actually fairly deliberately did not want to delve into content moderation because it is in itself such a challenging issue. But I'm going to let Peter take over from me right now. And I see Nadim has his hand up.
Yes, just before there's some comments in the chat about also an initiative in Ukraine of operators trying to provide hardware and support to keep the internet working. There's also concern about states asserting kind of sovereignty and sovereign rights and to push back against, I think, efforts to serve populations in their states. So yeah, Nadim, please take it away.
Thank you, Peter. I just wanted to add something. I know that you, Henriette, said you don't want to get into content moderation, but just to say that it's important also to speak about access on platforms, access that is responsibility of the companies, because we are speaking about physical infrastructure and to get the access through them. But what would happen if you do have the internet access, but the platform is deplatforming you or preventing you from using it? And we saw this in social media platforms, including Meta, that is deplatforming and restricting accounts during the war in Palestine and in other places, not allowing newsworthiness, not allowing journalists to do their job, not allowing also human rights defenders to document the violations that are happening on the ground. But this is not only social media issue, this is also a payment platform, digital payment platforms. We know that PayPal, for example, a major one, is not allowing certain countries to use its platform, and this is very problematic. We know that there are crowdfunding platforms that have been deplatforming certain people when they try to make donations for Gaza or for other places. So just to say that it's not only about the infrastructure, we need also to speak about the access that people have or do not have, from which countries, especially when it comes to the global majority, that they are either not allowed to use these platforms, or they are, even when they are on the platform, they are being deplatformed. And I think this is also an important issue to deal with.
Peter, anyone online that wants to respond? Anyone here that wants to respond?
I think this gets at the fragmentation discussions a bit that we've seen at internet governance forums.
And also, the IGF has the policy network on internet fragmentation, which I think has one of the aspects of their work that I think is very significant, is their highlighting of the fragmentation of user experience, which is something we can't underestimate. Any of the panelists want to add anything before we go into our what next segment? Any other questions from the room? I saw a comment earlier in the Zoom, while I was still in the Zoom, with someone expressing concern that there's also harmful use of infrastructure, or infrastructure can be used, or internet infrastructure can be used by people with bad intentions. I think that's actually an important point, but I want to come back because I think Lama covered that. And I was part of the Global Stability Commission, or Global Stability of Global Commission Stability of Cyberstates, who worked with the public core norm. And our conclusion is that when it comes to the internet, it's very difficult to isolate what part of that infrastructure is being used by hospitals, by aid workers, as opposed to what's being used by bad actors. And I think your point, Lama, about proportionality is very, very relevant here. And I think this notion that it's legitimate to disrupt or destroy internet infrastructure because bad actors are using it, I think illustrates how disproportional a response that is. But I think there was Peter, am I right? There was a comment to that effect in the chat.
Yes, definitely. That under the guise of protecting internet infrastructure, states could be protecting combatants or protecting their own sovereignty in ways that are ultimately harmful or malicious even.
Well, let's move on if nobody is going to add anything. I think I also just want to recognize that we have probably not done justice to the range of responses and alternatives and solutions that are being developed by businesses, by civil society organizations, relief organizations, activists, national governments, local governments. I think there is a lot happening also in the internet technical community, but I think it's very fragmented and it's very hard for us, I think, to see those responses connect to normative frameworks and application and compliance of international law and of voluntary norms. But let's now think about the internet governance, multi-stakeholder community that comes together here at the IGF. And panelists, what do you think this community should be done? I think you all made it quite clear that the gap is not really at the level of norms. Or is there a gap at norms, if you want to highlight that? What do you think the IGF can do, and participants in the IGF community, from the internet technical community, as well as from governments, from the UN system, and civil society? What can we do to prevent what seems to be very ad hoc responses to these types of disruptions and destructions? Ad hoc, characterized by double standards, often too late, too little. So I'm going, Koja, you look like you have something to say, so I'm going to start with you.
I was trying to capture the question in terms of what we can do as a multi-stakeholder group or as individuals.
I think you're very welcome to talk about what you can do as individuals or individual companies, but I think what we want to get at is a more structured intervention, a more coherent intervention which can galvanize the diversity of role players and actors that we have in this forum, and that can create more compliance, more consistency, more coherence, and ultimately that can ensure that people have access to the internet in context of conflict and crisis.
No, so I think that's helpful. I think, look, having sat on this panel and learned from others coming in and previously, I think this diversity that you speak about is beautiful in many ways, but also creates some challenges in understanding exactly what different parties and indeed the multi-stakeholder group might do. And I think conversations like this are very, very helpful, but capturing the ways in which companies, civil society organizations, governments, international organizations, etc., are working toward this would be the first step. And to be frank, and because I'm a simple man, and we like to simplify things sometimes in order to get them done, carving away some of the things that that drive that diversity, if that makes sense. I think there are a myriad of things, and that can create some confusion and ambiguity over exactly what we might do. And I think clarity over what works, and I know that will, there are infinite things that work, but clarity over what works, what's optimal and works would be really, really important. And whether that's under the guise of the IGF, which I think continues to be a super important platform, or under the guise of the ITU or the UN itself, I'm not, it's above my pay grade to answer that particular question.
Thanks, Gocho. Ambassador.
I'm not sure it's my pay grade, but I will go into the UN part also. The discussions on norms are incredibly difficult and challenging, and that, of course, geopolitics is in play with the subjects in all discussions. But now we have a set of norms which are non-legally binding, but they are based on and complement international law. So we have recognized that international law applies in cyberspace. This means that we have some legally binding obligations under the Charter, but also under international humanitarian law and human rights law. So what we need now is not new norms, as some countries are suggesting, but we have to make sure that the 11 norms we have endorsed are now also being implemented. And to ensure implementation is efficient, we need the engagement of all stakeholders. This means, of course, a role for the UN agencies and the technical community, as well as the private sector, civil society, and academia. And next year, the open-ended working group will end its mandate, and we hope that it will be followed by an action-oriented mechanism, allowing for constructive and active participation of stakeholders, and the so-called program of action. So our focus right now should be on implementation. The implementation should not only be multi-stakeholder, but also multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral. And we also need to develop a common understanding how international law applies. And we have welcomed the resolution adopted recently at the conference of the ICRC that provides further elements on the application of international humanitarian law in the context of the use of ICTs. And we should work hard on capacity building. And that's also something we cannot do alone as states. We have to do that all together. This means this is the basis for greater implementation of the normative framework, and we can leave no one behind, and growing expertise on cyber is crucial. We always say, cybersecurity and cyberspace is teamwork. We have to work to do that together, to make it resilient and to keep it open and free and accessible. Maybe a nice example how we also do the capacity building at the UN level is the Women in Cyber program, where we, together with a number of countries, we have meanwhile trained about 47 women from countries who were not actively participating in the discussion in New York. And now we have trained 47 women, and they are actively at the table, well trained, with good contribution, which means that not only the female voices heard, in 2023 more than 50% of the contribution were from women, but that also countries who were previously not involved, didn't really understand the discussions, are now completely involved and understand the topics and play an important role. So in that sense, I think it's a common and shared responsibility also to make sure that everyone has a capacity, and that's also a multi-stakeholder involvement, which is one of the main topics at the IGF here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador. At least part of what you said sounds like something that an Internet Governance Forum, Best Practice Forum, or one of the intersessional modalities in the IGF could actually look at. My organization was very involved in a Best Practice Forum on online gender-based violence about 6, 7, 8 years ago, and it really helped map how responses can take place without compromising human rights. But Sharif, what do you think can be done?
From the perspective of climate change, extreme weather, and in the context of small island nations, I think IGF particularly the specialized dynamic coalitions within the IGF, could actually play a bigger role in supporting the island nations take the case of making resilient digital development in these small islands to the COP series and support these nations in securing funds for digital resilience and hence bridge the gap between technology, multi-stakeholder technology efforts going on here and multi-stakeholder environmental discussions and how the developed world can support the developing nations with the challenges they are facing with respect to man-made climate change and the result that we are talking about, disruption to internet. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sharif. Lama.
Thank you. I think we need to stigmatize internet shutdowns so that it is the act of a pariah state to shut down the internet. The internet is so intertwined in our ability to realize our rights that undermining connectivity is so abhorrent that states in good standing do not exercise this kind of behavior. And I think we do that by enforcing the normative framework with things like the Keep It On campaign, which Access Now has spearheaded. And we do work collectively to minimize the effectiveness of attempts to shut down the internet. And I think a lot of the initiatives there have been generated from the private sector, and we can think through more of what are ways to undermine governments who are trying to do this. And there's a role here also for internet service providers, because it's the governments that dictate the blackouts, it's internet service providers that are actually implementing them. And what more can they do to push back against these requests, to interpret them narrowly? Is there scope under domestic law to file lawsuits in response to these demands? Businesses also do have responsibilities under the guiding principles, the UN guiding principles, businesses and human rights, which should anchor them in thinking about how to respond to these requests, which can be far-reaching and also have far-reaching consequences on human rights.
Thanks for that, Lama. Peter, there's a comment online.
Yes, just a very practical proposal for a project to fund and operate a mini fleet of UN cable laying ships. So it's very expensive to lay these submarine cables and very expensive to operate the ships that repair them. But to help LDCs and developing countries, especially after climate crises, to get faster service, maybe a little UN cable keeping force.
Yeah, a rapid response. Yeah, Kojo, yes. And by the way, I didn't buy that comment about the simple man, not for a minute, by the way. So I'm going to give you the mic again.
I was trying to sell it. No, I just wanted to add to what Lama said about stigmatizing.
Microphone.
I'm so sorry. Should always remember the microphone. No, I just wanted to add to what Lama was saying about stigmatize, which I think is super important. And I just had a quick chat with her off camera or offline, and we spoke about the need to penalize as well. And I think one of the things that we've found really helpful in our engagements with those governments who have either decided to do full internet shutdowns or partial internet shutdowns of things like Instagram and Facebook is the actual cost to the economy. And actually, when all of us are well tuned with speaking with policymakers, it boils down to costs and benefits, many of their decisions. And some of the decisions some of the things we've spoken about here today have boiled down to a government or a regime or whomever assuming, will this enable me to stay in power or not? Others, it's an economic cost or whatever else. And actually pointing out the cost and letting that information become part of their calculus of this cost-benefit analysis is so important. So I align with.
Also, can having worked to oppose and counter shutdowns, sometimes governments that shut down the internet is very much aware of the cost that does not stop them.
And that's what I meant. Sometimes you're not going to get around a government who believe this is the only way I'm going to maintain national security or stay in power. But increasingly, you want that information to be part of their calculus. And I think that's really, really important.
Cynthia.
Yes, thank you. I'm just thinking aloud as I'm sitting here and listening to my fellow panelists.
A little bit closer to the mic,
yes,
I think.
I'm sitting here and thinking as I'm listening to my fellow panelists, trying to answer the question that you have asked. And I'm saying to myself, perhaps we, as the Internet Governance Forum community, we have a good opportunity in front of us. I mean, next year, we're talking about the WSIS Plus 20 review process. And some of these ideas that are being shared here, perhaps there is a need for us to consider highlighting them or reflecting them in the WSIS Plus 20 review process, and just to make them more visible and try and solve some of the challenges that we spoke about here. So I think that's what I thought we should consider as the IGF community to consider things.
Thanks very much for that. Very relevant remarks, Cynthia. Nadeem.
Yes, I think, obviously as a civil society organization, we are limited with our capacity and what we can do, but I think it's important to keep our work in terms of the research, in terms of documenting the violations that are happening there, also from the side of governments, but also from the side of companies, and to make sure that there is at least a process of accountability and that there is publicity to those violations that are happening. But beyond that, I think it's also important for us as civil society, especially ones who are in the humanitarian field, to give the needed assistance that's possible in terms of eSIMs, like short assistance and other like technical small solutions, maybe that are still in our capacity to help the residents, especially when we speak about segments of the population like journalists, media people, first responders and others who their work is urgent, and it's important to keep them online, to keep them connected with the rest of the world.
Thanks, Nadeem. Peter.
Thank you. The chat, again, is getting very technical and concrete, which is great. There's another suggestion for eSIM infrastructure and community networks that exist on top of a decentralized power grid. So I started by talking about how conflicts, impact access to electricity, and there is a proposal for a fleet of Wi-Fi capable portable batteries charged by mobile solar stations. And so, yeah, just very concrete technical proposals. But if I could use my prerogative and speak a bit to the normative and governance discussions, this has been really rich. I think, again, from our perspective, the best way to preserve civilian telecommunications is to have armed groups and armies respected as non-military in nature. And as the OHCHR recently said, and through our own documentation, we've found the internet is a resource indispensable to the survival of civilian populations. As Lama said, the principles of distinction and proportionality in international humanitarian law apply. The corporate and private sector absolutely plays a role. They're being targeted with partial shutdowns. But they also can at times push back and help circumvent disruptions and even hold governments accountable. We've seen companies file lawsuits against governments for demanding disproportionate disruptions. As we've gathered today at the IGF, it's, I think, a good time to assert if we're going to reach the 2030 agenda and provide internet access in all countries, to protect our common digital home, recognize the protected status of the public core, and remind folks that to preserve connectivity in conflict, the responsibility lies first and foremost with the parties to the conflicts themselves. and those parties, perhaps in the environmental and climate realm, accountable for that climate change. This, of course, though, means, as we've heard, we can and must proceed in concert together. We can't see destruction of ICTs normalized as part of conflict, but rather part of the solution, protecting civilians in conflict and preserving access to good, legitimate information sources requires robust connectivity. If I could just put out there what I've heard in terms of a few ways forward, I think the Global Digital Compact did set out good language on internet shutdowns. Perhaps there's a working group to implement that language that could come forth. There could be new best practice forum on this topic at the IGF. I know we'll be convening again soon in Norway in June. The Freedom Online Coalition has spoken and will speak further, I think, about telecommunications access and conflict. And I expect them to continue coordination with those 41 member states. And then on accountability, I think it is incumbent on courts like the International Criminal Court and regional bodies, the OECD, which recently did find against Telecom A1 in Austria for contributing to a shutdown, to find accountability. And even the UN Security Council, I think, should incorporate attention to access to telecommunications and the conflicts that it monitors. So that's enough from me, I think, using my prerogative. But thank you, Amria.
Thanks very much, Peter. Yes, I think I just want to really add, I mean, Lama said we should stigmatize shutdowns. I would like us to stigmatize violation of international law. You know, I think we've become, as a global community, far too tolerant of the disregarding of international law by some of our member states in the UN community. I really do think there's a role for the IGF in this place, because while I think that the international legal framework might clarify what some of the accountabilities of states are, I think we need to explore what the technical community can do. I think we might see an absence of a technical community voice in these contexts, and that might simply be because they're not clear on exactly what their roles and accountabilities are. And I think that's something that the IGF can explore. And I think Cynthia mentioned WSIS, and there are two concepts that were part of WSIS that I think is very relevant here, and that's international cooperation and digital solidarity. I think if we can use the IGF and use this space to build that solidarity and build that cooperation. We're in an era of, people talk about the digital Cold War. I think that's the work of the IGF, to counteract digital Cold Wars and to build the kind of collaboration across borders and across stakeholder groups to ensure that people have access always, everywhere. So thanks very much to everyone, to the panelists, and thank you to the MAG members, to Lito and Peace and others who assisted with organizing this session, to the captioners and the tech team, even though the Zoom was a disaster in the beginning, we forgive you, and to everyone who is here to join in this session. Thank you very much. And a big hand to the panel.
Excuse me, I'm here, I'm just short. I was waiting, sorry. But I think because I'm not tall, sorry. I just want to suggest something. I'm from Sudan, work as a researcher with grassroots movement. From 2018 to 2022, the internet been shut down in Sudan collectively for like up to 4 months. And when the war starts, tomorrow it will be 1 year out of the internet in Sudan. And when the international community talk about the humanitarian aid, especially inside Khartoum or Al Jazeera state, the food plan asks people to apply online. And that when we say it's not that flexible idea, and you need to talk with the grassroots people and emergency room people to know the solution for this stuff, but how we can ask people to apply online, and there is no internet to have the food aid. The second thing, when it's come to the internet, the RSF can bring the Starlink, and it's equal for 1 hour like $2, just for people to ask for help. I think when the international community can work with the Starlink people or work with the grassroots movement, we can find a solution to help those people to ask for help and just online thing. And yes, I agree with the sanction for 30 years that also affect in our rights as a human being to have an access to ask for help. Thank you.
Thanks, William, for that. In fact, I think we were wanting to talk more about Starlink, and we didn't. But I think it's good that we're closing the session with an example there of perhaps a very uneven response from a private sector operator that can actually make a huge difference and has in some parts of the world, but not everywhere. But we do have to close the session. So thanks again, everyone else, and please have a good IGF. And let's continue the work.
Good afternoon. Oh, this is a very weird way of doing a main session. So bear with us as we get accustomed with the lights and the huge room and everything else. Welcome to the main session of the IGF Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence. We have about 1 hour and 15 minutes to go through the main outcomes of a work that has been happening for about a year. And before I go and introduce our guests and go into debates, I'm going to ask Amrita to come on stage and tell us a bit about the work that has been going on for this year behind the Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence. Amrita?
This is pretty awkward. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming. I agree with Sorina, the room is too large, the audience is too far away for all of us, but thank you for coming to this Policy Network on AI's main session. Just to give you a background, the Policy Network on AI originated from the 2022 IGF, which was held in Addis Ababa, where the community thought that there should be a particular policy network which works on AI issues, especially related to governance, with a focus on Global South. And so the first year, that is last year, we produced a report, and you can go and see it in the PNAI website. And this is a multi-stakeholder group which actually decides what is going to be discussed, how it is going to happen, and how the report is formed. We have a few of the community members also sitting here. And this year we had 4 subgroups: interoperability, sustainability, liability, and labor-related issues. Some of the community members who have been very active, of course, all community members have worked in their capacities, and they are all volunteers, but some names which I would like to mention is Caroline, Shamira, Ashraf, who is also the online moderator, Yik Chang Chin, Olga, Shafiq, and Herman, Olga Kavali. They were, great leaders of the various subgroups. We also thank all the members, volunteers, proofreaders, and our consultant, Mikey, who is working behind the screen. And I think she's sitting there, and and our MAG coordinator, Odas, who is also sitting there for all the hard work which has been put in. If you want to see the report, it is there online, and if you are in the Zoom room, it would be put into the chat, and I think Sorina also has something planned. With that, I will pass it on to Sorina and our panelists.
Thank you so much, Amrita. I'm going to try to get closer to you as well, because that feels a bit odd, and the light is exactly on me. So we heard a bit about the work of the Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence, and I'm sure you have heard lots of talks about AI these days. We at Diplo, in fact, do reporting, and you can probably also guess it. The main word over the past 2 days at the IGF has been, obviously, AI. So it's obviously talked about quite a lot. And it is in this context that we will be trying to unpack some of the discussions around artificial intelligence, more specifically around AI governance, with our esteemed guest that I'm going to introduce briefly. But before that, let me tell you also a few words about the report. Amrita mentioned it's available online. And it is the result of a 1-year-long process, so I do kindly encourage you to take a look at least at the summary, executive summary. So the report covers 4 main areas. One is liability as a policy lever in AI governance. The other is environmental sustainability within the generative AI value chain. Then the third area is around interoperability, legal, technical, and data related. And the final area covered in the report is on labor implications of AI. So now I'm going to ask the obvious question. Has anyone here even tried to open the report before joining this session? Am I seeing a hand? Oh, I'm seeing a few hands. Excellent. Thank you for doing that. I also have some, I hope, good news for you here and also for our colleagues who have been working so long on this report. Our attention spans, it's kind of limited these days, and reading a 100-something page report might not be the first thing we want to do. But I have a gift for you, and that's an AI assistant. We talk about AI, let's also walk the talk a bit. So what my colleagues at Diplo Foundation have been doing is to build an AI assistant based solely on the report. So you can go online and actually interact with the AI assistant and ask questions about the report and its recommendations. We're going to share the link, and you can access it during and after the session as well. So, and I'm pretty sure colleagues who have been working on the report would be looking forward to hearing your feedback as well on what is written there. Let me turn back to our guests. I'll introduce them briefly. And then the plan for the session is to hear a bit from them about the 4 main areas of the report. Also hear from them about how they see the recommendations of the report and where do they think this recommendation could be going moving forward, so they actually have an impact in the real world. And then we do hope to have a dialogue. Although this room might not be very inviting for the kind of dialogue we're hoping, I will be looking at you, and I hope there will be a few raised hands in the room. So let me do what I have been promising for quite a while. In no particular order, we have Jimena Viveros. Thank you, Jimena. Managing Director and CEO of Equilibrium AI, and also member of the UN Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI, which produced another excellent report that I do encourage you to take a look at if you haven't yet. Then we have online with us Mina Lisko. Thank you, Mina, for joining us. Founder and director of Move Beyond Consulting and co-director of Maritime Empower Her. Also online, Anita Gurumurthy, Executive Director of IT for Change. Thank you, Anita, for joining. Back to the room, we have Yves Iradukunda, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda. Thank you for joining. Brando Benifei, member of the European Parliament and co-rapporteur for probably the most famous piece of legislation on AI at the moment, the EU AI Act. And Mutaz Guni, Assistant Deputy Minister for Digital Enablement, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for hosting us this week here. And we also have an online moderator for our participants online. Mocht will be giving us feedback and input from the online room. So again, in no particular order, I'm going to invite our guests to reflect on a section of the report and try to look also at the recommendations if possible and tell us how you see these recommendations moving forward. And I'm going to do an absolutely random pick. Anita, would you like to start?
Sure, I can do that. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to commend the report and especially for the 4 focus areas. Those really come with a lot of insights and also reflect the state-of-art analysis, especially on crucial but often neglected areas of environment and labor. Also, I think it takes up 2 very, very difficult areas. One is the whole idea of liability, and the other is the area of interoperability. I'll focus on these 2 because I'd like to really zoom in on what I think we should be looking at in this domain. What would be interesting and useful is for the report to enlarge its remit in terms of liability rules, which should apply to both producers and operators of systems, because a fairly invested level of care is needed in designing, testing, and employing AI-based solutions. And we need to understand that while producers control the product's safety features, and producers look at how interfaces between the product and its operator can really be improved, let's take the whole context of social welfare systems or the government employing systems. So in that case, The operator of the system also is implicated in decision-making around the circumstances in which systems will be put to use. And these are real-world situations. And here I think it's really important that operators also become liable and bear some of the associated costs when risks become actual harms. So that's one thing. The second is a particular thought that I have around the training that we do of the judiciary, the training that is needed for lawmakers, policymakers, etc. Here I think that the elephant in the room cannot be disregarded, and that is really the whole absence of global space to make certain decisions. We are particularly concerned not only about the opacity of algorithms, but the fact that such opacity often in cross-border value chains, in trade, in services, for instance, get compounded because of trade secret protections. So trade secret claims over the technical details of AI can really become an obfuscating mechanism and limit the disclosure of such information systems. I want to draw your attention to a recent paper from CIGI in Canada, where a landmark case about Lyft and Uber came up to the court, and the Washington Supreme Court ruled that reports in question maintained as trade secrets by Lyft and Uber qualify actually as public records. And in the public interest, they have to really be put out. So we have to look at this very carefully. The other thing I want to say is that the recommendations in the environment section could also look at very useful concepts coming from international environmental law, the Biodiversity Convention, common but differentiated responsibilities, because the financing that is needed for AI infrastructures will require us to adopt a gradient approach. Some countries are already powerful and some not. So that's very important. I'd also like to just focus a little bit, maybe 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, on the vital distinction between interoperability that's a technical idea and interoperability that's a legal idea. I think if we look at interoperability, sometimes, while calling for this important principle, it's like openness. We have to be careful about who we are making something open for, or whether there is public interest underlying such openness. So interoperability often enables systemic exploitation of creators' labor, right? So oftentimes, if we don't have guardrails, the largest firms tend to cannibalize innovation. So I would like to actually conclude by saying that we should really look at technical interoperability and policy sovereignty as not, things that are polarized, but we should work towards a framework in which many countries can participate in global AI standards. My last comment would be a fleeting remark about the wonderful chapter on labor, which could perhaps do with one addition about the idea of cross-border supply chains in which labor is implicated in the global south, and the fact that while guaranteeing labor rights, we really need to understand that working conditions in the global south include subcontracting, and therefore transnational corporations must also be responsible in some way when they outsource, in labor chains, AI labor chains, to third parties or subcontracts. So that we're actually looking at responsibility in the truest sense of the term. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. We're already adding more keywords to the ones that we already have in the 4 main sections of the report, and I have 2 on my list right now. That's transparency and responsibility. I'll be adding more during the discussions, and at the end, we'll see what were the keywords in this debate. So we're moving from the global south to the global north, and I'm going to invite Brando to provide his reflections, also because they relate to what Anita has been talking about, interoperability and labor. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I'm really happy to be able to talk in this very important panel, because clearly on AI, we need to build global cooperation, global governance, and we need to examine together what are the challenges. And in fact, the impact on labor and opportunities of having an interoperable technological development around AI are some of those challenges. In fact, I think that the fact that we have chosen, which was a debated choice, it was not obvious. We have chosen to identify the use of artificial intelligence in the workplace as one of the sensitive use cases that in the AI Act is regulated to try to build safety and safeguards for workers, for those that are impacted by AI in the labor place, in the place where they work, is one important direction. And also, at the larger policy point of view, clearly, the impact of AI on the labor market is already very impactful. So we need to build common strategies to manage the change in how the workforce will be composed. In fact, I think we could compare the AI with the impact that is already showing. Consider that we are only 2 years into the generative AI revolution. To some extent, we can call it like that. It's only 2 years when it reached the general public. And we will see what will happen in a short time after. So the impact is already strong. We need to consider the change that is happening, like when electricity was introduced. Sometimes I hear it's like with internet. No, because internet is not as pervasive as AI can be. AI can change every workplace, every dynamic of labor. And it's like the invention of electricity. It's like the use of the steam in the development of pre-industrial automatic processes. We can look at that with that eye, I would say. And then that's why we need global governance. We need rules, because the impact on our societies is in fact even larger. Not just on labor. But obviously, I say that as one who negotiated a regulation that dealt with market rules, we need to build a set of policies which are fiscal policies, which are budgetary policies, permanent lifelong learning policies that are able to deal with these changes. And I really believe that we need to build common standards, common definitions. We are working on that in various international fora, so that we can have more interoperability. In fact, you know that the EU has been leading on pushing against those that limit interoperability. In fact, one other legislative act of the EU, the Digital Markets Act, is also targeted at increasing interoperability. And we think that this is crucial if we want our different parts of the world to work together and to find solutions between our different businesses that can have our AI cooperate together, work together, not be in different silos and be separated. I don't think this would be good for our economies, but also for the global understanding. We need AI to be also respectful of different traditions, different histories. I say that because we risk instead, because of the dynamic of how the training of AI happens, to have a very limited cultural scope. And I say that from Europe, so it could be even more applied to other parts of the world, I would say. So I think this is something that these are some of the challenges we are in. I strongly believe that we need to combine, and I conclude on this point, two different efforts. On one way, domestic policy, in the sense that we need to have our own rules on how we deal with the AI entering into our society. And there can be different models. There will be different models, but we can build some common understanding. For example, and this applies again also to the labor topic, we have built some common language, also looking at the work of the UN on the issue of the risk categorization. The idea of finding different levels of risk attached to different ways of using AI as a common way of looking at how we use AI. And on the other hand, I think we also need to concentrate on where we need to work on a supranational level, because there are issues where we cannot find solutions without working over the borders. I mentioned one thing that is outside the two topics of labor and liability, but I think it's especially important to mention it. To conclude, it's the issue of the security and military use of AI. I think it's very important that we work on that because all the other actions are not effective if we are not able to control AI used as a form of a weapon or a form of security in all its implications. So I think these are some of my reflections on the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for covering quite many topics. The good news on your final point about the discussions on the security and military implications of AI is that there is a debate at the UN General Assembly on a potential resolution for that. So for anyone in the room who belongs to a government, do encourage your Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be part of this discussion, because as Brando was saying, it is important to have this as some sort of a universal agreement at the UN level. On the interplay between global governance and rules and domestic policies, I hope we can get back to that a little later in the session, and I'm hoping to also hear reflections from the room, because that's a very important point. Okay, if we agree on something at an international level, what next, and how can we implement those policies locally at the national and regional level as well? And I also liked your point about common standards and definitions. It's not easy to agree on these things at regional level. At an international level, it's a bit more complex as well, but it would help when we discuss, again, the interoperability, liability issues, and all these things that have been raised so far. Let me move on to Jimena, because she'll also speak about liability.
Hello, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of these distinguished speakers and the audience. So first of all, I would like to highlight what Brando was saying before about peace and security, because I think that is key. As a commissioner for REAIM, which is the responsible, the Global Commission for the Responsible Use of AI in the military domain, we like to expand this into the broader peace and security domains, because the implications of AI, obviously we know it in the civilian space, in all types of different forms, but in the peace and security domains, it's not just limited to the military. So we can see that in civilian actors that are state actors, such as law enforcement and border controls. And we can also see it in non-state actors that are also civilian, which can range from terrorism, organized crime, mercenary groups, and just rogue actors. So it's very important to also look at it from all of these dimensions, because they do have a very destabilizing effect. Internationally, regionally, and at every type of level, because of the scalability and the easy access, the proliferation of it all. So that's why accountability and liability is so important. So the report is great, and it really tackles a lot of the good topics about liability. However, the report only focuses on liability in terms of administrative, civil, and or product liability. It was a deliberate choice to exclude the criminal responsibility, but I would also go a little bit further also and say that we need to look at state responsibility as well for the production, the deployment, the use, and the entire life cycle, basically, of any of these AI systems. I think it's very accurate that this liability part is the first section of this report, because it's extremely important. Why? Because we need to, in the current landscape that we're living in, where international law is pretty much blatantly violated with complete impunity all the time. Talking about accountability seems like fairy tales, but it's really important to uphold the rule of law, to rebuild the trust in the international system, which is at a critical moment right now. Also for the protection of all types of human rights for all types of people, especially those in the Global South. I am Mexican, and the Global South, we are disproportionately affected by these technologies, both by the digital divide, but by the deployment of it. And the fact that we are basically consumers, not developers, also influences greatly how we are affected by the technology. It also matters because there is a deterrent effect. When we're talking about accountability in the criminal domain, especially, that really deters, and this deterrent effect helps promote safe, ethical, and responsible use, development, deployment of AI. And it also allows for remedies for harm. These mechanisms are very important and should be included in every type of accountability framework. Because we do have a lot of problems that stem from AI in terms of liability, accountability, which I prefer the term accountability because it's more encompassing. So we have the atomization of responsibility. Obviously, there's so many actors that are involved throughout the entire life chain of these technologies, and both, enterprises, people, and also states as a whole. That's why I involved the state responsibility. I identify 3 categories: so the users, the creators, and the authorizers, and everyone. But they're not mutually exclusive. Each type of responsibility, it can be allocated on its own and should be allocated on its own. Obviously, what was mentioned, the opacity, the black box, it also affects the proper allocation of responsibilities to each one of the actors, and the fragmentation of governance regimes, because what we're witnessing now is just kind of forum shopping to whichever jurisdiction is more amenable to your purposes, and that's where you set up, or that's where you operate, and so on. So that's why a global governance regime is extremely important, because these technologies are transboundary, as has already been said. So having a patchwork of initiatives is completely insufficient. And also, the regimes that we have right now for reporting, for monitoring and verifying everything that could eventually lead to some type of accountability, they're all based on voluntarism. And in my opinion, that's absolutely insufficient. It's ineffective. At the OECD, we have this monitoring of incidents and framework where it's obviously based on self-reporting. And we have witnessed there that the lack of transparency and the lack of accuracy in this type of systems of voluntarism is just not going to work, and it's absolutely unsustainable. Also, the type of self-regulation that is being used or like self-imposed by the industry sector is also not going to work if we don't have actual enforcement mechanisms, so in a centralized authority to do so, because if we go again state by state, it's really not going to be very efficient. So I think we all have like the general notion of what accountability is and what it means and why it matters. We just need to find the solutions. So, and the willingness to do so. Because everyone should be accountable throughout the entire life cycle of AI. And I'll leave it here, but I'm happy to expand on some issues later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimena. I think we're already collecting suggestions for the policy network to continue working on these issues next year, and I'm taking notes of some of the areas that could be in focus. You mentioned the impact of AI on peace and security broader and going beyond the military domain. This notion of state responsibility and liability, and then the fragmentation of AI governance. And I'm going to put a question out there that I hope we can explore a little later with everyone in the room as well. The idea of a global governance regime. Is that feasible? How feasible actually it is? And what can be done concretely to get there? We all know that the appetite for multilateralism these days is not as much as we might want it, but maybe it's not all lost. All right, let me continue with our speakers, and I'm going to invite Yves to continue, please.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to be here and this critical conversation, and thanks to the Internet Governance Forum for inviting us, and particularly commendable work that the Policy Network on AI has done, and the report that offers really good recommendations that should, if implemented, if guiding our engagements going forward, should make a significant impact. This conversation is very critical, and as I hear my fellow panelists share their reflection on the report, but also insight on their respective contexts and work, it challenged me to think about, we can't talk about responsible AI as AI isolated for everything else that we do in our lives. I think when you think about AI as a technology, we also need to reflect about why AI to begin with, why technology to begin with, and what has been the impact of technology all along before even the AI came in. I think if we reflect on that, then AI is just not a new concept from a perspective of its impact on our lives on a day-to-day. I say this because technology has been able to help advance innovation, solve different challenges, and help tackle some of the issues that we have. But at the same time, technology has driven some of the inequity issues. So I think as we reflect particularly on AI today, we also need to really acknowledge the fact that if the foundational values of why we do technology are not revisited, it's not just about AI, it's about the values of our society altogether. But since we are focusing on AI, just allow me to reflect. From a perspective of Rwanda, we always ask ourselves, to what extent, to what end, what is the end goal? And we focus primarily on the impact we want to have on our citizens. And whether it's AI or any other emerging technology, we really want to see it as a tool that we use to improve the lives of our citizens, whether it's in healthcare, education, and agriculture, where we are really prioritizing our investments to use AI, leveraging, addressing the gaps that we have. And so what we're seeing as an outcome is really leveraging technology investments and also early successes of AI to bridge the gaps we see in equity and inclusion, but most importantly, improving the lives of our citizens. So the themes for today's discussion, whether it's focusing on interoperability and governance, looking at environmental sustainability, or the issues around accountability and the impact AI is having on labor, all of this can be addressed if we, again, zero in on the impact we want to have on our society. I think unlocking AI's full potential I would agree with what have been said before. All these values and ethical guidelines and the principles that guide how it's implemented have to really be guided. There has to be consensus and dialogue on how we deploy the different solutions ethically. And I think it was said earlier on, the responsible approaches have to really understand the different players that are accessing the AI tools, and the standards should follow those values and should protect against ill intention of the use of AI. So when I look at the report and the different recommendations, I find confidence in this global community within the policy network. But again, for this session, I really want to call upon the leaders in the room, the technology specialists, and companies, corporate companies that are deploying these tools, to really follow these recommendations, but most importantly, figure out what is it that we want to do for our society. And so whether it's coming to building capacity, I think it's something that we need to double down on. Right now, there is inequity in terms of how different countries are adopting AI. The talent is probably available in all countries, but in terms of access to the tools, in terms of awareness, it's still there is a big disparity. So I think even as we speak, most of the people across the globe may have limited understanding and appreciation of the impact AI is going to have on their lives. So I think building capacity should start with awareness, and then the deployment of the AI tools should really be focused on improving people's lives, at all levels, whether it's the highest advancement in security, as it was just said, whether it's in medicine and other applications. We also need to think about how does it affect farmers in their respective society in different levels. I think we should foster partnership as we follow the implementations from this report. Like I said, it's not just for governments or corporates alone or international organization. I think we need to really bring partnerships forward to make sure that we bridge the divide and accelerate innovation across all levels. And finally, I think we should really commit to the adoption of these policies within our respective jurisdictions. I think the boundaries of the impact of AI are limitless. So even if you look at environmental impact of AI, it will not know boundaries. So the innovation around manufacturing of equipment that is used for AI solution, looking at energy solutions that are renewable, and also limiting applications of AI that are really against environmental approaches should also be limited. So to conclude, I think really commendable work in the report, the recommendations. I think a lot of insights have been already shared here on the panel, but really a call on all the leaders here present to really put at the center the impact on the people, on the citizen, respectively, and really think about how does UI serve that purpose of improving their lives.
Thank you so much, Yves, also for bringing the focus back on to issues on inequality, access, capacity building. How do we bridge the divides that we see actually growing instead of shrinking? And I pretty much like your question, to what end? Where are we going with this, whatever we call it, technological progress? And while listening to you, I was just reminded of two quotes we came across the other day while we were going through the discussions of the many sessions. And I just want to read them quickly, and again, hoping we can reflect on them a little earlier. Again, building on your point about, okay, to what end? One came from the Secretary General of the UN, who's actually convening this forum, and it was very simple, but also very powerful. Digital technology must serve humanity, not the other way around. We might want to think about this a bit more as we develop and deploy AI technologies. And the second one is a bit more elaborated, but along the same lines. Are we sure that the AI revolution will be progress? Not just innovation, not just power, but progress for humankind. I'm hoping we can also have a bit more reflection on this here, but also beyond in our broader debates on AI governance. Going back to our speakers, I'm going to move online and invite Mina to provide her intervention. Mina, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Serena. Maybe I could start with first thanking the Internet Governance Forum's policy network on artificial intelligence for actually organizing this very important discussion and for inviting me to participate. I appreciate the chapter on environment sustainability and generative AI. I'd like to maybe first paint a vivid picture where this picture, as well as other scenarios, I am of firm belief, have actually been the premise for the Internet Governance Policy Network on AI. So, as it stands, the Global South is indiscriminately impacted by generative AI and its associated technologies. The global North economies are strengthened largely by providing technologically advanced solutions which are taken up worldwide. And at the same time, the global North have the resource and time to implement and enforce policies which will protect the local environments. The entire day is not necessarily spent on hard and hazardous labor just to get food into the mouths of the hungry. This may not be the same with poorer and developing countries. Just as with our plastic pollution, we will see greater disparities in impact of non-green industries on the environments of the most vulnerable. To illustrate this view, I will use the example of generative AI in transportation. And this is by no way picking on Elon Musk and Tesla. The automotive industry is being transformed by the integration of electric vehicles, software-defined vehicles, smart factories, and generative AI. Identifying red flags related to environmental harm across the entire value chain of electric vehicles is crucial for sustainable development. So permit me, key red flags are the biodiversity loss from mining raw materials. Generative AI relies on large-scale data centers, GPUs, and other computational hardware, as well as all of us with, for example, our smartphones, all of which require metals and minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, rare earth metals, and copper. Extracting these materials impacts local ecosystems, wildlife, and the broader environment. Let's look at this from the perspective of deforestation and habitat destruction. Cobalt, mined in the forests of the global South country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Cobalt is a chemical element used to produce lithium-ion batteries, for example. The country has seen genocide and exploitive work practices, the cutting down of millions of trees, in turn negatively impacting air quality around mines. More so, cobalt is toxic. The expanded mining operations result in people being forced from their homes and farmland. According to a 2023 report, forests, highlands, and lake shores of the eastern DRC are guarded by armed militias that enslave hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children. The destruction of forests due to cobalt mining reduces the Earth's natural carbon sinks, which are crucial for mitigating climate change. Let's also be reminded of the negative impacts of copper and nickel mined in the Amazon rainforest, the escalating nickel extraction in Indonesia, as well as lithium mined in Chile's Atacama Desert. So besides the biodiversity loss from mining raw materials, we can also look at and explore water pollution from material extraction, processing, and battery disposal. The carbon footprint from energy-intensive production, assembly, and charging, waste generation at every stage, including battery disposal and component manufacturing. The social and ethical issues like child labor in mining, hazardous working conditions, and greenwashing. Addressing these red flags requires stricter regulation, sustainable sourcing, clean energy use, and investments in circular economy practices. We need to be extra mindful of the impact of batteries on the environment in the longer term. We are presently having to manage disposal of electronic waste, including the plastic. These impregnate our vital land and waters, but still at a micro and nano level. If we fast forward a few decades from now, the battery waste bodes to be far more unmanageable, as we are now looking at seepage of fluids into our ecosystems. So the Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence Policy Brief Report provides 7 multi-stakeholder recommendations for policy action. I'd like to emphasize that in developing of comprehensive sustainability metric for generative AI, that's recommendation 1, the standardized metrics must have leeway to adapt, to take into consideration our rapidly evolving digital space. Today, we are having to look at the repercussions of elements such as cobalt, nickel, and lithium. We are having to consider greener technologies to meet a nominal energy demand relating to generative AI. A decade, or even a few years from now, our targets will likely be completely different. Also, if I can add one more, I suggest that we have, in addition to the 7 recommendations, an outlook into the impact of the environment, because we have moved beyond just terrestrial. We are mining outer space. So the global space race for mining resources to quench our generative AI thirst needs also consideration. I'd like to pause there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, Mina. Thank you for making us think of more right in front of us issues that sometimes we tend not to see just because they're right in front of us. Thank you for raising more awareness about the use and misuse of natural resources here on Earth, but also in outer space. That's not something we talk so much in AI governance discussions, but it is a very important point also because we don't necessarily have a global framework for the exploitation of space resources, and it would probably be better to start thinking about that sooner rather than later, because as Mina was saying, we do see a lot of competition for the use of resources, for the development of AI and other technologies, so thank you so much for bringing that up also. Moving on to Mutaz for your reflections, please.
Thank you so much, Serena. Really happy to be here with you guys on this session at IGF. I think there is a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty, as you mentioned, Serena, surrounding AI. This is not just the talk of the hour, and not just the talk of the hour in Saudi. This is the talk of the minute and second everywhere in the world. And before I talk about the paper and the report, I want to take a step back and look back at history, because history is not just the greatest teacher, it's also the greatest predictor of the future. We as human beings, as global society, as a united nation, we've been here before, 4 times. We've been here before in the first industrial revolution with the transition from agriculture to industrialization. Then again, with the introduction of electricity, and again with the introduction of computers, and then on the fourth industrial revolution with the introduction of the internet. And finally now, we're on the cusp of the fifth industrial revolution with the transition from the digital age to the intelligence age. Each one of the previous four industrial revolutions had profound impact on three specific aspects: on infrastructure, on society, mainly on labor, and on policy. Let's take electricity as an example, as Brandy just mentioned. When electricity was introduced, we had to develop a lot of new infrastructure to deliver electricity to every home, to give a chance to everyone to be able to harness its power and use in a safe and robust manner. When we talk about electricity and its impact on the society and jobs, the jobs market was never the same before and after electricity. It changed forever, and we've adopted, adapted, and prospered together with electricity. We've upskilled and reskilled our economies and our people to be able to leverage that technology for the greater good. In terms of policy, we've developed standards, we've developed frameworks. We as an international community came together in order to build a robust and meaningful framework that we can all work together on for the greater good in the use of electricity. AI is not going to be different. If we look at the same three lenses in the AI perspective, let's take infrastructure for an example. Today, we're using about 7 gigawatts of electrical power in data centers in the world today. This is projected to grow to 63 gigawatts by 2030. In just 5 years, we're expected to grow and consume 10 times the electricity that we consume today for the use of data center. This will have profound impact on the environment. But the good news is 30% of the 7 gigawatt that we use today is actually, and this is a funny anecdote, is actually being used to predict the weather. So if we can actually, and it's using very old technologies and machine learning technologies in order to predict the weather, just to predict 7 days of weather. Now, we can actually use generative AI to predict not just 7 days, 12 days, in much less power, and reutilize that excess power for new uses of AI. Now, in terms of society, yes, AI is going to have a profound impact on jobs. Jobs are, again, not going to be the same before and after we fully adopt AI. But we as a global society, we need to come back again, upskill and reskill our economies in order to adapt and prosper together with AI. Finally, in terms of policy, this is the main topic of discussion in this session. Like every technology, there are two aspects when it comes to policy for AI. And this is true for every technology. There is a local aspect and a global aspect. In terms of the local aspect, we can look at the collection, the use, the utilization, and the access of data and AI technologies within the specific geographies according to the local priorities and agendas. In the global aspect, which we've already done amazing work with the establishment of the report, we actually need to work as global bodies with local government, with the private sector and the public sector. And the good news is everyone is willing to actually put their hands together and leverage whatever we have today for the good of humanity and to ease the adoption of AI. And with that, I look forward to the rest of the session and the discussion. Thank you so much.
For the good of humanity is a very good way to end this section of the discussion. I did promise we'll have a dialogue, and we only have 19 more minutes of this session. So I'm going to try to do that. I'll look in the room, and I also count on my colleague online to tell us what's happening there. Any hands anyone would like to? Do you have a mic there, or how does it work? Okay, I'll come to you. Probably easier. Let's try. Please also introduce yourself.
So thank you so much. Give me the opportunity to ask some questions. So at first, I'd like to congratulate your hard work to release this report. I know it's a very, very hard work to address such complicated issues, and I'm eager to read this report. But back to the main theme, AI governance we want. I want to ask a fundamental question about what is the overarching goal for the AI governance? Is it acceptable to use the title of the very first United Nations resolution adopted by the General Assembly in March? The title is Seizing the Opportunities of Safe, Secure, Trustworthy AI Systems for Sustainable Development. If not, what is the better articulation for the overarching goal of AI governance? So that's my first question. And my second question is that I believe governance is beyond regulation. Governance dealing with technical innovations, because we do need technical innovation, but we also need the governance to guide these innovation for the great good of the people and the globe, the planet. So if we use that for sustainable development is the overarching goal of the AI governance, how can we guide the AI innovation in line with the sustainable development goals and even to accelerate the implementation of the sustainable development goals? And the third question is back to the regulation. The common concern for AI application is that about dis and misinformation. But the dis and misinformation is from the maluse of this of using AI tools. So take traffic safety as an example. For traffic safety, we need safe cars, we need safe roads, but more importantly, we need people, the drivers, abide by the rules. So how can we have a comprehensive governance framework to regulate the behavior of the AI users? I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you also. I think we'll try to get a few more questions and then provide reflections. Any more points from the room? I don't see any hand. And we covered quite many topics, so I'm pretty sure you do have at least a small reflection in mind, thinking about all of them. I'm seeing a hand there. Could you please come? There are only mics here, unfortunately. Meanwhile, I do like your question. What do we want from AI governance, and what is the AI governance we want? And while we're waiting, Jimena, you want to provide some reflections?
Yes. So obviously, there have been around 4 important resolutions this year regarding AI. One was promoted by China, the one you mentioned, which is fantastic. So all of these resolutions are steps forward. And they are also leading up to the global governance that we want and that we expect. That's why we had the Summit of the Future this September, and we had the Global Digital Compact, and we had the Pact for the Future, and all of the documents that were adopted therein are a monumental step because we are now guiding the path of where AI is going to be governed by and for humanity. So that's actually the title of the Secretary General's High Advisory Body report governing AI for humanity. And I like to say also for the benefit and protection of humanity, because as you mentioned, AI has enormous potential and can be harnessed for good, can be harnessed for all types of enhancement of all of the sustainable goals. However, as Amina Mohammed said in the Arab Forum this past March in Beirut, there can be no sustainable development without peace. So going again back to the point of the peace and security and the importance of AI and the dual-use nature of it, what we want to create is global governance that encompasses both of this dual-use nature, repurposability, all of that. And it's important to have it because, again, if not, we're just going to have fragmented approaches that are not interoperable, that are not correlated or cooperated. So we all need to work towards this. And the only way we can do it is by adoption of a binding treaty. So that's going to be hard, but we need to be ambitious in order to have this technology governed by us, not that we eventually get surpassed by it.
Hi, my name is Ansgar Kuhne. I'm with EY. Of course, I'd like to congratulate the Policy Network on AI for this very important report. I'd like to invite the panel to reflect on the interaction between the liability and interoperability aspect. Specifically, if we have interoperating AI systems, how best to identify where liability would lie in case issues do arise. Is there a role for contractual agreements in this? And if so, how to deal with the imbalances in both informational and economic power that various actors within that network of interoperating players may have? Thank you.
Thank you as well. Do we have more hands in the room? Yes, we do. Try the mic over there. If not, I'll come your way. Not so much. Okay, it's going to take me a while. If anyone would like to provide any reflection while I do the walk, please go ahead.
Thank you. Riyad Najm, I'm from the media and communication sector. Now, in order for us to govern something, don't we have to define it first? I mean, we all talk about artificial intelligence and what it is and what it can do, good or bad to us. But until now, I cannot see a correct and definite definition for AI. By this definition, does it mean the speed that we can execute our computation? Or is it the access of data that we can reach and manipulate at the same time? Without doing that, we all know that artificial intelligence was established a long time ago. The only thing that is becoming relevant now is because we are able to access data at the same time with great amount, and we have excessive and high speed of computation. So we need to define it first before we try to govern it. And maybe my other comment, if for the past maybe almost 20 years, we have not been able to govern the internet itself on a global level. All what we get are like sometimes guidelines, some initiatives, and so on. And there was never a treaty that can cover this. Are we able to do that for artificial intelligence? I leave that to the panel to answer. Thank you.
Thank you as well for taking us many, many steps back and asking the questions of what exactly do we talk about when we talk about AI. I'm going to turn online and see if we have any questions and reflections from there briefly from our online participants, not our online speakers. If our online moderator can just go ahead and unmute.
Okay, thank you very much. But actually, we have a problem with our audio, so I'm not quite sure whether you can hear us well or not. So
please go ahead. We can hear you well.
Okay, there are a few questions actually from the online audience. Okay, the first one, I think this is a repetition of the last question. Okay, more or less the same. So how do we address the regulatory arbitrage between the countries, especially between the global north and the global south? Because the situation is very difficult and very different. And yeah, even for the internet, for the past 20 years, it is hard for us to regulate it, right? So how do we arbitrage this issue? And the second question is, we have a problem of wrong usage of AI. So the wrong usage of AI is worse in the case of military applications. So how do we safeguard ourselves to ensure that our AI is not being wrongly used for military purposes? And then we have an interesting question from Omar. The third question is, okay, AI is producing a lot of harms actually in terms of the online interactions. So there are cyberbullying cases, there are what we call it, a lot of things that are being generated falsely by generative AI. So how do we protect ourselves, especially for the young generations? So any panelists that hopefully can answer these questions? And then maybe how to foster the collaborations when we encounter this problem. So I think that's 4 questions is enough because we have like 7 minutes more. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, Moht, sorry, and to everyone else online and here. We have 7 minutes to answer quite many questions, and I'm going to turn to you. Please go ahead.
Yes, well, a lot of different things have been asked. I try to answer a few. In fact, on the issue of the definition that was touched, it was a big issue for us too. In the end, I think it's very important that we concentrate as much as possible on defining the concrete applications of AI, so that we define the systems, we define what we want to regulate for the regulation's sake, because we are not talking about philosophy or other sciences that should analyze AI in different aspects. So we have been working on that as EU, and there are important processes ongoing at UN, at OECD, and I think we need to stick to the minimum that we can, so that we can find more agreement. Otherwise, we will lose sight. On the sustainable goals issue that was mentioned, I think it's important to also mention the risk of excessive wealth concentration that will limit the access to services, to the same issues we mentioned of permanent learning, etc. So in fact, there is also an issue of how we distribute the added value created by AI, increase of productivity. It's something that if we look at the policy side, it cannot be avoided. I think we need to bring that on the table too. So it's a fiscal policy, it's budgetary policies, is a new welfare system, because in fact with the revolutions we talked about, with industrial revolution, electricity, the digital space, we have seen changes in how we organized our safety nets and our state support systems. So we need to work also on that. And finally, on the liability, I want to say that it's very important that we work on the on finding more transparency. This is what we have been working on with the AI Act, because if there is no downstream transparency between the various operators in the chain of value of AI, then the risk of asymmetry and the the transportation of responsibilities down the stream will be damaging to the weaker actors. It will strengthen the incumbents and not have a healthy market for AI. So liability, transparency, yes, we can have contractual agreements, it was mentioned, but only if we have strong safeguards to avoid the lack of information. Otherwise, we will just entrench market advantages and we will, I think, suppress innovation. So we need to find a good way. In Europe, we are now working on a new liability legislation, AI liability legislation that complements the AI Act, and we will be discussing this for sure also in the future in this kind of context. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, Brando, also for highlighting the need for actually whole of government and whole of society approaches to dealing with the challenges of AI. Any more reflections from our speakers? We have 3 more minutes.
Yes, I may come in. Am I audible?
Yes.
Mina, give us 2 minutes to wrap up here and then we'll get back to you.
Sure.
All right, so, thank you so much. So I think there were a lot of questions regarding regulation, regarding governance, regarding the definition of AI. I just want to sort of take a step back and highlight an amazing approach that has been taken in the report in regards of focusing on the value chain of AI, because you cannot govern the whole of AI together. You need to actually distribute it into components and look at each component in isolation from the other components. And I also want to mention that we still don't fully understand AI, right? This is the first technology, maybe not the first, we still don't understand electricity, for example, fully, but this is a technology that is giving us answers without, in a way that is not very transparent. We don't know why did the model give us that answer. So I think a change on how we regulate and how we govern such a technology is very much needed. We cannot take a reactive approach, especially when it comes to liability. We also need to serve a proactive approach in the appropriate components within the value chain. So in the data layer, for example, the collection of data, we're going to take a reactive approach. But in the access to AI, for example, maybe we need to consider a more proactive approach when it comes to governance and regulation. And from that, I want to also talk a little bit about interoperability, because you know, one of the biggest questions that we get from investors when it comes to investment in Saudi, for example, is if I'm compliant with the laws and regulation in country X, am I going to be compliant with the laws and regulation in your country, especially when it comes to the GDPR and the differences between the GDPR and the BDPL and KSA. So having frameworks and interoperable law, especially when it comes to data, because data currently is kind of clear, and we can move from data upstream into the value chain of AI from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Mina, back to you online.
Thank you very much. Perhaps just from my side, I'd like to again just emphasize that in order for us to have a future world and an equal future, sincere and responsible collaboration is crucial. And we need to prioritize these in sustainability design, like put in the report, deployment and governance of generative AI technologies. And maybe a last point, without an environment, there's no point on collaboration to boost economies or on developing societies. We need to move off from our path of total global destruction. Thank you.
Thank you also. We have quite a few powerful messages out of these sessions. I hope someone will be taking due notes. If not, we have AI-enabled reporting. Jimena?
So just very quickly, I just wanted to say that I think now that even though there's no one single definition to AI, we're getting, I mean, the technology has been here for over 70 years. So, I mean, we have some understanding of it, and what we're trying to do now is to whiten the black box in terms of explainable AI and so on. So all of these things, like we're trying to do forensics, for example, on the models to see like how they came up with the outputs and so on. So this is a very important thing that's going to help us make AI more accountable. And the global governance framework, I think it should be overarching of all of the topics. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of subset regimes, but they should all be dependent on like the umbrella of governance. Just to finish on the liability, I think the one conclusion we can come to is that if you cannot fully control the effects of a technology, you should accept by the mere fact that you're using it, that you will be responsible for whatever happens. That will happen in this case. So I think that should be the general rule that we should keep in mind for now, especially when it comes to the peace and security domain or when there's human rights violations involved. So high scale or high risk frontier models and all of the other type of decision support systems and autonomous weapon systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Eve, Anita, any final reflections from you before we wrap up?
Just to, again, agree with the comment around the liability. I think it goes back also to the emphasis that has been done on awareness and capacity building, because some of the liability may come from the most vulnerable link within our ecosystem. So that then means that we need to emphasize on partnership, because if that sort of responsible use of some of this method is applied in any one of the jurisdiction, it will not leave the rest of the countries or the organizations safe. So I think, again, an emphasis on building the partnerships that enforce collaboration and partnership to advance some of these values that have been discussed.
Thank you. Anita, if you're still with us and would like to add something. Okay, perhaps not. We are out of time. I'm not even going to try to summarize the many points that have been touched on today, but I'm sure there will be a very comprehensive report by the policy network facilitators. And there will also be one from, as I was saying, AI-enabled. I do, again, encourage everyone to take a look at the report, maybe even only the recommendations. There is a chatbot that will allow you to interact with it directly. Looking forward to seeing how the policy network will continue its work, building on some of the very, very useful and thought-provoking reflections from today. Many thanks to our speakers here and online. Many thanks to you in the room also for your contributions, and our online participants also. Enjoy the rest of the IGF, and yeah, let's see where we get to this AI, humanity, governance, society, and all the implications around them. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, estimated colleagues and participants, it's a pleasure to welcome to the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity Capacity Building, part of the Internet Governance Forum 2024 here in Riyadh. Thank you, host country. Our goal today is clear: to explore, develop, and share a strategy to strengthen global cybersecurity capacity. Session overview, introductions, past achievement, and 2024 discussion context, problem statement, define key challenges in capacity building, expert panel, insight, experiences, and contribution from the room. Objectives: redefine the problem statement, identify best practice forum and actionable solutions, define next step to move from dialogue to action. Thank you for showing to us. Your work and experience matter. Let's begin. Thank you there.
Thank you, Karina, for this introduction, and welcome all to this session of the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity Capacity Building. Can you move to the next slide, please, or do I have a remote? Okay. These are the session outline and objectives Karina discussed with you already, so I don't think it's necessary to go through them again. Just a second. So also from my part, I hope that we had a very interactive and very interesting session. But first of all, let me present myself. My name is Wim Deugezelle. I'm a consultant with the IGF Secretariat, supporting this best practice forum. So that's why I prefer to give the introduction, and then afterwards leave to the colleagues co-facilitator of the best practice forum, and the distinguished panelists we invited for this meeting. Next slide, please. First of all, what is a best practice forum? You might have seen in the agenda or on the IGF website that there is something called intersessional activities. These are a number of activities that kick off at the beginning of the year and have discussions during the year in function of the IGF meeting that comes at the end of the year. This allows to do a little bit more preparation than a normal workshop. And this also allows to collect information, different views from stakeholders, which are then combined and published in a report after the meeting and is sent out for further work. This is not the first best practice forum on cybersecurity. As you can see on the screen, there have been BPFs on cybersecurity for the last 7 years almost. Between 2018 and 2023, the best practice forum on cybersecurity, there have been with a different focus before that, but between 2018 and 2023, the IGF Best Practice Forum has focused on norms and norms agreements in cybersecurity. I'm not going to dive into detail, but I really would like to list what we did in those years, because they are also based on discussions with the different stakeholders, with the communities, and these reports are still available on the IGF website. They looked into norms and norms agreements from different aspects, amongst other, how norms are developed, how norms are made into practice. One year, there was a very interesting question that was dealt with. The question, if you look back to specific cybersecurity events that happened in the past, before a specific norm was voted or agreed, would that have made a difference? So that was a very interesting story. Another interesting discussion or research we did in the past couple of years was looking outside the realm or outside the sector of cybersecurity and look in other fields where there also are norms and norm agreements. And see if lessons could be learned for cybersecurity norms. But this is the past work. These outputs, I really invite you, if you're interested, to look at them, because they're very interesting and very good read, especially as a background. They're still available on the website. Now, today, the next slide, please. After all those years talking about norms agreements, there was a feeling, well, maybe we have said enough or finished that topic. And in the beginning of this year, the IGF always sends out a request for topics that should be on the agenda. That is a request for topics that inform the general agenda for the meeting, also had informed the choice of the different main themes for this year. But in this call for input, cybersecurity and trust came out as one of the paramount concerns in the community, which was a clear indication that the IGF in its program should pay attention to it. But of course, cybersecurity and trust is an enormous broad topic. Therefore, the people behind and the people proposing this best practice forum said it might be interesting to look into capacity building that helps to build cybersecurity, helps to enhance cybersecurity and trust online. So the proposal for this best practice forum was submitted and agreed here in Riyadh in the beginning of the year in February, where the IGF multi-stakeholder community, multi-stakeholder advisory group met. And after that, the work plan, one of the first things the BPF did was to organize a meeting to discuss its own work plan, to discuss the idea to have this BPF. And I mentioned here because that was a very interesting step, or an important step this year. The next slide, please. Because the fact that the BPF took its initial plan and moved and used that to organize its first meeting was very important to get input from the community on what it was planning to do. And it dramatically changed, well, dramatically might sound a bit, let's say, too dramatic, but it really changed the course of what was planned. Because the initial idea was for the best practice forum to look into cybersecurity capacity building, what is available online, what is available in terms of specific training, in terms of specific offers, and do a kind of general mapping, mapping of training, mapping of resources available, a mapping so that it would be possible to look for gaps, to look for opportunities, and then provide that to the community. But very early, one of our first calls, one of our first meetings we had, we got some pushback coming from the community and community participants saying, well, but this is already being done. There is already a huge amount of information out there. There are mappings of cybersecurity capacity initiatives, there are inventories, there are organizations providing this type of work already. To that extent that it might be difficult to find the specific information you need. It might be difficult for a government, an organization, or a person that says, well, I would need to build some capacity in my organization on cybersecurity, but I don't really know where to go because there's like too much information. And this was a start for a completely other discussion within the Best Practice Forum, and a discussion that led to the session today. That was, how do we deal with this exact situation? And this led to the formulation of a problem statement that you see on the screen, and that will be the main topic or the start for the discussion today. I will read it out. So this discussion we had on the program for the BPF this year led to the problem statement, saying that while various mappings, inventories, and initiatives provide a wealth of information on cybersecurity capacity building, different offerings, this information, they may overlaps and gaps in information may exist or exist, and the information, and therefore the information may not reach its target audience effectively. And with this, I want to leave it there. Go to the next slide, please. Because the nice thing as an introduction is you can really come up with a problem statement, and then you can hand over to the panel to discuss and come up with conclusions and the question to solve it. But for that, I give the floor to the two moderators, who are also co-facilitators and the panel. I think the most easiest is everyone introduces himself or herself, and that might be the best. So thank you for me, and I'm looking forward to a very interesting discussion.
Thank you, Wim, for that great introduction to our discussion today. My name is Josephine Miliza. I am a MAG member and also a co-facilitator for the BPF Cybersecurity. Really happy to be joined today by a great panel, and we'll be going into the discussion shortly. But before that, I'd like to welcome all the panelists and my co-moderator to introduce themselves, starting from my far right, left.
Hello, everybody. My name is João. I'm the lead facilitator for the Youth Standing Group, and I'm also a cryptography researcher.
Hello, my name is Yao Amevi Sosu. I'm from Benin. I'm the current coordinator of the UFIGF in Benin and also part of the DC in data-driven health technology from the intersectional works. I've also been working some time in the BPF. Yeah. Nice to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Horisova, Senior Outreach Manager for the GFC, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and also a former MAC member.
Good afternoon. My name is Dino Dell'Acro. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Pension Fund. And within the IGF, I play several roles. I represent the Intergovernment Organization and the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. I'm a co-facilitator in the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity and co-lead of the Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization. Happy to be here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mevish Vaishnav from India, President of Academy of Digital Health Sciences, and I represent Dynamic Coalition in Digital Health over here. Pleasure to be you.
Hello, I'm Brendan Dowling. I'm the Australian Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology.
Thank you, and I'd also like my colleagues who are joining us online, Octavia and Yubonana, to introduce yourselves, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yubonana. I'm from Madagascar. This is my 4th year co-facilitating the BPF on cybersecurity. I'm NOC manager for Helios Towers, and I'm really happy to moderate the session online. I would like to thank our panelists and welcome everyone who's joining this session. Thank you. I'm from Madagascar.
Octavia Rint-Guðbrunnar-Jones, calling in from Iceland. I sit on the MAG as well, and this is my first year on the MAG. Although I'm a long-term MAG or IGF participant, I've had the absolute pleasure of also being a co-chair of this best practice for cybersecurity, and I'm very excited and happy to spend the next hour with you all.
Thank you so much. And yes, getting into the conversation today, and our first question is, how does the problem statement resonate with your own experiences or perspectives? Do you find that in your context, do you find that it resonates with your context? Is there something missing or that we overlooked as we were coming up with it? I'll start with Brendan, please.
Thank you. I think the problem statement is valid. It captures that there is a huge proliferation of information about cybersecurity capacity building, but it's often not bespoke, it's often not targeted to recipients. And in our experience, that is the most important element. We have seen cyber attacks, cybercrime worsen substantially in our region. We've seen Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asian nations, Pacific Island nations hit by really disruptive cyber attacks. So there is a huge amount of interest and drive to raise cybersecurity and to raise cyber resilience. We've implemented some very substantial capacity building programs in recent years, but we've often found that they can be untargeted, inappropriate, and we've committed to doing better with our partners about working with them in dialogue to figure out what the right approach for that country, for that context, for that situation is. What that means is, in our capacity building work in the Pacific, it is very bespoke to that country. It can involve incident response work when there's a major disruptive cyber attack. It can involve upgrading hardware and software to ensure that pirated software or out-of-date servers are not in use. It can involve developing legal frameworks or national strategies or training to develop computer emergency response teams. So every capacity building program that we roll out is designed in consultation with the recipient country and is shaped according to their needs, interests, and their situation. So I think it's a really positive thing that we have a much more substantial effort in cybersecurity capacity building out there. For me, the most important consideration is adjusting and tailoring to the particular circumstances of the country, organisation or partner that you're working with?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think the healthcare data is the major important part of individuals, and it is a personal information, so we need to take care of it. And the best practices is the one where we can collaborate and work together on the cybersecurity part.
Thank you. And to Teresa, I know that when we started to have the conversation, you, GCFE have done amazing work, and you're actually one of the people who pointed to us that yes, these resources exist, but we need to redefine what really the problem statement is. So what are your reflections based on the work that you do over this year and also looking into next year?
Yeah, thank you very much, Josephine. Two things that resonated with me when we started having this conversation a few months ago. First of all, I think the IGF is a natural space to have discussions on capacity building, and I feel that it hasn't been used, this space, as much as it could have. So the fact that the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity decided to focus on capacity building is, I think, something to really applaud. And second, from my organizational point of view, from the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, we try to make the overview of what's available, what capacity building projects are happening, as easy to find, as easy to grasp as possible, so that we can serve as a resource for donors, for implementers when they are planning their projects, to kind of build on what has been done already, to eliminate duplication of efforts, and to simply use resources as efficiently as possible. We also try to do it sensitively tailored to each region, what Ambassador has already stressed through our regional hubs, including in the Pacific, where we really try to use the knowledge from the regions themselves to provide even better overview of all the capacity building projects and activities. Now, how we do it might not be perfect. That's why having a discussion on what is most useful and what is most efficient, and comparing with other resources that are available is extremely useful for us. The primary resource that the GFC uses is the so-called CIBL portal, which is available for free online on www.cibleportal.org. And there we really try to also engage the various actors to help us find and provide us information that we can put up on the portal in a very simple overview that anybody can use as a go-to resource. But we hope that the discussion we are having tonight, the discussion we've been having with you over the past months, will help us fine-tune it and make it even more useful. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Yao?
Yeah, thank you very much for the floor. I concur a lot with all what the previous speakers have discussed already about the importance of the topic. At the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technology, we have been stressing this concern for years about cyber threats, especially when it's come to healthcare facilities and healthcare access. We are moving toward a more e-driven health access around the globe, but we need to make sure that healthcare practitioners also have capacity building opportunities to strengthen their knowledge on how to prevent certain breaches during their practices. And another aspect also we've been stressing is accessibility on those available capacity, especially when it's come to young people and underserved communities, especially in African region. You know, in Africa we have like thousands of languages. There's no way to mention that, but the thing is, like, if you just take the common layman, like, we know today, for example, like, the most common used tool to access internet in Africa is a mobile phone. And our people, like, population are not really educated on how to prevent those breaches, on how to protect their informations. And one best practice, I would say, I would suggest in that direction would be in terms of tailoring the capacity building already available, will be addressing those issues in the spoken language, people who understand like the native languages, what the word capacity building, for example, means in Swahili would not resonate to someone if you are actually uttered in the mother language. They will actually grasp the threat that is they are exposed to. So I think one key element for that is regarding accessibility to those capacity building will be addressing those issues. And yeah, from there, hopefully we will have a more inclusive training and capacity building in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I have the tough mission to be novel here, and well, my take on this is that we really need to find these gaps is to use the structures we have and attract people that are in our front line of education. So I see here a lot of representatives of strong organizations, but we lack the people that are teaching, the people that are really going there and explaining these contents to these persons. And we need to coordinate with them because cybersecurity is a very extensive area, and we really need to show that this is possible to the people that we have. So this is very important to gather and show also that we have a multitude of tasks inside of cybersecurity, and we can accommodate and train the workforce to work with this.
Great, and yeah, so I think we have a consensus in terms of the problem statement, that yes, there are capacity building initiatives. We've spoken about some of the gaps in terms of the target audience. And now we are getting into discussing how do we fix these issues, and I'll hand over to my co-moderator, Dino, to take us through the next round of questions.
Thank you very much, Josephine. So, as you alluded to, we look at the problem, and now we would like to solicit from our distinguished speakers their experience and how we can fix it, how we can address this issue. So maybe I can start with you, Teresa. Given your point of view in an institution that basically conducts regular research, consolidate best practices, from your point of view, what can be done to avoid duplication and at the same time identify gaps that may exist in these resources?
Thank you, Dino. To have a conversation, yes. So that's definitely the starting point. We have already acknowledged that there are several resources and portals that map things that might be similar, but not exactly. The worst thing that could happen, that everybody will go in their tunnel vision and continue their work. That's not what we want. So one best practice that I can share from our experience is the cooperation and almost integration, if you wish, between the Civil portal and the UNIDIR cyber policy portal. What's that about? I've already mentioned that at Civil, we basically try to map resources, tools, and especially projects that have been implemented or are currently being implemented in the field of cybersecurity. UNIDIR has a very useful resource, the UNIDIR Cyber Policy Portal, which basically kind of gives, as a one-stop shop, a good overview of the cybersecurity situation in various UN member states. Now, we would agree that it's very useful when you look at projects, because at CIBIL you can kind of filter, okay, I want to see what projects have been implemented in the field of cybercrime in Cambodia, yes? And then you would get this information. wouldn't it be helpful to, at the same time, get inputs on what is the situation in cybersecurity in this given country that the UNIDIR portal maps? So this is common sense, and that's why we went ahead. And obviously, there was also the issue of the technical interoperability, but that was also solved, and that can be fixed. That's maybe the simplest part of the puzzle, I would say. But this obviously was preceded of months of conversations and exchanges on complementarity and how one portal can benefit from another, so that the end user has the best experience possible.
Thank you very much. Maybe if I can pass to Ambassador Dowling. We saw the point of view of those working on creating the knowledge and facilitating. Maybe from your point of view as a potential user, how do you find, if I may qualify the question, the ability to share information? Do you find that you use these resources? Do you think they're valuable? Or there's something that instead can still be improved?
I think it's about committing to use those mechanisms. So we find the GFCE to be a very useful coordinating body to make available information through the regional hubs. So I think that is useful. However, from the government perspective, we've got to commit to engaging effectively. Recently, we saw a country, and I will not name them, prepare a capacity building project, decide the terms of that project, decide when and how it would be implemented, and presented it without talking to the recipient country. Now, if they had engaged with the mechanisms that have been established, like GFCE, they would have found that it was duplicative. So there has to be a commitment to use the mechanisms. In the Pacific, we have set up the program known as Partners in the Blue Pacific, which is expressly about donors coming together, talking to recipient countries, and doing that deconfliction. Annually, we hold the Pacific Cyber Capacity Building Coordination Conference, which brings everyone together for a very open conversation, including with the UN bodies, including with the private sector. So for me, I don't think we need more mechanisms, we don't need more processes, we need to commit to using the existing processes and to saying when we find those points of misalignment or duplication that we will adjust our programming accordingly. Sometimes donor countries can be focused on their own internal processes for budgeting and programming and not allow that flexibility to adjust as is needed. So I think it's really incumbent on us to be willing to listen and to be flexible when we hear the response.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that feedback. Maybe I can also ask for your feedback vis-a-vis your specific domain, your specific industry. You're talking about digital data, health, related to health. How do you find this sharing of information be working, and especially the identification of potential gaps about capabilities?
I would say if there's no capacity, there's no security. So we need to get trained, upskill ourselves in capacity building, and it is very crucial because the healthcare workers need to know how to protect data. And that's why at Academy of Digital Health Sciences, we are providing trainings to nurses, the pharmacists, the healthcare frontline workers, so that they are aware how to protect the data. And sharing information, we need to be careful. Misinformation should not go out. That's very crucial.
Thank you. Misinformation, definitely, and hot topic. Maybe if I can pass to our speaker, Joel. You were talking about already before about issue related to languages. What else can you add from your perspective?
Yeah, from my perspective, what I could add more, apart from the language issue, would be most of the capacity building initiatives that I've seen are, they are budget constraints. They have certain limited period of budget, and then in time they are also they are limited. And after the capacity building, what is the next step? So I think in that directions, we should find way for follow-up on those different initiatives so that they, of course, in the mapping process, we find what should not be replicated and what should be strengthened. And from lesson learned, we could be more equipped, both the capacitators and also the people that are acquiring those capacities. And also toward the young people, which are the most vulnerable, specifically young women. Those are the critical masses that need to be really, really addressed because they are more vulnerable, I think. And trainings and best practices should be refined in a way that they are specifically targeting their specific needs. And I want also to commend the work the GFCA is doing in that direction as well. And I also want to commend the work in the IGF, ISOC Benin is doing in that direction with some online capacity awareness raising on cybersecurity threats, educating young people, especially young girls, how they can secure their data on the phone, for example. And yes, one key element is also we need to prevent misinformation. How to combat that? We need collective effort. We need to build trust on what is shared, and we need mechanisms to prove that the informations that are out there are reliable and not posing a threat to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we see already complementing element from misinformation to lesson learned. Maybe, Joao, will you give us also your perspective from the...
Yeah. Okay, sure, thank you. So I would like to bring something that really made me into cybersecurity, which is popular culture. So we are having these kinds of projects to try to bring people to capacitate them into cybersecurity, and we can use the popular culture that solidified in our mind what is cybersecurity to invite these people to participate, because at the same time that they made a dream for a lot of people, they also created a barrier that people said, okay, this is movie thing, so I will not be able to be this person. But we could work on demystifying that and really approaching these people to be part of the cybersecurity ecosystem. And the other thing that we also need to acknowledge that to learn cybersecurity, you need basic means to learn. So it's most of the people that are now in the field were self-taught, but we have several projects that try to bring these people, and what they need is access to this content, like computers or internet, and also sometimes physical access to devices. Like in my example, the only thing that made me into cybersecurity was that I went to an event and they had an industrial device. And this was the first time I could try to interact with one and learned my way into hacking it. So this was a wonderful experience, and I couldn't have the opportunity if I wasn't there. So we need to think about this. The requirements are not as complex as other areas of knowledge, but we also need to acknowledge to offer this structure to the people learning.
Thank you very much, Joao. You actually anticipated the elements of my next question. Again, going back to starting with Teresa. What can be done to ensure that the message, the resources are getting to the intended audience, and especially in those situations, those environments where there are less possibilities, where there is a less mature infrastructure, less access limitation, I would say, in accessing internet and accessing the necessary resources.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe on the first part of the question, something that we have discovered when collecting information and trying to provide those resources online was that sometimes we have faced a bit of reluctance to actually have information shared. It's maybe a natural instinct that like everybody would like to receive information, but not necessarily seeing the benefit in providing the information. Sometimes we have, is the sound okay? Because I hear like a terrible echo. Okay. Maybe I should remove this. You know, my earring fell off. Okay, it's starting great. Sorry. So, for instance, natural instinct could say, I shouldn't share too much about what I'm planning to do because maybe it will cost me a project I could otherwise get. Or I shouldn't share that much about what I'm planning to do as a donor, let's say in the next 3 years, because I don't know, somebody else might do it. But I think we need to kind of change the narrative a little bit, that by sharing information to the extent possible, I am of course aware it's not always realistic, everybody wins. And who wins ultimately are those that we are trying to assist, the recipients, because it's not fair towards them if the efforts, let's say, are uncoordinated, or if an implementer comes and isn't aware that the same project has been implemented by somebody else 2 years ago, or you know, like Ambassador gave the example that some projects would be basically designed without consulting those that it should benefit. This is wrong and it's not fair, and then we are kind of just doing things to tick the box. I've implemented a project and I've used these resources that were made available, but what's the impact? Could the impact have been bigger? Yeah, so I just would like to challenge ourselves to really think that, okay, if I share, I'm not gonna lose. And that goes for all stakeholders involved. One maybe another note that I can add, sometimes when we have had conversations with recipient countries, we even, sometimes it was really voicing concerns like, please organize yourselves. We cannot handle, our capacity is already limited, and if we have everybody coming to us separately, trying to do their project, we are overwhelmed as well. It would help us tremendously if there is a bit more coordination. And what's one simple step closer to better coordination is exactly to have these resources available so that anybody can consult them. Yes.
Thank you, Teresa. So maybe just to jump immediately to Joel, what is your experience in this access to resources and the ability to coordinate?
I think regarding access to those resources, the key challenges I would say that this way is ability first to, you know, Joao mentioned basic to hardware access, for example. Like people have difficulty to have access to hardware that will bring them, like, be in contact with the information that's being shared. And another element I keep stressing it is how we convey the information to the recipients. And the capacity building developed inclusive enough? And are they, as Ellen mentioned, are they in a collaborative way done? Like, for example, if each and every country have their own capacity building programs sometimes. And I mentioned earlier there in most cases, they have budget constraint and they have limited amount of time to process. How do we follow up? It's really key. I'm saying and stressing that again. We need to assess and then we need to follow up impact of those capacity building so that we know from key projects what are the different gaps that need to be addressed with the next round of trainings. And then from there, we become ourselves more resilient and people are more equipped and there are enough ready to face the challenge that's out there. Internet is free for everybody, but it also have some challenges that not everybody could be able to face alone.
Thank you. I very much like the term that you use. It's not much about quantity. Like sometimes this initiative are measured between input and output, but you talked about impact, measuring the impact. So, and that it would be a segue to the last question. And thank you very much for anticipating this concept. Maybe if I can go back to Ambassador Dowling and hear from your perspective as a government representative, what are the critical success factors maybe in your country have worked in reaching the intended audience?
I think we have very substantial experience in Australia. We have, for many years, prioritised cyber resilience as a core part of our economic agenda, as a core part of our national security agenda. So we have many lessons that we have learned in what we have adopted in the capabilities that we've built, which we do try to offer as experience for the positives, for the negatives, to share with countries, particularly in our region. I think we have found the most important lesson is that this has to be a whole-of-nation approach. Talking about building cyber resilience, talking about building cyber capacity has to involve industry, it has to involve the community, it has to be something that is bought into rather than just as a government program. Most infrastructure, most businesses, most community capabilities are operated by non-government actors. So engaging a whole-of-nation response is, I think, the crucial lesson. And that means when we engage in capacity building work, we talk not just to government players, we talk to private sector operators who run civilian infrastructure, we talk to educational institutions, schools, universities. We try to engage across the breadth of society. Cyber is not a technical issue, it is not a government issue, it is a whole-of-nation issue. So I think our lesson and experience is the criticality of engaging a broad range of actors when we try to build that cyber resilience.
Thank you very much. Very well noted the emphasis on partnership and collaboration, public-private. Thank you so much for emphasizing that. So Midish, your experience from the digital health sector.
So in digital health, if you see, every country is trying to secure their data, but there are challenges that are coming up. So we need to be prepared through upskilling ourselves, and that is why we are developing courses in it.
Thank you. Very, very good to know you're really working on it in a specific sector. So last question for each one of the participants, and maybe just looking at the time to be, if possible, maybe a little bit more brief. Teresa, we're starting with you. So we already alluded to what can be done, what should be done, what has been done. How can we measure it? What kind of indicators can be utilized to measure the impact of the cybersecurity capability project, initiatives, and programs?
Yeah, for instance, for Sybil, it's very simple. We can measure how many projects we have there, how it's growing, what's the trend, and of course, the more comprehensive coverage we have, the more kind of thorough picture can be provided to anybody who uses the portal. So I would also use this opportunity to encourage everybody here, if you're working on a cyber capacity building project, check it out if it's on Sybil. If it's not, we do a lot of our kind of desk research and try to identify the missing projects, but we also rely, and we in particular rely on actually the implementers, donors, and others to share with us the information so that this puzzle is a bit bigger. So if
we can internalize that when you're working on something that you just quickly check if it's there and just drop us an email, that would be good, yes? And then we will get to over 900 projects than we have at this moment, you know, to a much more interesting number.
Thank you very much. So importance of getting feedback. So, Joel, what about your experience in measuring the impact?
Yeah, well, cybersecurity is an odd field because despite other knowledge fields that we can teach and then see how much they learned, when we teach something, there's someone trying to overcome what you teach. So this makes our lives much harder because we can teach a technique, something, and then in the next day someone will create another one that will overcome what we teached. So seeing this, I believe we can go to in strategy to understand like the necessities and needs of a specific community and understand if what we teach them really made the difference. So what you established first was accomplished later.
Thank you very much. Joel, would you like to add your experience?
I think in this regard, what I could suggest would be combining efforts is key. We need to combine different effort and different experience. Like one organization struggle with capacitating a certain community might be some lesson to be learned from another organization in another part of the world. And we need to find a way to collaborate so that we have bigger impact, and then it becomes easier to assess the impact, what I'm stressing so far. So that's it.
Thank you. So I started to see that the picture and the life cycle, lesson learned, impact, consolidation of best practices and databases. So maybe Ambassador Dowling, if you can also share with us your experience in measuring the impact.
Sure. It's very difficult. I think we all struggle to measure what success in cybersecurity looks like. How do we know our programs are working? We know that cyber incidents are getting worse. We know that in spite of all our efforts and doing the right thing, we will see more incidents because threat actors are getting more capable, more sophisticated. So measurement can't be about fewer cyber incidents. I think in cybersecurity, qualitative measurement is really crucial. For me, testing through exercises is one of the most effective ways to qualitatively test whether your arrangements, your capacity, your preparedness have improved. We're big advocates for getting everyone in a room, government, private sector, civil society, running exercises, testing what your response mechanisms look like, how they operate. It's better to learn where your failings are in an exercise than in a real incident. We consider ourselves a relatively mature, cyber-capable nation, and yet when we run exercises on our electricity sector, our airports, on our government systems, we always find a range of ways where we still have gaps, where we still have shortcomings. And so I think that qualitative approach in a partnership, open, transparent way to test out what your responses are like, rather than tell yourself, we're good, we're prepared, actually road test it and say, here's where our gaps are, here's what we need to address. For me, that's the most important thing.
Thank you. So another critical element of the life cycle, the simulation, exercising and testing. So thank you so much for that. So Mevesh, last but not least, what about your experience in the health industry? What can be used as an indicator that indeed these initiatives are producing expectation, meeting expectation?
So I think we should have every 6 months auditing should be done, and training in cybersecurity is something that will help us to understand from other countries we can learn. So best practices from other countries can be shared, and that is how collaboration is important. The best practices of every country. Like if you have faced an issue, maybe I would learn from it and I would not face the same issue. So that's how we should work and collaborate. And IGF is a platform where we can collaborate. So many countries come together. That is how we can try to, if you see, the hackers are more organized than us. So we need to be careful of that. If quantum computing gets democratized, we will be vulnerable. So we need to take care of that.
Thank you. We can open a completely new session on quantum computing in the risk. So thank you very much, and thank you for the reference to, as a former auditor, I really appreciate that acknowledgement. So with that, I would like to pass the floor to Octavia, that is going to provide a summary and conclusion of this very interesting, engaging session. Octavia?
Thank you so much, Dino. I would like to see, am I audible? You can hear me?
Yes, you are.
Both online. Fantastic. What an amazing group of people and interesting discussion. I want to go over some of the things that sort of came up and also look at what we in the Best Practice Forum could be looking at after this IGF and going forward. In terms of the statement and sort of how our experts looked at that, I think one of the things that really stood out is context and experience. It really is important. So most of our experts did agree with the problem statement and that the necessity of it. However, a red thread throughout is that we have many platforms and we have many places. We have a lot of coordination and collaboration that exists, but we have to commit to using that. And one of the points that came up is that the IGF could or actually should be used more as a venue for this capacity building. We have to work together, we have to trust and share, which is extremely important on many aspects, but also across sectors. Holistic approaches to security, particularly cybersecurity, it's not a problem for just companies, private sector, government, individuals. We have to look at both reactive and proactive approaches on multiple levels. I thought it was so interesting to get the health sector perspective. Critical infrastructure as well is made up of individuals. So that's one of the things that I think came out of the comments that we had on the problem statement. Accessibility and, dare I say, localization is, of course, key. We know this, and somehow we have to hold ourselves to a slightly higher standard than we are right now. Accessibility comes in many forms, as our experts on stage mentioned, because it's not just about giving access or resources to youth. One of the things that came out of the fixes that I really appreciated is the accessibility doesn't have to be a threshold or a high level. It simply can be access to information, knowledge, even a device that allows you to become curious and understand your context and your role in a much larger picture. So the consistency in the manner in which we treat not just programming, but activities and projects in cybersecurity is what makes it successful. And that's one of the key elements to the fix, if you like. All of these are guided by conversations, and these conversations need to be done from a point of trust, and it needs to be done across sectors. And it needs to include as many stakeholders as possible. Even some of the low-hanging fruits, interoperability was mentioned as a fairly low-hanging fruit. However, not even those are possible without multiple conversations where we come together and understand the importance of hearing most, or at least as many voices as possible. Interesting for me as a cybersecurity professional is to hear that a lot of the things we're talking about relate to ecosystems and PDCA, for those of you that know the Plan, Do, Check, Act. it's not enough to come in and do one thing. It's not enough to have a training, as our colleagues mentioned. We have to do training and we have to do follow-up. We have to ensure that the ecosystem of knowledge continues regardless of one person, one community, or even one specific government in place. So we have to commit to the use of these mechanisms that are in place already. We have to, as implementers that come into a context, also understand that we are depleting valuable and necessary resources by constantly going in and inventing the wheel when the wheel is probably already there, perhaps even a really good bicycle or a Ferrari. So understanding that it's not us first, it is us, the community first, is one of the things that felt very fundamental to our conversations on the fix. A couple of last things: low resource environments. It's difficult to prioritize, so how do we do that? Some of the things that came up was not just coordination, but inclusivity and collaboration in a way that is consistent. And that means localization, not just of materials. It means accessibility understood from multiple levels. And that has to do with equity, it has to do with gender, it has to do with age, it has to do with all of the other elements that we know so well from a lot of the work that we do, and a lot of things that guide us to spaces like the Internet Governance Forum. Stakeholders, participatory approaches. I'd like to end with something that I thought was very important when we talked about indicators, because it's not just numbers. We know that. The thing that we need to be that we have to emphasize continuously is that it's a practice. Whether that is allowing more funding or resources to making scenarios, to training, whether that is allowing for follow-up, allowing for more flexible ways in which that we teach people all around the world in very different environments how they can understand their role. If you're a healthcare worker, it's not enough to get a regulation or get a don't do list. It needs to be relatable to your role, and it needs to be understood from the position of where you are and what you have the agency to affect, to allow for us to be slightly more secure, or at least resilient, as we together tackle these huge but very important foundational things that allow us all to be safer, not just online, but in reality. I hope that sort of captured. There are so many more things that I'd like to mention, and so many good points, including I'd like to mention the demystification of cybersecurity. So on that note, I would like to thank you all for allowing me to summarize these points together, and give it back to my colleagues on stage.
Thank you very much, Octavia, for this real-time summarization, very comprehensive, very detailed. Thank you so much. So thank you to all the distinguished speakers that have shared with us their knowledge, their experience, their wisdom. Thank you to my colleagues, co-facilitator, Josephine and Yombonana. And of course, thank you to Wim de Giselle, coordinator, subject matter expert on this event. I don't know, Wim, if you would like to have some closing remarks.
No closing remarks. I just want to make sure that you don't forget to thank you, Dino, for moderating also part of the session. So thank you all.